You are good to go.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jim Dillon, the Senate Chair of the ACF Committee. And we have 3 bills that we're going to have public hearings on today. And we'll have the work sessions on them tomorrow, is the plan at the moment anyway. And we also have probably a budget work session today and a budget work session tomorrow to finish off the budget. And without further delay, we do have a long day. We got a total of about 60 people to testify over the 3 bills. And we'll explain the process when we come after we get done with introductions. So I'll start first with Senator Maxman.
I don't think I've ever gone first. Hi, my name is Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County, plus the towns of Washington and Windsor.
I just go in order of the screen and you happen to be next to me today. So Representative McCray.
Boy, I don't know if I've ever gone second. I'm Representative Dave McCray up in the county. I represent the people of District 148. My home is in Fort Fairfield, and I'm happy to be here this morning.
Representative Underwood.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Underwood, representative from District 147, and that is the city of Presque Isle. Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Good morning, Randy Hall from Wilton, District 114, representing 6 towns in southern Franklin County.
Representative Osher.
Good morning. I'm Lori Osher. I represent the majority of Orono. That's District 123, the home of the University of Maine.
Representative Landry.
Good morning. I'm Scott Landry. I represent Farmington, New Sharon, District 113.
Senator Black.
Good morning, Senator Black from Wilton, representing Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec: Belgrade, Mount Vernon, Vienna, and Fayette.
And as usual, we have folks that come in and out because they're on other committees and maybe actually still presenting in other committees also, if they're not on another committee. And our clerk is Cheryl McGowan, and the analyst is Karen Netto. And as I mentioned, we have 3 bills to have public hearing on today. And please keep yourselves muted until called upon to cut down on background noise. This is being sent out over YouTube so other folks can watch. So be mindful of that. Be respectful when you're speaking, please. And we will allow each person 3 minutes to testify. I will call on legislators and the Department of Jurisdiction on each one to testify first. Then we'll go into in favor, against, and neither for nor against. And looking at 213 of the 30 or so people I have, most of them are in favor. There's only 2 that aren't. One is against, and one is neither for nor against. So I'll do about 5 in favor, and then I'll do the against, another 5 in favor, and then I'll do the neither. So we just kind of mix it up a little bit on that particular one. You will hear the timer, or if you don't hear the timer when it goes off, I will interrupt you at that point in time and say you have, please finish up in 1 or 2 sentences. So that way we can try to keep everybody speaking to the same amount of time. And our 3 public hearings today is LD 2013, an act relating to PFAS substances contamination in the state. 2019, an act to require the registration of adjuvants in the state and to regulate the distribution of pesticides with PFAS substances. LD 2021, an act to collect pesticide sales and use records for the purpose of providing information to the public. And then, as I say, we'll have a work session after that on the budget. Okay, without, again, any further delay, I will open the public hearing on LD 2013, an act relating to PFAS substances contamination in the state. And this was a committee bill that was reported out after the briefing that we had from the Department of Agriculture on PFAS substances in the state of Maine. So with that, the first person to speak will be Amanda Beal, followed by Adam Nordell, Adrian Lee, and Alan Davis. So as soon as Commissioner Beal gets in, we will go ahead and start.
So I've let her in, but she's not on the. She has to let herself in. I've clicked her, but she hasn't let herself in yet.
Okay.
Here she comes.
Good morning, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm having trouble starting my camera. Let me try one more time. Nope, I'm having a technical difficulty. Is it okay if I just proceed?
Sure, go ahead and proceed, please.
Okay, so sorry about that. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Amanda Beal. I am the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, and I'm speaking in support of LD 2013. Since 2019, the Mills administration has been deeply involved in PFAS response within Maine's agricultural community. Through the experiences we've had to date in working with impacted farms, the department understands firsthand that these families face an enormous burden. Urgent and difficult questions immediately arise for farmers when they learn that their farm has been contaminated by PFAS. They must navigate concerns regarding their personal health and that of their family, the health of their workers and customers, and the future of their farm businesses. And there are no easy or readily available answers. Meanwhile, DACF, along with our colleagues in the Department of Environmental Protection and Maine CDC, as well as other organizations whose collaboration and support have been critical, are working to respond, albeit without the needed robust and coordinated leadership from federal agencies at this time. Despite these challenges, we are dedicated to trying to assist these farms and farm families to the best of our abilities. Addressing their needs continues to be one of the highest priorities within the department's Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources. DACF's current efforts to assist farms include on-the-ground testing and consultation and limited financial support. We pay for farm sampling, farm water filtration systems, the value of depopulated animals, and can reimburse some self-testing costs. We are also in the process of finalizing our efforts to create an income replacement program to support farm businesses as they undergo the process of testing and determining the scope of contamination, which can take a number of months. These efforts to date have given us insight into the complexities and nuances of crafting support programs, which we believe will be useful in the design of the fund envisioned by LD 2013. In addition, we have recommended the creation of a new fund and advisory panel in our report back to the legislature pursuant to LD 558 to enable priority PFAS research. Funding from the biennial budget and the additional funds, along with staff positions we are requesting in the supplemental budget, allows us to offer this and other support mentioned previously. However, to be clear, it is not enough to resolve all of the challenges these farmers face now and in the future. We believe the work to address the impacts of PFAS contamination will require robust and continuing financial support. The department supports LD 2013's intent to create a large-scale fund to provide lasting and significant support to impacted producers and their families. We concur that financial assistance, health monitoring, research, education, data collection, and enhanced testing capacity are all critical in that effort. The enormous scope of the fund and the complexities posed in administering it also leads us to recommend that careful consideration be given to where this fund is ultimately seated and how the administration of the fund is structured. We recognize that the fund's broad parameters go beyond agriculture and include public health, real estate, financial, legal, and scientific components that exceed our current departmental expertise and capacity. Additionally, we anticipate that the work of the advisory committee in assisting with the design of the administrative framework of this fund will be key to ensuring that it works well for farmers while meeting all of the rigorous standards that must be in place to guide the distribution of public funding. Furthermore, we encourage the legislature to appropriate resources for adequate staffing and to enable some flexibility in the design of this administrative framework, as there may be a need to involve multiple agencies and/or third-party contractors to ensure that the appropriate expertise is engaged in ongoing oversight and management of the fund. The department is working on crafting technical framework recommendations for the design and administration of the fund, which we will provide to the committee for consideration prior to the work session. The framework will delineate important criteria and potential structural constructs needed for this fund to be successfully implemented. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. And I will also say, just again, regardless of where this fund is ultimately seated, we are ready and willing to help make it a success in any way that we can. I'm happy to answer any questions now or during the work session, which Director McBrady and I both plan to attend.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Commissioner Beal? All right. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Adam Nordell. Good morning.
Dear Senator, good morning, everyone. Dear Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Adam Nordell. My wife, Johanna Davis, and I own and manage Songbird Farm in Unity. I'm testifying because my family needs your help, but I'm also testifying on behalf of the farms who can't afford the risk of going public. For farms who look at potential contamination and feel caught between their debt load and the confidence of their buyers. We need a robust safety net so no one goes bankrupt because of this. The state of Maine promoted and licensed sledge spreading on farms. So the state has a very real obligation to those of us whose land, water, crops, and livestock are contaminated with these chemicals. The state has a very real obligation to those of us whose bodies are contaminated. This December, we learned that our land was licensed and spread with PFAS-laden sludge in the early 90s. Now, 30 years later, most of our soils are between 50 and 95 times the state's soil testing threshold. Our drinking water reads over 400 times the current safety threshold. My wife and I have PFAS exposure equivalent to and grossly exceeding the levels of factory workers where these chemicals were manufactured. This puts us at an unstudied exposure level. What health outcomes might we look forward to? PFOA and PFOS stay in the body for an incredibly long time, but they can leave through the placenta and through breast milk. What illnesses can the next generation of rural Mainers look forward to? Affected farms need a robust aid package offering short to medium-term income replacement, a business pivot fund, and a fair market value buyout option. We also need lifetime health monitoring and financial coverage for PFAS-related illnesses. Johanna and my blood serum levels are heavily skewed towards the chemicals particular to our soil versus our drinking water, suggesting that ours may be primarily a workplace exposure rather than an issue of drinking water alone. All PFAS-affected Mainers need this assistance, but agricultural exposure is within the purview of the ACF committee. Our business is on the rocks and our health has been put at risk. Our son's health has been put at risk. Try to calculate the economic cost of that, then multiply it by the number of farms who are only now learning of their contamination. Multiply it by the number of farms who are avoiding testing because they are terrified what the results might do to their lives and their livelihoods. Some of you may be concerned about the price tag on this bill, but the state set this crisis in motion when it signed the sludge licenses. The invoice has long since been written. The costs are real. Are farmers going to have to shoulder this burden? Or is the state of Maine willing to do the right thing? Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Adam, for being here today. And thank you, I think, for just being gracious with how you've worked and dealt with this contamination and the crisis your family's facing. And I'm sorry for it. Are there, just to give you another moment to kind of formulate, what are the top 3 things you'd like to see achieved with this bill?
I would like to see robust economic support for farms whose production has been terminated by PFAS exposure. I would like to see lifetime health monitoring and support for medical coverage for PFAS-related illnesses. And related to the first thing, I think the state has the opportunity, the committee has the opportunity to set the tone for the relationship between state regulators and the farming community right here. People are terrified right now. Those of us who are speaking in public are terrified, and those people who are quietly doing their own self-testing because they have direct knowledge or have seen the state's map and think there may be a past use of sludge on their land. They're terrified. People who already have results and don't have the ability to speak publicly are terrified. So you have the ability to open clear lines of communication by supporting affected farmers. And I think that would be incredibly powerful.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Landry.
Thank you for being here, Adam. I certainly sympathize with you. I had a couple questions. How large is your farm, and is it vegetables, livestock, combination?
Sure. We grow vegetables and grains. Until this past year, we've been managing 20 acres total of production ground, 3 to 5 acres of mixed organic vegetables, and about 15 acres of mixed grains. We do a mix of direct marketing through a CSA, people who want to work directly with our farm products, and then we're wholesale producers as well. So we sell through several statewide food distributors and directly to local grocery stores as well.
Very good. And is relocating an option? I imagine can't imagine there's a lot of land that hasn't been spread that would be adequate for your needs, is there?
I'm not sure what the final scope of the contamination issue is going to look like across Maine. It is alarming to look at that DEP map. To me, it looks like Maine has a bad case of chickenpox when I look at that map. But I certainly not every farm has a pin on it on that map. And certainly from the conversations we've had with farmers who were in production in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s around here, there were people who said no to sludge. So there's land that wasn't spread, and we're willing to entertain if somebody has a solution for the farming community, affected farming community. We're definitely willing to entertain any ideas.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you so much.
Next is Adrian Lee.
Hi, my name's Adrian Lee. My husband, Ken Lamson, and I own and operate New Beet Farm, which is in Knox, Waldo County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge the legislature to pass LD 2013, an act relating to perfluoroalkyl and perfluoroalkyl substance contamination in the state. We produce certified organic vegetables for sale at local farmers markets, a multi-farm CSA, restaurants, co-ops, and wholesale buyers. And we pride ourselves in growing healthy, nutritious food for our local community for the past 14 years. We're among a number of growing the number of farmers here, like Adam, that are finding that we have contamination, PFAS contamination in our soil, our water, and our bodies. Since our land was not passed down to us, like many of the young farmers here in Maine, we did not have a clear record of our field histories before we were here. And this February, we learned from DEP maps that a significant portion of our growing land had a history of sludge spreading, and subsequently our well water testing came back with PFAS levels 100 times higher than the safe drinking water standards set by the state. In a matter of weeks, our business went from forecasting for record growth in 2020 to 2022 to the insecurity about being able to pay our bills or see a clear path forward. The pride and confidence we had that we were feeding our family and our community safe and healthy food got crushed. We pulled our crops off the market and we started drinking bottled water. Our farm is in a current state of limbo. The growing season is knocking at our door, and we currently have seedlings going that we don't know if we have a place to plant them. The lack of current guidelines for acceptable thresholds of PFAS in vegetable crops and the huge delays in getting soil and crop testing is putting our entire business at risk. We're grappling with the effects of PFAS contamination in our crops, but even more so grappling with the high levels of PFAS in our bloodstream. Our 21-month-old daughter currently right now is being estimated to have blood serum levels of 1,700 micrograms per liter of PFOA. The average American has about levels of 5 micrograms PFOA. Like most farmers, we need to have a certain amount of optimism for what lies ahead. And we were doing our best to hold on to optimism about the prospect of a productive and healthy future producing food on this land. But to do so, we need the support of our community and the critical support of the state of Maine, who sanctioned the spreading of PFAS-laden biosolids on our soils. First and foremost, we need lifetime health monitoring to help ensure our bodies are healthy enough to keep farming and be productive members of our community. To keep producing crops, we will need new mitigation infrastructure on our operation, and we'll need financial support to do so, as well as technical assistance to develop production plans tailored to our new PFAS reality. We need to get a clear picture of where the hot spots of contamination are on our farm, and to do so, we'll need significant and costly soil and water testing. Once we have this data, we'll need the technical expertise and research results to help us make decisions as to what crops we can safely grow and where. And having a robust research program in the state, as well as a larger capacity for testing, will be critical to the viability of Maine farmers faced with PFAS contamination. We are driven, hardworking Mainers who are not looking for a handout, but Maine farmers today shouldn't have to be shouldering the burden of decades-old bad decisions made by the state. We need the state of Maine to step up and pull their fair share of the cost of these mistakes, not only to help farmers that have so far gone public about PFAS contamination, but more importantly, the broader group of farmers that can't afford to go public about their farm's PFAS levels and risk losing everything because the state hasn't set up a safety net. Thank you for considering this bill today, and I urge you to pass LD 2013, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? Representative Pluker.
I just want to also say thank you, Adrian, for being here, and thank you for being courageous and how you and your family are facing this and moving forward. And I just want to give you the chance to the same question around, if there were top 2 or 3 things that were coming out of this bill that you'd really want us to prioritize as a committee, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, it's hard to say specific, like there's a lot in it. I guess I would more so, not even just for us farmers, but for our whole rural communities. I think farms and people affected by PFAS contamination need to have a robust and a well-developed health monitoring system. For farms dealing with the financial burden of having their whole their livelihoods basically put on hold, or opportunity to make a living pulled out from under them from this. Like, we need to have the financial support to think creatively, to find ways to keep farming on our land. And so having, a robust financial support package to help farms pivot. I mean, we've put in so many years of sweat equity of building systems on our farm that if we're going to be able to keep growing, we're going to need to make changes. We're going to need to make some significant changes to our farm that are going to cost money and a lot of time. And then for farms that are not able to keep growing on their land, but want to keep farming elsewhere, like they're going to need money and ability to have their farms purchased and be able to be able to look for other land to produce on. I also think like not having any guidance from we really need some better guidance from the state and just from research on like what safe levels are for PFAS in crops, so that as farmers, we're not having to make these decisions on our own. It feels really, you can feel really alone when you're having to try to make these decisions for the health of your community based off of really inconclusive or lack of data. So having a strong support network there was going to be huge.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Lee. I have two questions. The first one is very easy. I'm a teacher in Fort Fairfield, and I had a student named Ken Lamson.
That was my husband. Yep.
I kind of thought so. There's not a lot of Ken Lamsons around.
Yeah.
I'll say hi for me.
Yeah.
Okay, my next one is a little more in depth, and you being early in this set of testimonies. So I don't know, maybe you've already answered it, but the size of your farm, and you said something about having seedlings already started, etc. So I'm assuming that your whole farm may well be contaminated. If I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. And is there a possibility for you and or others that are in this same mess to perhaps lease enough land to, on the short term, like this growing season, etc., to put those seedlings in and help you get by another year? Because this bill is not going to provide a solution immediately. That's for sure. It's not going to be here this summer. I can't imagine. Love to see it. So anyway, if you would address that, please.
Yeah, so our farm total is 94 acres. We have about 35 acres of open hayland and 8 tillable acres that we grow. We rotate and grow mixed vegetables on. As far as seedlings going, we have a small portion, very small portion of our land that we know was not spread on. Honestly, it's about an acre of that land, but it was irrigated from our irrigation pond, which we're awaiting testing to find out if the pond has contaminated that. We know that our well water, and we know that the majority of our production land was spread with biosolids, but because we learned about this in the middle of the winter time, we really haven't been able to we basically know all of that ground we're not going to be able to grow vegetables on this year, because like you're saying, that the lag time is we just know that we're not going to be able to get information and then also have the data and research to know, even if we were growing crops, like if those crops, like what the levels of the safe PFAS levels would be in those crops to be able to sell them. We're definitely entertaining in the short term leasing land, but as a vegetable farm, it's really, and we actually have had some really gracious offers from our community to do so, but it wouldn't be anything that we could really jump on this year. Being able to just with vegetables, you can't within a one growing season, plow the ground up and plug in crops and really expect a very good return. You really need to kind of get the soil prepped and build a good seed bed and all that stuff. And that we kind of would miss the boat on that for this season, which is why it's so critical. The Department of Ag Conservation and Forestry has been working really hard to help develop a short-term indemnification program that's going to help hopefully farms in our situation this year to help balance off what we're not going to be able to make off of our ground in the very short term. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your questions.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
I offer my concerns and sympathy to you and
Thank
Ken.
you.
Take care.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Representative Underwood.
Good morning, Mrs. Lee. One question, and that is Commissioner Beal mentioned certain areas. One of the areas was research. What would you suggest to her as far as an area to do research in order to help your farm and help your family? Thank you.
Yeah. So a big thing, you know, there's levels of what the state has helped figure out are like safe levels of PFAS in milk. I think milk and beef right now, which doesn't help our farm at all in the sense of like we're going to need crop specific guidance, especially for with vegetables. What we're learning is there's huge variation crop to crop on how they uptake PFAS into the parts that are harvested of the products. And so I need to know, I might not be able to grow salad greens ever again on some of this land, but I might be able to grow winter squash or peppers or something, but I need data to know that. And so really crop specific research. And then also I am curious about if there are any ways to help, pull this PFAS out of the soil. There's definitely research in that sense as far as people are experimenting with growing different things to try to help get the PFAS out of the soil. But the most important thing to me would be to have research focused around getting guidelines, because each individual farm can't be making these decisions on, when they get crop data back on like how much of a certain substance is in their vegetable crop. They shouldn't be the ones having to like make that decision for their community on like if it's safe or not, or if they can market it. We really need some guidance there. And also for consumer confidence, we really need that. Maine I feel like the local food boom that's been happening, especially through COVID, there's been a real amazing growth in support for local food, and we really need to maintain that trust. And so having guidelines will help our customer base have trust in our products and trust in the broader the local food in general here in Maine.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Alan Davis, followed by Amy Gallant, Ben Whalen, and Emily Smith. Welcome, Mr. Davis.
Good morning. My name is Alan Davis. I live in Round Pond, part of Bristol, Lincoln County. I have a title for my testimony this morning, and it is No Fault of Their Own. It's my understanding that 30 years ago, the state granted 700 permits to dump municipal and industrial sludge on agricultural fields throughout the state of Maine. These were corn and hay fields that fed dairy cows. I'm thinking there must be some mistake. A mistake puts it mildly. A couple of years pass. A man buys a cornfield in Unity, builds a house, drills a well, creates a vegetable farm, including greenhouses and surrounding fields, and an irrigation system for it all. He has a successful business for 20 or so years, but unfortunately is forced to sell because of a terminal cancer diagnosis. A young couple buys and takes over the farm where the original farmer had to leave off. Over the years, they added new greenhouse, additions to buildings, farm equipment, increased the irrigation system, and added a solar array. They became MOFCA certified organic, supplied various co-ops, and distributed their products throughout Maine. They also grew grains, bought their own mill, and had a grain CSA with around 100 members. They were living their dream. I was currently building a bakery for them when they got the news that they're well tested at 400 times the state limit for PFAS. Numerous soil tests have shown that all their soil is highly contaminated with PFAS. Even breathing the dust raised from their tractors and farm equipment to work their land and harvest their grain raises the contamination in their bodies. I can't really go into their health risks because it's too emotional for me. The health risks they face in their future are the risk to their 3-year-old son who has had his young life on this contaminated land. Their PFAS blood levels are incredibly high. So what are they left with? Debt, no business, no home, and forever health risks. I fear that this is only one of many more family farms that are or will be soon dealing with this wretched situation through no fault of their own. As a father, grandfather, and loving father-in-law to this family, I implore you to support 2013. I also, if I have another minute, I would like to pass on a quote that I came across from the Maine Department of Environmental Protection Commissioner. And I quote, "It's like a nightmare you can't wake up from. People's homes, livelihoods have been destroyed. And the scale of the tragedy keeps growing with every sample that we take." Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Amy Glant. Is she here? I don't see her.
She is having scheduling issues, so
Okay.
she would like to come back.
Okay. Ben Whalen is next.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agricultural Conservation and Forestry Committee. I'm Ben Whalen, co-owner of Bumroot Organic Farm in Windham and board member of the Natural Resource Council of Maine. I'm providing testimony in support of LD 2013, which would make important investments in protecting Maine's farms and Maine people. As a young farmer, my wife, business partners, and I bought a farm in Windham 7 years ago. When considering the purchase of our property, we poured over soil maps, focusing on soil type designations and how well water drained through the fields. At that time, we had no idea that we should be looking at sludge maps or be concerned about a tier 1 site across the street that might be leaching cancer-causing chemicals into the water that we use to irrigate and wash our crops. We're currently waiting on test results for our water, and we're hopeful that our worry surrounding PFAS contamination on our farm is for naught. Forever chemicals are a widespread environmental hazard and pose a serious threat to the health of Maine people and natural resource-based businesses like mine. Although PFAS has only recently become part of the public discourse, its presence in our environment and on Maine farms is decades in the making, without the knowledge of impacted farmers who dedicate their lives to stewarding the land and producing healthy food for our communities. LD 2013 would help Maine address the heartbreaking reality Maine farmers are facing: the loss of their livelihoods because of land and livestock affected by PFAS contaminated biosolids that were authorized for application to their land by the state of Maine. This bill would create a source of funding for farmers who've been impacted by PFAS contamination by providing short-term income replacement buyouts for those farms whose land have been irreparably harmed by PFAS, long-term medical monitoring, and environmental testing and monitoring. Research shows PFAS is cumulative. It builds up over time and does not break down in the environment. So the timing of when the state acts to mitigate the problem matters. We need to address PFAS contamination and assist farmers immediately to avoid further exposure and detrimental impacts to farmers, which will take the form of financial losses and medical and emotional harm. I appreciate the work that has been done by Maine lawmakers in the past 2 years to elevate the state's attention to the PFAS problem. This bill complements those efforts by establishing a fund to address PFAS contamination and an advisory committee that will provide recommendations to the department on how best to administer those funds. Farms are a vital part of Maine's economy. The viability of these businesses, the well-being of the people who care for the land, and the greater health of our community requires that the state of Maine act now. Please vote to pass LD 2013 to help further address the serious problem of PFAS contaminated lands across our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Next, we have Emily Smith, followed by Beth Ahern, Clara McConnell, and Colleen Hanlon Smith. And we are switching gears here. Emily Smith is registered against the bill. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, sir. Senators, legislators, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm certainly not against this bill, but I caution the committee on the language and who you're going to help, because I think that the dollar bill could not stretch far enough. I understand that this municipal and this sludge was spread on certain parts of the state of Maine. And by all means, I think that the state should come back and help these farmers. I think Adam, the first testimony, he said it very well, that this is terrifying. And as a 6th generation farmer in Aroostook County that grows and harvests 7,000 or 8,000 acres of crops out of Maine annually and up and down the East Coast, it is terrifying. And to listen to the testimonies of these farmers, quite frankly, scares me to death. And I thank my lucky stars that we are where we are and that we didn't participate. And so I guess going on to the second testimony, Mrs. Lee spoke about what levels of PFAS are safe and what crops. I think that the state of Maine needs to identify some of these things before we spread the hysteria, and we need to protect the whole ag community, the whole ag industry as a whole. And we need to do it swiftly, and we need to do it with answers that are scientific and appropriate, because the state of Maine is going to get a red mark, and we're trying to protect these markets in chain stores all up and down the East Coast. And if all somebody has to say is, there's PFAS all over Maine, then we're going to get, we're going to be scrutinized by that. And so I'm not opposed to this bill, but I just wanted to have my voice heard, that I really want this ag committee to think about, and not just the ag committee, but the Department of Agriculture and DEP working with EPA on these definitions and knowing and letting us know what's safe, so that we can know that we're doing the right thing, is very important. And it's important for the whole ag industry in the state of Maine that we don't spread a hysteria that it's all over the state when it's not, but definitely protect the people that have this huge problem, and my heart goes out to them. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
I would
Representative
entertain any questions.
Yep, Representative Pluker.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Smith. So if you could just clarify, you are a proponent of this bill, and then a question to follow up. Would you see a part of this bill as being helpful to the whole ag community if we made it clear, if a part of it was kind of consumer education around PFAS and exactly where it's limited to and who has not been affected within the state?
Thank you. I think that we need clear definitions of what levels of PFAS are safe and what types of PFAS are safe. There's PFAS in the medicines that people take. There's PFAS in our laundry detergent. There's PFAS in our curtains. The PFAS that's all around us is significantly different than the PFAS, well, to me, and I'm not, I didn't go to school for PFAS, but to me, it's significantly different than the magnitude of sludge being put on at at, a huge rate onto these farms and contaminating groundwater and being there and now being and compromising because it's not breaking down. We do use a farm chemical that is classified as a PFAS. It would be opposite end of the spectrum from what we're dealing with here. It's 2 ounces an acre once every 4 years. As growers, we want to know that we're doing the right thing. And as legislators, you want to know you're doing the right thing, but I just don't feel like we have the inclusive enough to say that everything is bad. And I just want to, if you're going to help these people where the sludge was spread and the contamination levels are crazy high, I think it should be defined within the bill, or if we can, test to a part per trillion, or and we find it everywhere, and you want to just stop agriculture in the state of Maine, I just think that's going to be more money than you can stomach. I hope that answered your question, sir.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. Next is Beth Ahern.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agricultural Conservation and Forestry Committee. My name is Beth Ahern, and I offer testimony on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition in support of LD 2013. The EPC is in a partnership of 37 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations who unify around a common agenda every year. The EPC represents over 120,000 members in Maine who want to protect the good health, good jobs, and quality of life that depend upon a healthy environment. LD 2013 is a late added priority bill for our coalition this year. LD 2013 will provide funding and resources to support Maine farmers impacted by PFAS contamination. PFAS contamination threatens Maine farmers and farmland. Through no fault of their own, farmers across the state are facing loss of livelihood due to contamination from PFAS, the so-called forever chemicals. PFAS are toxic, persistent, and bioaccumulative, leading to possible health impacts, including fertility issues and increases in certain types of cancer. State-sponsored programs that urge farmers to spread biosolids on their farmland have led to PFAS pollution across the state, contaminating Maine farmland and endangering the health and livelihood of Maine farmers, as we've heard today. So tragic. Maine farmers are not responsible for this contamination and should not bear the burden of remediation. Many farmers are doing the right thing by stopping production and sales until they know their products are safe, but doing so often leads to loss of the only source of revenue for these families. Farmers with contaminated farmland need assistance immediately to help supplement their income and to pay wages of farm staff that depend on them. Maine can and should be self-reliant with its food supply, and we need to ensure that farmers have the financial, technical, health, and land resources that need to create a vibrant Maine agriculture. While some funding for PFAS mitigation has been proposed in the governor's budget, it's not enough, as you heard the commissioner say. Estimates from Maine DEP put state costs at $10 to $20 million annually, and that's without assistance for farmers. The state must step in to help farmers deal with the impacts of this contamination. Allocating $100 million as a safety net for farmers affected by PFAS is an essential first step. LD 2013 would provide funding opportunities to help impacted farmers through income replacement and farm buyouts if necessary. The bill would also set up a medical monitoring program fund to help impacted communities monitor their health for possible impacts due to PFAS exposure. For these reasons, we urge you to unanimously ought to pass on LD 2013. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Clara McConnell.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Clara McConnell. I am a government relations consultant at Main Street Solutions. and I'm here today on behalf of our client, Dirigo Solar, to testify in support of LD 2013. First off, I'd like to say thank you to the members of this committee, DACF, DEP, impacted farmers, and everyone who's coming together to work together on this very challenging issue of PFAS contamination. We deeply appreciate all the hard work that is going into this. So in your written materials, you will see a letter from Robert Cleves of Dirigo Solar. And please do refer to that for details, but I will provide you with some remarks here as well. Dirigo Solar is one of Maine's leading solar developers. For more than a year now, Dirigo has been working on the issue of siting solar on PFAS contaminated land. This has involved engagement with farmers who have lost their livelihoods due to PFAS contamination, members of the legislature, and an array of other stakeholders who share an interest in well-sited solar, including Maine Farmland Trust, the Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine, Maine Audubon, Maine Coast Heritage Trust, the Nature Conservancy, and more. There's widespread agreement that PFAS contaminated agricultural land is an ideal location for solar siting. Thus, we were excited to see language in LD 2013, which includes solar development as a potential purpose for the proposed fund to address PFAS contamination. We are in support of this language. However, we would like to respectfully urge the committee to consider some additional pieces for this bill. A number of the farmers who have found extensive PFAS contamination on their land have had to kill off livestock and destroy crops as a result. The land that once made up their entire livelihood now cannot be used for agricultural use at this time without significant remediation, and we all know that such a solution does not currently exist. Therefore, we would ask that you please include language that specifically allows solar development in place or as an alternative to agricultural uses instead of just in combination with agricultural uses. And this would allow farmers to pursue solar development when they can't pursue the agricultural uses that they had been doing in the past. The second piece that we would recommend would be to specifically add an additional purpose of the fund, allowing funds to help offset interconnection costs for solar development on PFAS lands. PFAS contaminated sites are not necessarily located in areas of the state where grid interconnection costs are least expensive. We have additional information on this piece if you would like it. This committee has an opportunity to start addressing the issue of PFAS contamination by putting contaminated land to productive reuse and providing much needed relief to farmers. Taking a bolder position on directing the development of renewables to PFAS contaminated land will send a market signal and help developers move in this direction.
Can you
So
finish
with
up
that,
in a couple sentences, please?
I was just going to say, I thank you for your time. And as I said, please refer to the letter from Robert Cleves if you'd like more details. I'm happy to attempt to answer questions, but certainly happy to come back to the work session with more information.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Colleen Hanlon-Smith, followed by David Mailhorn, Douglas Miller, and Ellen Griswold. Go ahead, Colleen, whenever you're ready.
Hi, good morning, Senator Dale, Representative O'Neill, and members of the ACF committee. My name is Colleen Hanlon-Smith. I'm a co-owner of Daybreak Growers Alliance here in Unity, Maine, where we aggregate, market, and distribute products from over 70 Maine family farms and food suppliers, several of whom have been affected by PFAS contamination in these recent months. I'm speaking as a buyer of local food and speaking as someone who has worked for the last 18 years to build the local food system and markets in the state of Maine. The last few months have included the hurdles of emotional support to neighbors and friends and farmers that are going through this, in addition to rerouting food that has been contaminated and finding sources of food that is not contaminated in order to provide assurance to the people of Maine that we can be a source of good local food and healthy food for their families. We are able to do this because of the courage of those farmers that have stepped forward that are members of our alliance. We are able to do this because of the resiliency of our business model that includes working with many different suppliers and crop planning in these winter months to be able to forecast multiple sources for different products. We won't be able to do this indefinitely, and we won't be able to do this without the confidence that there is a backup for these farmers and a safety net that allows these farmers to confidently step forward to face the truth that these first farmers have of what is happening with their land and the history of their land. I strongly support LD 2013 and would urge you to do so too. Our food system does rely on it, and I can just attest to daily conversations with farmers that are terrified about what this may mean for them and a need to move swiftly on offering a solution that allows people to know that they can step into this with some assurance that there will be a safety net for them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you for your testimony. From what I understand is you have a farmers co-op, is that correct?
We're structured as a partnership LLC. My business partner is Adrian Lee, who spoke earlier from New Beet Farm, who's facing into PFAS contamination right now, and have a farmer advisory group that helps us address, helps us acknowledge or address the needs of farmers as part of our business model.
Okay, so one quick question that I might have, approximately what's the percentage of the farmers that may be affected in your co-op? Just a ballpark.
Yeah, we're right in the bullseye center of the farmers that have stepped forward. So Ironwood, Misty Brook, New Beet, Songbird are 4 of our primary suppliers, estimating about 20% of crop planting that we've needed to reroute in the last 2 months to find alternative sources for those, while also working with those farmers as they gain knowledge of what can be grown this year and holding space for the possibility of production on that farmland.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next is David Mailhorn.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee. My name is David Melhorn. I'm the CEO of Johnny Selected Seeds. We are a employee-owned business based in Winslow, but we also have a large research farm and multiple farm locations in Albion, Benton, and some other towns around the area. I really just want to advocate for the passing of 2013. Our situation is a little unique in that we've already tested water samples at 5 locations that we have. We only have 1 location where there had been a history of sludge spreading. And we're fortunate that the water testing levels are low enough to continue to do crop production there. We have about 60 employees that work on our different research farm locations. We are in the process of testing all of those soils at all of those locations. But moreover, we have a significant number of employees that also operate small farms in the area and are impacted by this directly. Many former employees like Adrian are impacted in a very significant way. As I read the bill, I know that all the things that we went through as a business over the last 6 months or year to address this issue seem to be addressed in the bill. So we tested a piece of land for soil and water contamination toward the latter part of the summer and into the fall prior to buying it because we needed some additional land. We had apprehension about testing all of our other pieces of land because the same concerns that Adam spoke to and others spoke to earlier. I certainly see the bill would give us an opportunity to have those farmers that are concerned about the results to come forward because they know a safety net would be there and that their family would be protected and their livelihood would be protected. There's an impact to the overall food economy that I think the state of Maine has really done a terrific job in moving forward. And to Adrian's point earlier, consumer confidence in terms of the safety of the produce that's coming out of Maine, and particularly central Maine, distributed within the state and outside of the state, is critical. When we went through our testing process on the first piece of land, the detail of the science was difficult for us to interpret. And we had to go find additional consulting to understand whether the crops that we were growing, and largely for research purposes, but we do crop production that ultimately allows us to give a lot of free produce out to nonprofit organizations that share it within the community. And we had concerns about that. Again, we're fortunate because there's only one piece of land that we harvest from that had ever been spread on. So all of these issues, the issues that have been brought forward about, fruiting crops, pull up from the soil less contamination, but things like lettuces and, other ground crops, those aren't fruiting crops. They pull up into the soil. There's a big issue about cross-contamination that we have a concern about too. Obviously,
please finish up in a sentence or two, please.
Say that again.
Would you please finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Yeah, sure. So I think beyond the sites that exist, the possibility of cross-contamination from the moving of manure or from hay or other inputs is something that is a concern as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and for your testimony today. I just wanted to give you a chance if there's anything you wanted to add to sum up for things for us to know or focus on.
No, I think most of those have been brought forward. I think the research to understand what the acceptable levels are within different crop groups is critical. The education, and then as well as just considering the idea of cross-contamination, because I don't think that it is just going to be sites where sludge has been spread. I think there's an opportunity, unfortunate opportunity, for some of that contamination to have moved.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Douglas Miller. You're muted, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, honorable members of the committee. My name is Douglas Miller. I live in Unity, Maine, on Stevens Road, down the road from Adam Nordell. I moved here about 6 months ago, actually a little longer, back in July. I'm an environmental engineer. About 30 years ago, I was the superintendent of the Portland Water District, and we were spreading biosolids here and there. Actually, I found out only recently that solids were spread about 300 feet from my home. I did prepare a written testimony that I prefer you to read, because otherwise I'll ramble on, so I'll try not to ramble. I didn't realize that I was getting into this situation 6 months or so ago when I purchased this property. We moved out of a neighborhood and into the country. We have about a third of our property. We have 78 acres. About a third of that is in hay fields. It was never spread. The rest is in reforestation. Earlier owners had gotten into a reforestation process, so now I'm becoming a forester. Probably the biggest issue is we're downstream from a site that was spread. We've got PFAS levels approaching 4,000 parts per trillion, about 200 times the recommended levels. We're affected. We're not farmers. I want to support 2013, specifically with respect to supporting farmers' catastrophe that's happening. I speak to Adam, and I understand what's going on in their lives to some extent. It's affecting people, not just farmers, but people adjacent to areas that were spread. And so as you look at passing LD 2013, think about not only the farmers and what they need, specifically monitoring of themselves and their soils and their farm products, but also the economic support they'll need to continue on with their livelihoods. I encourage you to read my testimony. It goes into further detail. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Okay, next is Ellen Griswold, followed by Emily Stark, Fred Stone, and Heather Spalding.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Neal, and members of the committee. My name is Ellen Griswold, and I am testifying today on behalf of Maine Farmland Trust in support of LD 2013. The unfolding information about PFAS in Maine is alarming, especially for farmers whose health and livelihoods are at risk. The application of PFAS-contaminated sludge decades ago by farmers who were unaware of the presence and health risks of PFAS can still impact levels in the soil and water today. Sludge application has led to the contamination of at least 9 family farms and hundreds of residential wells. And this number is likely to increase as the state ramps up testing on over 700 sites across Maine. The future of farming in Maine depends on how we meet the challenges of PFAS contamination on our farms and our farmland. State agencies have been working tirelessly to address the PFAS issue, but our farmers need an unprecedented level of support to address the health and financial impacts of contamination. And Maine will need robust investments in research and remediation so that we have the farmland we need for a strong and vibrant agriculture sector in the future. MFT supports LD 2013 because it would establish a fund and associated advisory committee to invest $100 million in farmer support needs, such as income replacement, new infrastructure and business models, health monitoring, the state purchase of highly contaminated farms, and research that is necessary to support the development of Maine agriculture in this new context. Investing $100 million in these initiatives will be critical for effectively and efficiently supporting Maine agriculture through this challenging time. MFT does believe that certain changes should be made to the language of LD 2013 to ensure that the bill has the greatest impact possible. These proposed changes include requiring the department to produce a plan for the administration of the fund that would establish funding priorities and oversight. As part of that plan, MFT strongly urges that priority be given to farmer income replacement, assistance for new infrastructure and business models, the state purchase of highly contaminated farms, and health monitoring for farmers, as well as other impacted communities over time. MFT also recommends that funding be used to support the establishment of food safety criteria, without which many farmers, as you have heard, are put in the difficult position of having to determine themselves whether to pull products from the market. Finally, MFT would urge the committee to include the director of the Maine CDC in the advisory committee, given the focus on health monitoring, as well as include members of the legislature, or provide another mechanism for ensuring legislative oversight over the distribution of funds. Agriculture is a key component of Maine's economy, but only with effective and comprehensive support will farmers be able to continue to feed Maine's economy and people for generations to come. For all these reasons, MFT hopes you will support 2013 and include some of the language changes proposed in my testimony. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here to testify today, Ms. Griswold. I was wondering if you heard the testimony of Ms. McConnell a little earlier around solar development on the PFAS lands, specifically the ideas of offsetting interconnection costs, and if you'd had a chance to comment, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, we do support exploring solar development on PFAS contaminated land when agriculture is not a possibility in the near term. So we do want to be cognizant of the fact that there are some farms that have PFAS contamination where agriculture is still able to be conducted. But we do think that solar development might be a good way of providing some compensation to farmers and making use of the land while we sort of explore remediation methods that might turn that land back to agriculture in the future. Certainly, I do understand the concern because I think it's true that sometimes, unfortunately, PFAS contaminated farms aren't in the best locations with respect to solar development. And so offsetting those costs might be a way of supporting that development, although we certainly wouldn't want to see support for interconnection costs being provided at the expense of some of the other really important categories of farmer support.
Thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next is Emily Stark. Good morning.
Hi, everyone. I have never spoken at anything like this, and I'm extremely nervous, but I'm here. I have a bunch of friends and farmers that that I know in the area. I live in Morrill and work at Johnny's Selected Seeds. So I do work on a piece of land that has been spread. And I just want to say that I've never been so upset about kind of a finding like this in my life, and anything that the state can do to support these growers as soon as possible is essential. And that's all I have to say.
Great, thank you very much. Questions, anyone? Again, thank you for your testimony. Next is Fred Stone.
Aha, make sure I press the right button. Yes, good morning. I would like to say that my wife and I own and operate Stone Ridge Farm, Inc., which is a 3-generation dairy farm. It was started by my grandfather in 1914. And second, I would also like to apologize to the committee because we are probably the reason you are here today, since we are ground zero for this whole financial bloodbath that we seem to find ourselves involved in. Because it was on our farm that on November 3rd of 16, that we actually found out that the aquifer was contaminated. That letter came from Kennebunk Water, which was sharing the aquifer with us. And I will not get into the details of our operations or what have you. I think we've been in the press probably quite a bit. But then I will apologize because my wife and I are probably more than upset over the last 4 years or 5 years by the way we've been treated by various state organizations and by USDA as a whole. Up until the last onslaught of farms that are now having to face with this mess, we were known as the crazy people, that this didn't happen anywhere else. These are all comments that were made by our own Department of Agriculture and DEP. Henceforth, the letter that my testimony that I sent to you is a permit that was issued to us by DEP in 1986, stating that, and I quote, "This material will not contaminate any waters of the state of Maine. This material will not contain a health hazard. This material, as long as it was done." And now we had 21 years of spraying this material on various farms in our area because we did a lot of custom work for DEP along with our own farm. And never in that whole period of time were there any violations. I have that in writing from DEP. So we are beyond upset. If you want to know the financial ramifications of this whole mess, right now I sent a letter to, through Amanda Beal, but to Nancy McBrady, saying that our losses were somewhere around $435,000. And that question was asked a little bit earlier. That would also not include the amount of milk that we would have been shipping to Oakhurst. Our base for the last 44 years would be somewhere around 1 million pounds of milk a year, just north of that. And for us laymen who don't understand that, that would be the equivalent of around 500,000 quarts of milk per year that was taken off the market because of this PFAS contamination. And again, this bloodbath that we've all seems to have gone into. My whole thing on what acceptable levels are zero. Right now, the state of Maine's milk level is 210. That number is bogus because that number was based on 70, or the EPA recommendation. Our state number now is 20. So you can see how that number just kind of went out the window. I do apologize because I am really, really upset. And I know this is just a thumb scratching of what's going on. If you'd like to hear more about our little situation, we will be on CBS Sunday Morning News with Jane Pauley. They spent a whole day over here on our farm on February 8th, when the program will air this weekend, I do believe. If there's any people that have any other questions, I will preface that by saying, be careful what you ask, because there are probably some people that would not like the answers. And I apologize again, because we have to work with you folks. We have to work with all the committees here if we're ever going to find ourselves to be whole again. So I do apologize for my attitude. I apologize because actually I usually have a sunny personality. At least that's so I'm told sometimes. But my wife tends to tell me that right now I am a porcupine between two cactus. So I suspect that that's probably correct too. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to any questions that you may or may not have.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here, Fred. We've known each other since way back our days on the Farm Bureau Committee, quite a while back, and I followed your situation since 2016. And I'm going to tell you, I really feel sorry for you guys. It's this. I'm glad this has finally come out into the light to show that you guys, you know what you're talking about, and really feel sorry for you. Just a comment.
If I could comment back, Zippy DeVal and Kurt Alstead, who we all came up to the Young Farmers Committee. Zippy DeVal is president of American Farm Bureau, and Kurt Alstead is on the board of directors of Farm Credit. I'm sure those names that you also are familiar with. But yeah, I will comment on make one other comment, since you and I have been showing cows and what have you, that I can take my cows and show them anywhere in the United States because they are contaminated, they're not contagious. So, except I can't show in Maine because we've been blacklisted and blackballed from showing in Maine. And hence why you know where I am talking about, because when I was showing there, we used to, the wash racks where the Christmas tree park is. But I will preface this by saying, let's call this what it is. We were poisoned, pure and simple. You, by any other comments, my blood level is 111. My wife's number is 91. My son and my daughters are just south of 50. And we have all the health ramifications that go with that. So, and our cattle were poisoned. And I had to destroy 80% of the herd because of that. Now, you really want to, and I kept another 30 head of cow families that I just could not kill. And I was asked, well, what the hell am I going to do with them? Well, we're stupid dairy farmers. We're on the south end of our dairy careers. So what are we going to do every day? Well, we're going to go out in the barn and do chores, and we're going to go back out in the barn and do chores at night, right? That's what we do. It's a whole habit that are hard to break. And I'd be damned if I'm getting, and my heart goes out to the Toziers and everybody else that are involved in this mess. But in March of 19, when we came out and stated that there was an issue, we were still being called the crazy people, and nobody wanted to take any responsibility for this mess. And it wasn't until the Toziers came out and this onslaught of the other ones that have come out, now it's a problem. Well, by God, it was a problem 4.5 years ago when our milk was going into Oakhurst at over 1,400. That was a contamination level. Now it would have been in the first week of December of 16. And it was that way all the way through the summer and whatever. And we were the only farm, right? I'm sorry, I'm rambling, and I apologize, Randy. I've known you for a long time, and great respect for you, Randy, and your family and what have you. So you wouldn't understand the love affair that we have with our cows. It's stupid. It's insane. I mean, you can do what you want with my wife and I, but when you contaminate or you poison my cows, you've crossed the line. You people have, I mean, we followed everything that the state told us to do, and here we are. We were vilified and everything else. You people have crushed our souls and crushed our spirit. I'm sorry. That's the way we feel. And at some point in time, hopefully not right away, I'm going to have a long conversation with my father and my grandfather. And I'm going to have to tell them what happened to the dairy farm that they entrusted me with. I'll bet you dollars to donuts that it's going to be one hell of a conversation. I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel. And I will, again, I apologize profusely to the committee and to everybody else, because we have to work with you folks. So if I've insulted or if I've offended anybody, I apologize right now. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm beyond pissed.
No need to apologize. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Heather Spalding, followed by Henry Perkins, Jenny Tilton Flood, and Joanna Davis.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. My name is Heather Spalding. I'm Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. I'm speaking today in support of LD 2013. The legislature's ongoing work to address PFAS contamination in Maine has been formidable. You've worked hard to turn off PFAS taps, encourage research on PFAS mitigation, empower affected parties to litigate against polluters, establish maximum exposure levels in water, and more. Now, LD 2013 presents an opportunity to provide direct support to the farmers who are bearing the worst of the PFAS problem. The future of Maine agriculture demands passage of LD 2013. As you've heard today and in various forums recently, many farmers are facing the loss of their businesses and the terrifying uncertainty about PFAS effects on their health. These farmers are heroes in their willingness to speak publicly about the PFAS levels on their farms and to proactively pull their products from the market. MAFCA is working hard to provide direct technical, emotional, and financial support to these farmers and others who are learning of PFAS contamination on their own farms. In collaboration with Maine Farmland Trust, we've created an emergency relief fund that will provide funding for testing, emotional support, and replacement of income loss. This issue has the public's attention, and while we're welcoming support for this, we know that these funds will be gone quickly without support, significant support from the state of Maine. While some funding in the PFAS mitigation has been proposed in the governor's budget, it is inadequate and will be gone quickly. We recognize that DACF has been working tirelessly with DEP and CDC, and we recognize that we'll only solve this problem if we deliver the appropriate support and justice for farmers if we work together in a coordinated and aggressive manner. We have inherited a horrible situation, and though we didn't create it, we need to solve it. And specifically in LD 2013, we would like to see prioritized farmer income replacement, infrastructure to mitigate PFAS contamination, land replacement when land is irreparably contaminated, long-term health monitoring, research for PFAS mitigation, assessment of water contamination, food safety thresholds, and the addition of a public health and legislative expertise on the advisory committee. We have a well-established program that has attracted so many young, dynamic, innovative, and hardworking new farmers to this state to start farm businesses and build a vibrant Maine agriculture. And this community is extremely concerned about PFAS contamination of farmland. Our technical services staff are fielding calls every day from farmers dealing with stress and uncertainty. The farmers are uncertain about whether they should test and what information they should share with their markets and suppliers, but the funding of LD 2013 would provide a safety net and assurance for these farmers. They would recognize that the state has their backs. So I strongly encourage support for LD 2013 and look forward to continuing the struggle to create a solutions to the PFAS problem in Maine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? All right. Yes, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question for Ms. Spalding. And if folks are finished, I just wanted to note that Senator Benner's in the room and I wanted to cue her up.
Thank you. Yes, I just let her in, so I had to come in. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have to be heading south, and I'm not going to have the opportunity to ask general questions. So for the work session, if I could get a quick answer to following things. Is there a statewide map of proven contaminated land at this point? And just out of curiosity, big businesses have insurance policies when things go south to cover their losses. Does the state have such an insurance against things like this, where in good faith they did something 30 years ago and now it's turning out to be an issue? So those are just things I'd like to have an answer to sometime. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Senator Brenner.
Thank you so much, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable colleagues of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. I'm Stacy Brenner, and I'm here today to speak in support of LD 2013. In addition to the legislature, I'm on the boards of Maine Farmland Trust and Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. I'm also a farmer at Broadturn Farm with my husband and a longtime crew of stellar folks who rely on our farm operation to pay their mortgages, student loans, and utility bills. I've always wanted to be a farmer. For me, it's a constant process of being humbled. What takes the wind from a farmer's sail is usually an unknown but predictable variable: drought, hurricane, pest pressure. Some summers a farmer gives birth to a baby or they grieve a tragic loss. Some summers they have great successes, and other summers they have a pandemic. But the work continues and the quality of the product produced is never in question. With PFAS contamination, the roller coaster farmers are accustomed to now becomes a whole new ride. As we've all been learning about the scope of PFAS contamination on farms, it's evident to me that the state has an undeniable responsibility to make this right. And when I say the state, let's be clear what that is. It's a commitment by the relevant bodies of government to support revenue being directed toward the farming community to protect Maine agriculture via support for LD 2013. In the 2021 agricultural census report, Maine's total farm earnings were approximately $681 million. The continued public and nonprofit investment in our agricultural sector is impressive. Maine's embraced the need to support farm businesses as an investment in our strong economy, as well as an important way of life. We need to continue that support by passing LD 2013. No farmer should fear testing their land and water because the results might devastate their livelihood. Farmers need to know there is unequivocal support from the state to make this right. I'm grateful for the diligence and tenacity to which both the current departments of environmental protection and agriculture, conservation, and forestry have approached the discovery of PFAS contamination in our state since 2019. They've moved swiftly and acted with transparency to keep farmers, legislators, and the public informed. Many are farmers themselves or come from farming families. To those of you on the ACF committee, thank you for your collective embracement and generative discussions to advance this bill. You are all at the heart of this PFAS story right now. And if your heart is anywhere near as tender as mine, the farmers who've come before me and who will come after me to speak will humble you. The knot in your throat as you envision yourself in their shoes won't feel right. I'm available to help explore directions for amending the bill to make it stronger and more farmer focused, while also providing flexibility as we continue to learn together. Let's get our farmers what they need to continue feeding Maine people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative McCray, are you still here? All right, Representative Underwood.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator. One specific area that I think needs to be approached first by a research team of some kind from the department or outside is to identify what is PFAS, the chemical elements of PFAS, and try neutralization, try to see if there's any research available or any way to neutralize PFAS or remove it. And to determine that, in order to determine that, the specific elements need to be identified. Is there any specific area that you think should be prioritized for funding on a piecemeal basis to begin with that you would prioritize? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, Representative. I think out of the gate, what's most important is that we immediately address the financial needs of affected farms with cash identity for the folks that do not qualify for the dairy identity program. The produce growers, meat producers, those are the folks I feel like that need the most immediate support with regard to cash assistance. And then after that, I think we need to figure out how to help their businesses stand up and determine whether or not they can stay where they are and pivot their operation to another crop mix, or whether or not it's time to think about relocation. And then in conjunction with that, I think it's never a bad idea for us to continue to collect information and do the research needed to understand the
ways in which remediation is possible. But I think right out of the gate, we need to offer the kind of support that is really meaningful to farmers that are affected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Brennan, for being here. Looking at the EGAD map, it's scary to see how much of the state has been spread. I see there's even a site off the Payne Road. That must be fairly close to you.
Yes, thank you for that question. I have, I'm waiting impatiently for water tests to come back for our irrigation well and also for our domestic well.
I hope it comes out well for you, and I would urge everybody to take a look at this map to see where the sludge has been spread all over the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thanks for having me. Nice to see you all.
Next is Henry Perkins.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Henry Perkins. Thank you for having me on. I am one of the farms that had sludge spread on my farm way back when. But when I first heard about PFAS, I assumed that I was just going to be a casual observer and wasn't too overly concerned. After all, it's been 25 or 30 years since I had it spread on my farm. But as more information has come to light, I now realize that my place is one of the epicenters. When this municipal sludge first came around, it was promoted as a nutrient source, and at the same time, it would help the municipalities and society in general. And I was doing a good civic deed. I asked around, and everyone I talked to assured me that it was completely safe and that my crops would grow like the magic beans in the Jack and the Beanstalk fairy tale. It didn't turn out that way. I could see very little difference in yields, and it made my machinery stink because it stuck to the tires and I had to wash it off before I could work on the equipment. Not to mention that my dogs would roll in the stuff and then come in the house and lie down on the carpet, which, by the way, was probably had a lot of Scotchgard on it. So I stopped using it after a few years. Now it feels like my farm is a nuclear waste site. Crops off the field that it was spread on are probably contaminated. My animals ate the crop, drank the water. My well is terribly contaminated. My property values have likely plummeted. And feel like I've been having PFAS soup for lunch and PFAS stew for dinner for quite some time. Now, I'm 70 years old now and on the downhill slope of life, and not as concerned for myself as I am about my neighbors who have young families and their whole lives ahead of them and what this is going to do to their lives. These people need help and they need it now. It looks to me like the DP and the State Department of Ag is trying to deal with this the best they can, but they really need to go faster and need more funding to prevent more damage. One of the priorities in my mind would be an in-state lab to speed up the testing process. Everybody has to catch up now, and they're playing catch up. Now, one last thing I would like to say is that the problem was created decades ago, and not be too hard on the people who have the boots on the ground and are working on it. It's likely that they weren't responsible for the harm that has been done. And that's about it. Whoops, got another thing to say. Also, it looks like the state is getting a lot of attention because of this, and it will be judged on how it handles this situation. You can come out of this smelling pretty good, or you can come out smelling like municipal sludge. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Yeah, one quick question, and it's a yes or no answer, and I think we all know the answer. Henry, you said that the value of your land has decreased considerable because of the PFAS spreading on it. Has your property taxes dropped any?
Well, I don't know, haven't got the bill yet.
Okay, thanks.
So that's not yes or no, it's a I don't know.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. And next we have Jenny Tilton Flood. Morning.
Good morning, Senator Dell, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I really appreciate your time today. My name is Jenny Tilton Flood, and I come to you as a dairy farmer, a mom, and a Mainer. In short, I'm a person who feeds Maine. I feed my family, my friends, my neighbors, and through our family farm, we provide fresh quality local Maine milk, and that goes on the tables of fellow Mainers every day. This is an intimate and impactful thing we do. It's a way of life we've had the privilege of choosing. That is also the way we make our living. It's a blessing, a calling, a privilege, a joy, and most importantly, it's a responsibility. People trust us to put food on their table, good food from a good place. And for nearly a century, our family has done this every day. We've been entrusted by friends and strangers to do what is right and do what is necessary to nourish not just bodies, but our communities. It is something we are grateful for every day. It is a trust we are dedicated to maintaining every day. It is a responsibility we take seriously every day. And today I am here to tell you that this dairy farmer, this mom, this Mainer who feeds Mainers, wakes up every day and with a soul-crushing pain and agonizing experience, because we have to question the safety and health of the soils that we tend, the cows we steward, and the food we put on our neighbors' tables. And it is a nightmare that doesn't end for those of us who are battling this, even though we have never applied these products to our lands. We have given up hundreds of acres of cropland out of an abundance of caution. We have invested our own monies to do the due diligence necessary to find the truth and be able to continue to live up to the trust and responsibility we are so grateful for. And like other farms, we have done so as islands, struggling to stitch together a community of understanding and expertise, empathy and strength, resources and assistance. We are thankful for the assistance of so many entities, but the reality is that the true support has come from our peers and colleagues. That is the true reason behind my urging you to forward LD 2013. The community that feeds a state, we are the engine that drives our economy and landscapes and nourishes our state from the inside out. And we need the people of Maine right now as much as the people of Maine need us. This financial note is enormous. The ask is overwhelming. The scope of this action is broad, but when has a lifeboat ever been too expensive or too big? The bill is monumental and groundbreaking. It needs tweaking. It needs more ag representation. We need more doers and fewer title holders. And there needs to be medical professionals and healthcare providers on there. But the bill is a start. These forever chemicals do not spontaneously appear in sludge and municipal waste. It comes from the homes and businesses of every community and from Mainers around the state. The clothes we wear, the dishes we cook with, the products we buy, the stuff we toss away, and the wastewater we send down the drain. We need to deal with them from where they start, finding solutions upstream instead of trying to manage the issue downstream. In fact, we need more. But we will take this start, and you have to do everything in your power to move this forward, because I want to be the Mainer who feeds Mainers. I want to continue to trust the land, and I want people to continue to trust me. I want to know that we are living up to our responsibility and making good use of our privilege. And I don't want to do it alone anymore. Thank you for your time and attention, for your work as citizen legislators. And I hope I can thank you for putting the safety and security of our food system and those working within it first.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I heard you note that it would be useful to have more ag stakeholders for the work session. Do you have any suggestions now, or would you be willing to submit suggestions about that?
I think there's a variety of ag representatives and farmers that have already appeared and given testimony, firsthand experiences. I think that, and I was speaking specifically to the panel or advisory council that is mentioned in the bill. I think currently there's only 2. I think that's few and far between. And I know that that makes it a very, very large number of people because of the diversity that is within our ag here in Maine, from all the products that come from our land, all the processing and production, as well as the diversity of people who are responsible for actually doing the work in the state of Maine. It isn't always the people who appear on these sessions. You know, we get dirty too, but there are people that are going underrepresented in here. As they continue to be underrepresented and marginalized through our other laws and systems. But with regards to the work session, I think that it's important to make sure that you have people who do have boots on the ground, as Henry spoke about. And while I appreciate the advocacy of paid professionals who represent the needs and issues of farm organizations, I think that you need to make sure that you contact actual farms that are dealing with these things. And I can come up with a list and send it to you tonight.
Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, I think just to put it out to you and others listening, if folks have a suggestion of some definition that we could add before the work session, it's been something on my mind too, that we could put a little more definition around that piece. So I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. I just want to say, Ms. Hood, that I really appreciate your testimony. We've heard a lot of fabulous testimony here this morning, but I have to say that yours is succinct, it is to the point, and it's passionate, and I just want to compliment you on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Schofield. Please, someone put it on a calendar that I was succinct.
Seeing no more questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Joanna Davis.
Morning. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Johanna Davis, and I'm an organic farmer here in Unity, testifying in support of LD 2013. Farmers in your state need your help. The discovery of PFAS contamination on our farm has been devastating. Our well and irrigation water is tested 400 times above the state's safety threshold. Our soils are highly contaminated. Many of our most profitable crops are highly contaminated. Our bodies have levels of PFAS chemicals 150 to 200 times that of an average American. We moved back to Maine 11 years ago to start our farm. We have put years upon years of sweat and love into our business, into our land, and into our home. Now we have nothing. The sludge that was spread on our farm was more than 20 years before we bought this property. I was 3 years old. I'm speaking out today because my family needs your help. We stopped our product sales in late December when we received high test results back of PFAS in our water, in our soils, and in our crops. But the state has done nothing to assist us with the economic costs of this. If we are to stay in Maine, continue farming, and start our business again somewhere, we need your help. How do we get out of this place we're in? We have no business, no jobs. We don't even feel safe with our 3-year-old playing in his own home. But who would buy this farm? How will we ever get the investments we've put into this place back? We've been scraping by, pouring everything we have back into this farm. We need your help. And it's not just us. What of the farmers that can't put everything on the line by speaking out or pulling their products? Organic farmers, conventional farmers, farmers deep in debt, farmers with no one to turn to. The state of Maine issued these licenses and promoted the usage of sludge. It is vital that now the state provides support to those who are at most risk because of those decisions. The farmers in Maine need this support, and we need it fast. The impacts of this contamination will be with us always, but the state can decide how the story goes now. I hope it will be one of support, a story to be proud of, a story other states can look to as they chart a pathway forward around PFAS. The harm can't be undone, but accepting responsibility and providing crucial support to those directly affected can change the course of this crisis. The state of Maine has an obligation to its farmers, its businesses, and its people. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Schofield.
I'm sorry, Senator Dill, I forgot to take my hand up.
Okay, sorry. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Justin Moraes, Katia and Brendan Holmes, and Lonnie Graham. If you'd let them in, please. Okay, Justin, I see you here, so if you'd like to begin. Justin? All right, we'll skip over Justin. We'll go to Katia and Brendan.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My wife and I are vegetable farmers in Albion. We wholesale our vegetables to grocery stores across the state. In late January, we discovered that both my farm wells were highly contaminated with PFAS. Needless to say, we halted vegetable sales immediately. Today, I speak in support of LD 2013. I don't want to spend too much time on the absurdity of all this, but I just had to take a moment to call out some of the details of the indiscretion that created this mess. The sludge that contaminated my family's well water came from Kennebec Sanitary Treatment District, which in the licensing documents is characterized as handling a combination of domestic and industrial wastewater. Kai's Fiber Company, a molded paperboard manufacturer, contributes approximately 49% to the wastewater flow. Again, the sludge being delivered to farmers in this area as fertilizer was 49% industrial waste, and no one thought about this. Now, I just want to be clear that my farm is not one of the 700 sites the DEP is claiming to require PFAS investigations. My farm and my family are the collateral damage of one of these sites. Our farm was never spread with sludge. The sludge was spread on a neighboring farm. The concentration of PFAS chemicals was so high that my irrigation well is testing 9,000 parts per trillion 25 years later. And 25 years later, the sludge spread next door, contaminated new acreage, my acreage, via the groundwater that we share. So it's moving around. This tragedy is affecting more than just 700 sites. Currently, my family and I are waiting on tests to determine the extent to which our irrigation well contaminated our crop ground. Waiting on tests to see whether it's even feasible to filter a high output well like our irrigation well with such high contamination. Waiting to find out if we have a farm or a liability. They say the state of Maine is on the forefront of addressing PFAS. It seems like what we've learned is that we don't know enough. We're in triage mode here in Maine. PFAS is in our soil and water, and farmers with contaminated products like hay, produce, and milk have nowhere to dispose of them. Farmers are being told to dump their milk and return their contaminated hay back to where it came from and spread it out on the most contaminated fields. No one knows what to do with this stuff. The landfills don't even want it. And farms are not closed systems. And contaminated products are moving around the state and continue to do more damage 25 years later. So let's get this garbage out of our food system and out of our water supply. It's time for the state to step up to the plate. It's going to take a generous aid package for farmer aid, research, healthcare, and remediation. Let's not be another generation that leaves this mess to the next. LD 2013 is a step in the right direction. The farmers that you hear today, these farmers dealing with this mess are suffering Please help our families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Next is Katya and Brendan Holmes. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I am Keisha Holmes from Misty Brook Farm, and my husband, Brendan Holmes, is here with me. We have a dairy farm in Albion. We bottle our own milk and deliver it to stores across the state of Maine. And our milk, we decided to test our milk voluntarily for the safety of our customers and found that it was highly contaminated, 1,690 parts per trillion. At the same time we tested our milk, we tested feed that we had bought from a farm in Unity, and that feed was extremely high. So this is not a contamination that came from our home farm. This is a contamination that came from feed we bought from a neighbor farm, and we have pulled all of our products. We haven't sold anything in over a month. And this is a real problem that, as Justin said, is spreading from farm to farm just by the transportation of products like hay.
The other point I'd like to make is the land that this highly contaminated hay came off of is not on the DEP's map of high-risk sites. This land is unmarked. We plan on milking cows for at least another 30 years. And we hire 7 full-time people year-round. We have a bunch of part-time folks. We need this bill, 2013, to help us through the next year or two till we get back on our feet, can continue to provide Maine jobs, can continue to provide payroll tax revenue to the state, but we cannot do this without this bill and without your help. This sludge was spread when I was 12 years old. My wife and I and our 2 oldest sons are the future of farming in this state of Maine. Thank you for listening to us, and we'd both be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Lanny Graham, followed by Lily Carlisle-Reski, Lissa Widoff, and Lynn Ellis.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a family practice physician and former Chief Public Health Officer for Maine. Currently, I serve on the Public Health Committee for the Maine Medical Association, and in 2019, I represented the Maine Public Health Association on the Governor's PFAS Task Force, established to help Maine address our state's contamination by this large chemical family. Over the past 2 years, I've been in this legislature many times addressing PFAS issues that this state is confronting. I am here today in support of LD 2013. As my area of expertise is health, I want to briefly mention that this family of chemicals has already been shown to be associated with adverse health effects, including decreasing the normal responsiveness of the immune system and a woman's chance of becoming pregnant, as well as increasing the risk of thyroid disease, elevated cholesterol levels, and the occurrence of several cancers. Sadly, research into health effects is just beginning, and some Maine farmers, through no fault of their own, appear to be joining the guinea pig group, in addition to having their means of their livelihood eliminated. Maine farmers have done nothing wrong. Instead, they are victims of profit-driven companies who knew better. The long-term solution may be to assure that those companies pay compensation for their carelessness, but that is a long-term solution. Maine farmers need help now to recover their losses. This funding makes that possible. While I was pleased to see that there are provisions for a medical monitoring program and for educational efforts, I was disappointed to see that no one on the advisory committee for this funding has medical or public health expertise. I believe this is a significant deficit that the committee should rectify. Recommendations regarding medical monitoring are complex and need high-level expertise. But also, you have heard farmers talk about their fears regarding the health of themselves and their families, emphasizing the need for education and medical support. And medical monitoring is incomplete without the education of physicians and other healthcare clinicians. Of course, education of the public is vital. You have heard concerns expressed about panic, even among those not affected. Those concerns are well-founded. I heard Commissioner Beal's testimony, which suggested that there is an intention to rectify this problem. Generally, the bill is a good one, and I urge its passage. Thank you for your attention, and I would be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lily Carlisle-Reski.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lily. I have been an organic farmer for almost 10 years. Currently the farm manager at Dooryard Farm based in Midcoast. I'm also a part-time law student at the University of Maine School of Law. I'm testifying today in support of LD 2013 for three really important reasons. First, in recognition of the fact that the farmers whose land has been found to be contaminated with PFAS, their families and the communities they feed in our state are suffering. This bill would directly address the loss of land, income, and livelihood that the farmers affected by PFAS contamination are facing. And as a farmer, my heart hurts at just the idea of finding out what these farmers have found out in the past few weeks, months, and years. That the food you were growing to feed your family and community, the water you were drinking, and the land you were stewarding contained PFAS. Adding to that emotional heartbreak, the financial logistics of halting operations, relocating your farm, rebuilding from scratch, and these farmers are in an unimaginably tough position. It takes years and years of hard work, dedication, and sacrifice to build a farm, build the soil, build a home, and those years are effectively erased by the findings of PFAS contamination. The second reason I am here is in recognition of the idiosyncratic legal problem these farmers are facing. Litigating this issue for them would be difficult, expensive, and have very little payoff for two reasons. PFAS are known as forever chemicals because they remain in soil and water for a very, very long time. This is far past the statute of limitations. Additionally, if farmers were able to identify a responsible party to sue that was within the statute of limitations, the contamination of their farmland would be seen as property damage rather than personal injury in torts law, which offers substantially less remedy than personal injury would. Lastly, I am here because the farming community in Maine is unshakably strong. When a manure spreader breaks in Whitefield, a fellow farmer in Kentucky is willing to spend the entire day hauling his old one down so that that farmer with the broken spreader can finish his work. When clouds are threatening down east after a long day of baling, the neighboring farmers will come over and throw bales all evening to make sure they're out of the rain. And when deer inevitably figure out how to get through the fencing and munch thousands of dollars worth of newly transplanted little gems in Albion, there's a farmer in Rockport with an extra couple 128 trays they'll happily hand over at the next farmer's market. But we can't fix the problem of contaminated land, wells, food, and bodies. There's nothing that we can loan or give, no feat of manual labor or loss of sleep that we can offer to our fellow farmers affected by PFAS to finish their work or to save their work. There is only this bill, there's only LD 2013, and I support it. Thank you.
You're on mute, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony today. Next is Lisa Wydoff. Lisa?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of this committee. My name is Lisa Widoff. I live in Freedom. I serve in my community and have spent over 40 years working on environmental policy for a variety of organizations, including some work on national trends in PFAS contamination, these forever chemicals that are finding their way into our soils, water, and bodies. I've submitted written testimony, but I'll just focus on a few highlights here, given where I stand in the queue. I am testifying today in support of LD 2013, which will establish this fund to address PFAS contamination. At this point, we're all familiar with the heart-wrenching stories of farmers whose lands are impacted by this contamination through the legacy of state-approved sludge spreading. Some of these impacted farms are friends and neighbors, some of whom you've heard from today. I also serve on the board of Waldo County Bounty, a hunger relief organization founded at the onset of the pandemic to address food insecurity in Waldo County. The essence of our work is food and farm security as we support equitable access to fresh local foods while supporting a just food system and local farms. In 2021, we provided nearly 70,000 pounds of fresh produce for the 16 food pantries and other hunger relief organizations through our farm to pantry and gleaning programs. Some of this food came from impacted farms before the contamination was known to all of us. Very little is known about these exposure pathways through agricultural lands and products, and we are at the tip of the iceberg in fully comprehending the economic, social, and health impacts of this crisis. LD 2013 is absolutely necessary as a first step to address these immediate impacts for families, farms, and communities, and it's not likely to be enough. There are three crucial elements to the case for supporting this bill, and I think of it as addressing the past, the present, and the future. In terms of the past, we've all heard this phrase, through no fault of their own, and the impact of this contamination forcing farms to cease production and sale of their products. At a time that's a time of year usually filled with possibilities, we're now hearing of their terror, of the loss of livelihood and their health. I want to add, in terms of the past, some have alluded to that the DEP map is not 100% complete or accurate. Licensing might be for a farm, but there may have been other fields that have been spread under the control of that farm, not just that single dot on the map. And others may have been licensed and not spread. In terms of the present, this bill, LD 2013, is absolutely necessary to address the contamination in terms of support of the farmers and the financial impacts. Obviously, the immediate help to help pay mortgages and consider buyouts are critical, as are long-term health monitoring and these business models that will also be part of this bill. And so I'm really appreciating seeing that. And in terms of the future, Waldo County, as many other rural parts of Maine, has a proud heritage of agricultural production. My town of Freedom was historically a bustling center of agricultural activity, and once again is at the epicenter of thriving, diversified farms that have significantly contributed to the local economy with producers, distributors, and value-added products for local and regional customers and restaurants. The only way to preserve the future potential of growth in the agricultural sector in our region is to provide for this expanded testing, agricultural crop research on PFAS contaminated soils, and long-term health monitoring, as well as the other provisions in our bill. Many of us in our community who
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Many of us in our community are eager to help support this effort, and you've heard brave testimony. Please support LD 2013. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lynn Ellis, followed by Michael Mosley, Michelle Henkin, and Nathan Drummond.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee on ACF. My name is Lynn Ellis, and I live in Brunswick, which I live a mile from the former Naval Air Station, which has its own PFAS nightmare. That's another story. Today, I'm speaking in support of LD 2013. I speak today on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network that links Maine's 25 UU congregations and active legislative ministry. Our faith tradition is dedicated to justice, equity, and compassion in all human relations. Representing churches across the state and addressing issues of public health, racial and native justice, oppression, and climate action, UUs have influenced public policy and raised awareness for decades. Today, I ask this committee to address the problematic issue of PFAS contamination on many Maine farms. This pollution is causing farmers to spend using their fields for growing vegetables and severely compromising their livelihoods. In addition, their health and that of their families is also impacted as early testing shows abnormally high levels of these chemicals in their bodies. As someone who personally suffers from something called MCS, multiple chemical sensitivity, I depend on farmers' healthy soil to grow uncontaminated food in order not to suffer health consequences. I, along with so many others, appreciate the dedication and effort it takes to produce healthy food. PFAS studies by environmental agencies are indicating a serious problem with most of the packaging and products we use, and as well as in the air we breathe and the clothes we wear. Now, contaminated sludge has been found to pollute the soil of unsuspecting farmers. They do not deserve to go out of business because of the state's historic sludge policy. Maine depends on our farmers, and we owe it to them to address this problem immediately. This is our future and our children's future. Please vote ought to pass on this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Next is Michael Mosley.
Hello, and thank you, and good morning to the honorable members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Michael Israel Mosley. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Parent Advocacy Network, and today we're submitting testimony in favor of LD 2013. I think that we come from this from a very different angle than some of the people that you have heard earlier. We don't have any farmers in our organization, but we do have parents who live next to these farms. We are the people who buy these products. We are the people who see these people as our neighbors. And we worry about not only their future, but ours as well, and our children's. In all honesty, we think it's a travesty what's happened. And we couldn't sit by and not offer our support in some way, because we all want to own homes and land, and to see that all of our water sources and our food sources are being irreparably harmed, and we don't know how that's going to impact our children and their future at this point, is just, it's a lot to take in from the perspective of a parent and trying to figure out what the future will be like. And we can only imagine what these farmers must be going through, but we do want to offer our support today. And we hope that you guys will pass this, and that this will go to the floor, and that this will get a vote, and that these people will be taken care of, because they are our neighbors, they are our community, and we see ourselves in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Michelle Henkin.
Thank you. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Michelle Henkin, and I live in New Harbor. I'm speaking today in support of LD 2013. I won't go over the history of Maine's sludge spreading. I went into it in detail in my written testimony, though, and I would appreciate if you'd look at that. From the history, some of which we heard today, it's clear that even if the state did not know in the 80s and possibly even in the 90s that the sludge contained forever chemicals, the state did know that toxins were present in the sludge. There are standards for maximum contaminant levels for a reason. The state knew that dumping sludge in the sea created dead zones, and so they suspended that practice, yet they continued the practice of spreading that sludge on farm fields. They also knew that the standards they adopted in 1999 were weaker than the original standards they adopted. And in 2011, the state prohibited towns and cities from protecting their residents with stricter standards. In 2017, they knew that PFAS was contaminating water supplies and farmland, and yet they still continued the program of spreading sludge. This is a tragedy that could have been mitigated, if not avoided, if the state had paid attention to the growing scientific evidence instead of the pressure from industry and their desire to save money. Because the state of Maine issued the licenses for the sludge to be spread, and because it encouraged farmers to take advantage of this free fertilizer, it is the state's responsibility to help those it has hurt with what was either carelessness or willful ignorance. Farmers stand to lose their livelihoods. Moreover, their health and the health of their families has been impacted on a devastating scale. LD 2013 cannot remove the PFAS contamination from the soil or the water or the bodies of those that have lived unknowingly on land that was abused by the state, but it can help farmers survive this assault on everything they hold dear. Their farms, which they have poured their heart and soul into, some for decades, their health and the health of their families, and the rhythm of their lives, which they have cultivated with the same dedication as the land they stewarded so carefully, not knowing that all the while it was poisoning them. Please pass LD 2013 and provide income replacement and mortgage payments to farms that have been robbed through the actions of the state of their ability to make a living. Provide lifetime health monitoring to address the impacts of the contamination caused by the state's actions. Make investments in new infrastructure, support for new business models, and farm management practices for those farms that can adapt their farming practices. Provide relocation services and farm buyouts in cases where the farms are no longer farmable or even fit to be sold. And conduct research on soil and water remediation methods so that the land and water can be returned to what it was before the state of Maine created this tragedy. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 2013. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Questions? Saying none. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Nathan Drummond, followed by Nell Finnegan, Naomi Brodegam, and Penny Jordan.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the committee. My name is Nate Drummond. My wife Gabrielle and I own Six River Farm, a vegetable farm in Bodenham, Maine. I'm testifying today in support of LD 2013. Honestly, we consider ourselves very lucky at this point. None of the farm land that we utilize for our farm has been identified as being at high risk for PFAS contamination. But as a farmer in Maine, I guess I find myself both heartbroken for the farms in our state that, and several of them that you've heard of from today, that have not been so lucky, and also a little bit nervous for those of us that are sort of, I guess, technically still in the clear for what may still yet be discovered. As you guys probably know, but just to reiterate, I think farming is a really unique occupation in the degree to which its participants are tied to the physical place of their businesses. You know, the fields and the soils that comprise a farm are the basis for every operational decision that a farmer makes. And as such, every farm is uniquely structured to its physical place. Farmers commit themselves to maintaining and improving the land they use. And in Maine, that's often for multiple generations. You know, we have Maine family farms that have been in their families for 5, 6 more generations. And also in Maine, almost all farms are family farms. Farmers and their families live on the farm. Their kids eat the food that they grow, drink water from the farm well, put soil in their mouths a lot. Trust me, having little kids, there's an amazing amount of that soil finds its way directly into their mouths. And just about every Maine farmer that I've met, us included, aspire to have their own kids or siblings or employees eventually take over the farm that they run and take over the stewardship of the land that they hold dear. So I think this is why the PFAS crisis is so devastating to us Maine farmers. It really doesn't just threaten the financial livelihoods of some farms, although it does to a terrible degree. It also threatens sort of the health of Maine farm families, neighbors, and it sort of threatens the ideals and stewardship that are invested in farming. So I guess I would just really advocate for your support of this bill, for it to be passed unanimously. I'd advocate for it to be passed fully funded. I think the 100,000 that's allocated is likely not sufficient for all the needs that are going to emerge. And perhaps there'll be a time to revision that. But I do think it's really important for all of us in the Maine farm community. And I guess sort of as a farmer who's not directly affected now, I just want to advocate, I think all Maine farmers are very much in support of this. I would just add just a really couple quick things.
Can you finish up quickly, please? Sentence or two, Nate? Finish up in a sentence or two, please.
Sounds good. I second the idea of more farm representation on the advisory committee, and perhaps some more details about terms on the advisory committee, so that, because I do think it's going to be a long-standing project. So having people with terms that extend years out, I think will help have continuity. And that's all. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Nell Finnegan.
Hi, my name is Nell Finnegan, and my husband and I own and operate Ironwood Farm in Albion. We are one of the 9 farms who's gone public about their PFAS contamination issues, and I am in favor of LD 2013. A little bit about us. I'm sure you're all getting tired of hearing testimony at this point, so I appreciate you bearing with us and hearing what we have to say. We grow certified organic produce year-round adjacent to farmland that was repeatedly spread with biosolids in the 1990s, and in turn contaminated both our farm wells, the highest being our irrigation well, testing at 9,000 parts per trillion. We're 2 young farmers, myself, a native Mainer, who bought a rundown, forgotten farmstead, and through sheer force of will have turned it into a profitable farm business. I'll spare you the tragedy that this is for my family, for we are surely full of these chemicals, but everything we've worked for in the last 10 years hangs in the balance, and I need the state's help getting to the other side of this mess. As a business, we're currently in the midst of determining the damage such highly contaminated water has done to our cropland via irrigation. And in the absence of any vegetable threshold guidance from the state, we pulled our products from the market. We shut our business down while we tested our greens and storage crops, horrified at the news that we may have unknowingly been sending adulterated produce into our beloved community. At that time, there was no safety net, no income replacement fund on which to draw while we entered this heinously drawn out process. Just our integrity. That's all my business had to lean on when we pulled our crops from the market. That was 7 weeks ago, and we're still waiting to hear what the indemnity program will look like, waiting on test results, waiting to find out what land we have to plant this season. I need a 12-month indemnity program while I investigate this issue on my farm. And after that, when we determine the extent of contamination, I'm going to need funding to help my business pivot to adjust to this new reality. Or I'm going to need help relocating to a new farm property. If you think that I'm going to quit farming, that my husband and I are going to lay down and let this ruin everything we've worked for, we've clearly never met. Decisions made by the state of Maine polluted my well and potentially my farmland, and the state needs to help us get to the other side. I'm not a politician, I'm a vegetable farmer, and I'm frustrated by the conversations around this legislation as a potentially partisan issue. The impact of this bill touches each and every one of you. The state of Maine is at the forefront of investigating PFAS contamination in its farmland and food supply. But to continue further without a robust aid package to bolster farms through this discovery process is unconscionable and inefficient. There are farmers who won't want to look for this contamination on their land, and who can blame them? But the cat is out of the bag. We have to look. Our consumers will demand it. Those of us who sell directly to consumers or small grocers already feel the pressure, and farmers who sell into larger markets will soon. This is an issue of food safety, of public health, and of farm security. Do not be fooled into thinking this is simply an aid package for a few affected farmers. This package has the funding to allow the state to rapidly and justly investigate this issue in our food supply, putting this nasty chapter behind us and restoring Maine's agricultural products to the esteem they so deserve. With a proper support system in place, I know that the integrity of Maine farmers will be our biggest asset in the journey to purge our food supply and farmland of these toxic chemicals. But we must be there to catch them and to help them on their journey back to producing food they can be proud of, food that Maine can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony today. Next, we have Naomi Brodegam.
Hi, good morning. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Naomi Brodegam, and I live in Monroe, where I own and operate Dickey Hill Farm with my partner, James Gagne. I am here to testify in support of LD 2013. First off, I want to thank my farming peers who are struggling with PFAS contamination for not only sharing their experience, but for sharing it again and again. It's a lot to ask of them, and I hope that we all listen carefully and act accordingly to honor them as individuals and the vulnerability they are bringing to the table. Like many of us, I am heartbroken and angry and scared as I watch our friends and farming peers reeling from the devastating news that their family farm and the place they call home are contaminated. I'm also anxiously aware that this is the tip of the iceberg, and without meaningful support in the form of a robust safety package, we are failing those who are inheriting this nightmare. Not only are we failing individual farmers, but we are also risking so much of our vibrant agricultural community that is foundational to growing our regional food security. Each of these contaminated farms are operated by brilliant farmers who have spent years developing their own unique farming wisdom. It is the state's responsibility and ought to be prioritized to keep farming as a possible livelihood for them if they so choose. I would also like to note that it's not only farmers who are struggling with PFAS contamination. Tribal communities, farm workers, and other rural residents with contaminated wells will also need meaningful support. And now, if you'll entertain me briefly, I want to slightly deviate from my written testimony to highlight the issue of secondary contamination. Here at our farm, we do not have a history of sludge spreading, yet I still wonder about secondary contamination. We raise cattle who winter in our barn for 6 months of the year on locally sourced hay. All this hay is coming from Waldo County. Come summer, we muck out our bedding and compost it, and then add it to our vegetable production land. Where this bill hits home for me is not only watching my friends struggle through high contamination, but also the realization that this slow testing response, plus lack of a robust safety net for farmers, likely means more farmland risks being contaminated through the movement of farm products, such as the way we buy hay in. And yeah, thank you for listening to me, and I'll answer any questions if anyone has any.
Are there any questions? All right, thank you for your testimony today. Next is Penny Jordan, followed by Rachel Herbener, Rachel Isaacs, and Sarah Woodbury. Good morning.
Hi there. Good morning. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I'm Penny Jordan. one of the owners of Jordan's Farm here in Cape Elizabeth, and I'm here to speak in favor of LD 2013. I've submitted some written testimony, and I'm going to veer away from that because I think we've all heard. Sorry, I'm emotional here after hearing all these farmers. I think we've heard some really powerful testimony, and I can't say anything and add to what all of these impacted growers have said. They've said so many, they've got such powerful voices and powerful stories. And I think it's a travesty what the state of Maine has done to our agricultural businesses at this point. This bill needs to be funded, and it needs to be funded at its full level. We need to ensure that our farmers can get back to growing food. We need to ensure a safe food supply for our communities, and we need to ensure that water sources are safe. When I heard Fred Stone talking about 2016, I just am so angry, and I don't blame him for being angry, that this problem was known and we just moved forward as if nothing had happened. I also want to echo Emily Smith's point about we need to protect Maine's brand, and this bill has to do something to protect that brand. And I think we can do that by taking swift action to address these problems. And I think Jenny Tilton Flood said it best. She stated the passion of Maine farmers, and it's about growing food, feeding our community, and ensuring that it's safe. So I urge you to pass this bill. I would be insulted as a Maine citizen if this bill does not pass and does not get funded. It would be a travesty.
Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next, we have Rachel Herbener.
Hi, thank you to the committee for this session. My name is Rachel Herbener, and I live in Belfast, and I support LD 2013. I'm not a farmer, but I grew up spending summers on my grandparents' farm, and just listening to this testimony has been very heartbreaking. And I believe my heartbreak and outrage is shared by thousands of Mainers who conscientiously buy Maine-grown foods. PFAS are devastating. Farmers who have dedicated their lives to growing healthy food for all of us are now ruined. In our society, many people lose their jobs, but this is not comparable. For farmers, every moment of life on the farm is their job. They can't just look at help wanted ads and move on. The land under their feet, the water they drink, all this is contaminated. Their bodies are contaminated. Our hearts and souls go out to the farmers who believed they were growing the healthiest food possible for all of us, only to discover that they were poisoning fellow Mainers and themselves. We must support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Rachel Isaacs.
Hello, thank you to Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and the honorable members of this committee for hearing my testimony. I'm Rabbi Rachel Isaacs of Beth Israel Congregation in Waterville, Maine, and Professor of Jewish Studies at Colby College. I speak today on behalf of members of my community that are affected by these forever chemicals. And I also speak today from a religious and spiritual standpoint about our ethical obligations to the land and to one another as set out by the Bible and the moral texts of the Jewish tradition. On the most basic level, I believe that God has made us custodians of this land and guardians of one another. The state of Maine has betrayed two promises that I believe we all have with the divine: to be honest custodians of the land and to protect the health and lives of our fellow citizens. The state licensed private industry to poison our soil and by extension to poison our fellow citizens. I am heartbroken as I witness our farmers who are losing their livelihood and need to contend with the possibility of lifelong health problems, both for them and for their children. They had no idea what was in their soil when they bought this land, even though it seems as though many people did. And who will buy it now? These individuals had faith in the promise of Maine's heritage industries. They invested their capital, their sweat, and their lives into this Maine land. They were kept in the dark about what the state allowed to be spread on their property and what it could do to their families. We have a moral obligation to repair that which has been broken. At a basic minimum, these farmers need the ability to begin their lives again, where their family's health and livelihood is secure. Bill 2013 will give these individuals the bare minimum of what is required to avoid financial ruin. They need funds to buy new land, new homes, and peace of mind about their health and the health of their children moving forward. It is the ethical choice to support this bill, and I hope you will reestablish the faith and trust necessary with Maine citizens who have invested in tilling our land and feeding our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Sarah Woodbury, followed by Scott McCormick, Sharon Treat, and Zachary Davis.
Are you ready for me, Senator?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health. Defend has been working on the issue of PFAS since 2016, and I'm here to testify in strong support of LD 2013. There are at least 9 farms and hundreds of wells that have been contaminated by PFAS, and that number will continue to grow as more farms and wells are tested. Several farmers have spoken out over the last few weeks about the devastating impact of PFAS contamination has had on their health and livelihood, and Fred Stone has been speaking out for years. They need immediate assistance to help them survive, and LD 2013 will provide them with that assistance. Most of this contamination is due to the spreading of municipal and industrial sludge on farmland across the state. While the state is not responsible for the PFAS ending up in the sludge, it did authorize spreading and assure farmers that the material was safe. The state has a responsibility now to address those who have fallen victim to the state's policies in their time of need. While we fully support this bill, we have some concerns about how the bill is currently drafted. We would encourage the committee to expand health monitoring provisions to also include medical monitoring for impacted well owners. We fully recognize the special burden faced by farmers with ruined land and destroyed livelihoods, especially since there is currently no viable solution for removing PFAS from contaminated soil. However, farmers are not the only ones who have been impacted by PFAS contamination. Hundreds of families whose drinking water wells have been contaminated as a result of the sludge applications are also facing increased risks of health impacts. While DEP is currently providing water filters that are effective at removing the PFAS, they also deserve access to medical monitoring services provided by LD 2013. We have other concerns. I will not go into all of them. They are in my written testimony, but another concern of ours is the advisory committee established by the bill lacks public health or healthcare experts. As you heard from Dr. Lonnie Graham earlier, and to Representative O'Neill's question about folks for the committee, if Dr. Graham was willing and able, she would be a great representation on that committee. And we would also note that assessing current uses of PFAS, as is called in the bill, is already being done by under 1503 by DEP. So that is a redundant thing in this piece of legislation, and that money could better be spent elsewhere. We worked with our partners at MOFGA, Maine Farmland Trust, and the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy to craft an amendment to address these and other concerns. We hope that the committee will utilize the language we drafted below to strengthen this important legislation. It's included in my testimony. The funding in this bill will show currently impacted farmers that the state is serious in helping them recover from this catastrophe, and also reassure those farmers who are afraid to get their land tested that there are resources available and that coming forward will not ruin their lives. We urge the committee to unanimously pass LD 2013 with suggested amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next is Scott McCormick.
Yes, good morning, Senator Dill and Representative Neal, members of the committee. My name is Scott McCormick. I live here in Jackson, Maine with my wife, Ashley, and our 7-year-old daughter and our 2-week-old daughter that we are raising on our 90-acre family farm here that we started and bought back in 2014. I support LD 2013 as well. Unfortunately, we are just like the other farms that have spoken. It's just another nightmare. But for that reason, we are directly affected with PFAS contamination on our farm. We found out about a month ago, our well water as well is contaminated. And we, after learning that the 30 acres of fields that we have was licensed by DEP to be spread with sludge throughout the 90s. This we didn't know before purchasing the land. Just learning last week as well that amongst those licenses, there's a site plan on all these fields, and right where I dug my well is right where it was stockpiled for 10 years. No idea. We've invested every nickel that we have into this land, started our family up here, and begun our dream as a young family to live and farm off our own piece of land in the state of Maine that we love so much and are native to. That dream has quickly become a nightmare since learning our water is contaminated, because now there are many unknowns. What else is contaminated? We are currently awaiting test results for our beef that we raise up here. We also raise broiler chickens, eggs, and the venison that we've harvested off these fields during hunting season are also being tested, which is a high concern. We also sell hay, square bale hay, to many customers around the state, which is a big concern. And the customers have pretty sour taste in their mouth right now. Even if our hay comes back clean, I don't think these people are going to be buying our hay because they're pretty scared. Anyways, if that comes back all contaminated, our vision and dream up here is a complete question. We need the support of this bill and how it will help all of us here affected in so many ways, and continue researching the unknowns of the chemicals and what can be done about it. To those who can't continue to farm on the land, also relocate to a clean piece of land like we've heard people talking about. As horrible as it may sound, that's going to happen, unfortunately, on some of this land. Anyways, I hope all of you can put yourself in our shoes who are affected right now. I know all of you have families. Our families, no matter who we are and what sides we come from, the health of our family is something money can't buy. But in this bill, it does cover some health funding, and it's important to all of us who are affected. And it's just, we have young children and newborns especially who are being brought into this. My wife's breastfeeding, and we were told by the state toxicologist that her breast milk's emitting this PFAS. It's a way for the body to get rid of it, but they just tell us that we need to keep on breastfeeding because it outweighs the risks of not doing it. It's just not fair to any of us to struggle with that cost of an additional health care and take on the burden and the weight of the additional cost to make sure our family is safe and healthy. The support of this bill is very important. It doesn't affect just organic farms or conventional farms or just farmers. It obviously affects all of us in the state who are, indirectly exposed to it. And the population in Maine relies on, clean food and health. So there are other important factors other farmers will speak of have already spoken to today. I just don't have time to cover that, nor do I want to repeat it. I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you so much for the time to speak here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? All right, seeing none. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Sharon Treat. Good morning. I guess it's still
Good
morning.
morning.
Yes.
It is still morning. Senator Dill, Representative O'Brien, and members of the committee. I am Sharon Treat, and I live in Hollowell. I'm senior attorney for the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, which is a nonprofit working closely with farmers to promote local, sustainable, and environmentally beneficial agriculture and trade policies. We're testifying today in strong support of LD 2013 for all the reasons heard today in the incredible testimony that you have heard. As have I, substantial funding should be appropriated to address needs that go well beyond site investigation and testing, which is really what we have right now only. These include paying for health monitoring for those exposed to high levels of PFAS, assisting farmers facing catastrophic situations not of their own making by replacing lost income, helping to pivot to alternative crops or alternative fields, and for some relocating their farms through a state buyback program. And then finally, targeted research that directly assists farmers, such as that related to food safety, identifying crops that could be safely planted on contaminated soils, or the possibility of soil remediation techniques that work and are cost effective. I want to speak initially to medical monitoring and to direct your attention to Appendix A of my written testimony, which provides a lot of detailed background on medical monitoring and why a state funding and implemented program is justified when dealing with longstanding chemical exposure to a substance that bioaccumulates, where disease latency can make diagnosis difficult, and where the costs of testing are unlikely to be covered by health insurance, even if people have it. As we explained, there's both state and national experience with medical monitoring and blood testing programs, and a strong rationale for such a program here. It should be available both for farmers and for their neighbors. We also would like you to take a look at Appendix B, where we suggest several amendments, and there's others that have been suggested by other testifiers that we would also support. Some of the definitions in the bill are overbroad or inexact. The advisory committee lacks public health expertise, and I agree, not enough farmers. We think some legislative participation would be helpful. Some of the research goals are duplicative of research being conducted already. And we also think the bill needs some detail about the department's responsibility, its work with other agencies and experts, and some timelines for action, particularly on income replacement, establishing the more complex programs, including farm relocation and buyouts, and medical monitoring. Farmers are in limbo and they lack a safety net if PFAS is found on their farms. PFAS contamination affects not only those whose land and water is contaminated, but also, as you've heard, farmers who purchase hay for feed or milk for cheese and don't know whether these inputs are free of PFAS. All of Maine agriculture is under a cloud until food production is moved away from contaminated soil and water. The Departments of Agriculture and Environmental Protection are doing everything they can, but with inadequate resources. We strongly support appropriating the $100 million proposed by LD 2013. This is the time to set aside some of the over $1 billion in one-time surplus for a program to help save Maine's agricultural economy. We urge a unanimous ought to pass vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Oops. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's taking me some time to pull up testimony, so I'm not able to view what it is you have written down. I shared your interest in adding some more definition to what we're doing. How much does your testimony speak to that? Speak to what you mentioned about timelines for action, folks to add to the committee.
Yeah, a lot of that is in there and it's in some detail. I think that, you know, I would suggest working with the various departments and coming up with that language, because I mean, the way the bill is written, it's mostly just left to the advisory committee, which really should be in an advisory capacity. And, you know, if it would be helpful, I just think, to have a plan coming from the department. And I didn't put in any specific timelines in my proposed amendments, but I think that's something that the committee working with the department could come up with timelines that are both, you know, urgent, but feasible. How about that? Because I think both of those things are needed. You know, there's absolute urgency going on here, but at the same time, you know, we have to staff up and all those other things that have to be done.
Makes sense. And thanks for your input on it.
Sure.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Zachary Davis. Do I see Zachary Davis here?
He's not in the queue.
Okay. Next then is Julianne Smith.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Julianne Smith, and I am the Executive Director of Maine Farm Bureau. I grew up on a dairy farm in Monmouth and have continued to work in agriculture throughout my life. The success of farming in Maine is an issue close to me personally, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity today to speak on behalf of the members of the Maine Farm Bureau Association, testifying neither for nor against LD 2013. While we applaud the intention of this bill, the lack of clarity and direction gives us pause. First and foremost, we believe $100 million is inadequate to address the immediate and devastating impact to farmers that have been identified as potentially contaminated on the map published by the Department of Environmental Protection. This map has caused both financial and emotional devastation to farmers throughout the state, as you have heard this morning. Farmers have lost contracts, CSA shares, been forced to dump their milk and pull products from store shelves simply from having been identified on the map, regardless of whether sludge was spread. There are farmers who spend sleepless nights worrying about the impact the sludge they spread on their fields, the sludge that the Department of Environmental Protection certified was safe and pressured farmers to spread as part of their civic duty, will have on the future of their farm, their health, their family's health, and their neighbors' health. $100 million would only provide approximately $142,000 to each of the 700 properties identified on the map. It is nowhere near enough. The funds in this bill should go solely to help farmers until a safe level of PFAS is federally established. We have numerous amendments that we are suggesting, and I have included those in my testimony. I will be happy to answer questions about them and discuss them at the work session, but I'm not going to read through them at this time. We are very emphatic that research, mitigation, and other funding needs to be addressed in a separate bill so that farmers are not competing with other interests. This money needs to go to the farmers, period. Furthermore, we are deeply troubled by the suggested membership of the advisory committee. Every farm in Maine has been negatively impacted by the actions of the Department of Environmental Protection and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. By choosing to test potentially contaminated land without conclusive evidence of human health impacts, without taking the time to establish through scientific testing an acceptable level for soil or water, and without any plan in place to deal with the test results, the departments have created a crisis they are now asking taxpayers to clean up in the manner the departments determine is best. The government has misled our farmers too many times. The Department of Environmental Protection certified to farmers via letter during the permitting process that land spreading of biosolids was safe. Now the Department of Environmental Protection has decided, based on suspicion, not conclusive medical nor scientific study, that biosolids are hazardous and dangerous. The farmers have become the face of contamination in the media, while the Department of Environmental Protection fails to publicly acknowledge its actions and responsibility for permitting the sledding of spread. The government that has misled farmers is now asking for an enormous pool of tax dollars to possibly provide a modest amount of financial support to a group that they will select. We do not believe the Department of Environmental Protection nor the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry are suited to make the best decisions on behalf of the impacted farmers.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Certainly. We have included an extensive group that we feel that would represent the best interests of farmers. And I ask for your support of agriculture in Maine by amending LD 2013 to ensure that farmers are supported first. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Cheryl, that's all I have on my list. Do you have anyone else?
Yes, there's 4 more persons that signed up after the deadline. Would you like me to bring them in?
Sure.
All righty. First one is Becky Bartovic.
Guess we'll bring all 4 in.
All right. I'm trying. They're hopping around. They're afraid they're not going to get in. Karen.
All right, while you're bringing those in, we will start. Good morning, Becky.
Good morning, Senator Dill, still morning, I think, and Representative O'Neill and members of the Agricultural Conservation and Forestry Committee. My name is Becky Bartovics from North Haven, where I have a small livestock and vegetable operation. I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club, Maine, and our nearly 22,000 members and activists. We urge you to support LD 2013 and vote ought to pass for this urgently needed legislation. I'm going to go off of my message here just to say that it is, of course, heartbreaking to have heard all of the people that we've heard so far. I am running an operation that is not certified organic, but I have done everything I can to put my farm in potentially able to certify. I buy hay from from Charleston, Maine. I buy some grain from out of state, all of which is certified organic, but this situation, I'm possibly awaiting finding out whether what I've been doing on my farm is putting all of my farm stand loyal customers at risk. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional about this. It is very hard work to farm. I do a lot of advocacy as an environmentalist, but farming is hard work. We work together as farmers. The community of farmers you have seen are mostly young farmers who we have attracted to Maine by wonderful support that we've done here. It is unconscionable not to pass this bill. I think a lot of the recommendations you've had today are extremely important. And excuse me for being so emotional, but this issue, I feel, I grew up in Delaware. I feel as though DuPont Corporation needs to be held accountable. And I plan to write to the papers in Delaware to let Delawareans know that their economy has done a lot to destroy farmers in Maine. I hope you will work on this bill, and I'm happy to help out making some suggestions of people who could be on the advisory. I hope the advisory panel will have some teeth. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Next in the line here I see is Tade Sullivan.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill, members of the Joint Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tade Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Dairy Industry Association. And on behalf of the Maine Dairy Industry Association, I am speaking in support of LD 2013. Our dairy farms are good stewards of the land, and certainly you've heard from dairy farmers testifying today. They're passionate about what they do. They want to offer fresh and safe products to Mainers. And dairy farmers also want safe homes, safe workplaces, and they want to maintain consumer confidence in their practices. Farmers need nutrients to grow crops. It's a basic fact. Whether it's to feed the animals on the farms or to bring product to market. And as any good steward of the land will tell you, we cannot harvest a crop or grow grass without returning nutrients to the soil. Farmers who applied nutrients from municipalities were told again and again that the product was safe. Any ground that is contaminated and the farmers who work that farmland should be indemnified. The cost of any remediation should be borne by a fund similar to this proposed. Furthermore, any state policy should support decontamination of sludge from municipalities, regardless of where it's applied. We urge the committee to prioritize the following 3 areas. First, that a farmer's perspective is taken into consideration in implementing this fund. Second, that the legislation strikes a balance between applied research with assistance to producers. And third, that Maine works with federal partners to convene a working group on PFAS and PFAS issues. The current draft of the legislation provides for 2 agricultural representatives appointed by the governor. We believe that any fund of this size and scope should be advised by at least 5 individuals representing farmers of different types of operations, with those members coming directly from the industry itself. The legislation should support practices that reduce contamination load in end farm products. Identified PFAS loads don't have to be the end of the road for the farm if we work together to develop mitigation strategies for our producers. We don't believe that any producer should have to leave their farm or be forced to destroy their animals if we focus our efforts on preserving our lands and animals. There has been limited research on real-world application of mitigation efforts on the farm. Let me be clear. We believe that the emphasis in this legislation should be not on laboratory research, but on practical research for on-farm application. And it's important that we develop on-farm practices that help our farmers reduce and eliminate their contamination loads by identifying Maine climate-specific cropping practices, binders for feed rations for dairy, like we've used for mycotoxins, alternative feed rations, conservation controls, and treatments for nutrients. While some cropping practices—
Could you finish up in a sentence or 2, please?
Certainly. While some cropping practices or feeding regimens may sound like good approaches, real-world application in Maine not work either because of our growing conditions or the economics. Finally, we think you need to consider the interstate commerce element of this legislation. And we need to convene a working group of state and federal stakeholders so that we can all engage in a fruitful discussion among parties. I'd be happy to answer any questions and participate in a work session as you go forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for being here. I think your perspective was a little bit different than what we've heard in other places, or at least you brought up some specifics that we hadn't heard, and I appreciate them. I appreciate the regional or federal work group on this issue. But then other than that, could you go into the applied research that you just mentioned in particular areas that might be helpful for dairy farmers?
Right. So there has been some discussion. I think you'll see, like, as an example, the University of Michigan is doing some work right now on identifying cropping practices that can slow the uptake of PFAS, or to identify areas where you can put in conservation controls to help with the loads. We also think there's some promise in identifying binders for feed rations for dairy animals. You know, the state toxicologists will tell you that in some of their studies, they've seen a reduction of PFAS loads in milk where there was previously higher loads. But we think there could be some research in this area that we could apply and look at, you know, what's the alternative for dairy farmers.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Underwood.
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. And one of the areas that I'd like to see also in funding is no government representatives on it, just strictly farmers and growers to determine who gets the compensation or funding for reimbursement for the PFAS situation. And I would hope that you would agree with that. Is that correct, sir?
Representative Underwood, we think that it would be important that there's a partnership going on here, that like you say, there should be a wide array of farmers that are helping make these decisions, right? We also think it's a bigger issue. And so that's why we're encouraging a working group between not only the state of Maine, but also other states. I mean, let's be honest, we don't want to do something that would harm a Maine farmer and then still allow another New England farmer who may be operating in an affected farm put their product on Maine shelves. I mean, that's unfairly disadvantaging Maine farmers. So we want to make sure that we're having a regional discussion, a national discussion, and that we're also addressing some very practical things that we can do on the farm to help out our farmers.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next is Brian Wasser.
Hey everyone, my name is Brian Wasser. I'm a resident of Portland, Maine. I'm a physician, a farmer, and have a degree in environmental science. So kind of at the intersection of all, this issue is kind of at the intersection of all three of those fields. I'm testifying in support of LD 2013. When I first moved to Maine, I was amazed by how robust the agriculture community here is in Maine. I got fresh, high quality produce from the local co-ops and farmers markets, met and befriended the people growing this food, went to Common Ground and other MOFCA events. And I just think Maine farms are just true gems. We should consider ourselves very lucky here in Maine. I know it's hard to find a community like this anywhere else. I've also had the opportunity to work on several of these farms and have seen the brutally hard, never-ending labor that it takes to grow this food. I've also seen the dedication these farmers have to providing Mainers with high quality food, but also to being thoughtful, responsible stewards of land, water, and climate, working towards a more sustainable, equitable future. Maine farms are truly an invaluable resource here, owned and worked by some of the best humans I've ever met. When I first heard about this PFAS issue and learned about how these chemicals got into their soil and water in the first place, the doctor, the environmentalist, and the farmer in me all knew how catastrophic this was going to be. Catastrophic for the farms and the farmers themselves, obviously, but also for Maine farmland as a whole, for all Mainers, and potentially for the future viability of this robust and essential community. And this crisis really comes on top of all the constant challenges and curveballs farmers face day in and day out. From climate instability to geopolitical conflict, economic uncertainty, there's a lot that seems tenuous right now. From a common sense standpoint, investing in Maine's local agriculture, truly the backbone of a sustainable future, is the #1 way to ensure Maine's resilience in increasingly uncertain times. And although this PFAS issue is a major step backwards in bolstering that resilience, LD 2013 offers us the chance at this crossroads to invest in a more hopeful future. I mean, it's on one of the main license plates. It says support local agriculture. This is how, in this moment of crisis, we can come together and put those words into action. So thank you, and thanks for letting me speak at the last minute.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Karen Schneider.
Hi, my name is Karen Snyder. Greetings, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agricultural Conservation and Forestry. My name is Karen Snyder and I'm a resident of Portland, Maine. I'm currently the chair of the Portland Pesticide Management Advisory Committee, and I'm writing to you to strongly urge you committee to support this LD 2013. I'm also an intersection of lifetime and experience in my portfolio. I have 2 industrial engineering degrees, an MBA, AOLCP certified, which is the NOFA Land Care Professional Certification. I'm also a beekeeper, small-time landlord. And in addition, I also grew up on a 160-acre farm, not in Maine, but in Oklahoma. So I understand what goes into farming and the effort that is needed. I support all the speakers that are supporting this bill, and especially the farmers that have spoken this morning, and they need to be given the highest priority, as well as the farmers that not only were affected directly, but the farmers that were in collateral damage. Let us be clear, the state of Maine and DEP are liable for this horrific problem that Maine's farmers are seeing today. This bill is just the beginning to start rectifying this problem. The United States and the state of Maine are currently facing an environmental, health, and business crisis. In the state of Maine, this crisis would have been 100% avoidable if the state regulators had respected and listed and took on the science and Maine organic communities rather than listening to the pesticide and waste disposal communities. Through no fault of their own, these farmers across the state are facing a loss of livelihood, significant health impacts because of the contamination of PFAS in the soil and these forever chemicals. While some funding for these PFA mitigation has been proposed in the governor's budget, it is inadequate. But this bill is the start to rectifying this issue, this problem. Furthermore, to continue to allow PFAs and not ban them outright immediately on the use of all land applications is reckless and is perceived as legislature is not concerned about the health of its citizens, its farmers, and the environment. As a person that is trained in industrial engineering to look at things holistically and not just myopically, it is frightening to see what is in store for this state and this country regarding how pesticides, how PFAS, how chemicals have not been outright banned, but have been allowed. So consequently, I hope you approve this LD 213 and be smart how to implement, communicate, educate, and to start immediately assisting these farmers that have been affected and the ones with collateral damage being upstream or downstream of the farmers the land that has been spread fun as the sludges. So please make this a high priority and please implement this as swiftly, efficiently, effectively, and show as the state of Maine, as regulators, show that DEP has admitted this wrongdoing and start doing something, the right thing, and start correcting this issue. I urge you again to approve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Cheryl, is that the last of our folks in the queue? It is, okay.
Yep.
And I will close the public hearing on LD 2013, an act relating to PFAS substances contamination in the state. And we've been at this now for 3 hours, so I suggest we take it's 12:08. Let's take a half-hour break for lunch. We've got 2 more bills to hear, and between them, there's 10, 20, probably 20 plus people to testify. So I'll see you back in a half an hour. Anything, Cheryl, before we leave?
Nope.
All right.
Are we having fun yet?
Yes, don't forget we're on air.
Yeah, I'll be careful. Just out checking on the U. She's about ready to pop.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she's gonna have at least 3, I bet.
Senator Dill, did you get my email about Senator Brenner?
Is she here?
Yes, and
Yes,
she's,
I have her going first.
okay, because she's different than what was posted in the testimony.
Okay. Yeah.
Boy, that's a short list for this group, for this bill.
What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. How many committees should be involved in this whole discussion?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, we did have a quorum when we started, so we can begin again. People will probably start trickling back in, but we still have a lot to do this afternoon. So I will open up the public hearing on LD 2019, an act to require the registration of adjuvants in the state and to regulate the distribution of pesticides with PFAS substances. And with that, I believe we've got Senator Stacey Brenner is going to kick it off, followed by Megan Pattison, and then also in favor will be Megan Pattison's neither for nor against. Senator Brenner's in favor, and we got one more in favor, which is Becky Bodovics.
Senator Brenner in opposition.
Oh, she is in opposition?
That's the change, yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead, Senator Brenner. Welcome back. But you know, I know you're new at this, but you ought to unmute yourself so we can hear you. So.
Yeah. Sure, you want to hear what I have to say?
I don't know. Go ahead.
It's nice to see you all again. I'm not going to read through my testimony, but I just wanted to let you all know that as it's written currently, I'm in opposition to the bill. I think that it would be prudent for us to work on making sure that we don't create a discrepancy in statute with the definition of PFAS that the Department of Environmental Protection and the ENR Committee have done such a good job defining in statute. We want to keep consistency across state agencies and within the statute. And then the second part would be, I think there needs to be some clarity about containers versus products, the products in them. We do have a bill that we passed out of the ENR committee last year, 1503, which gives a long runway for products coming into the state of Maine with PFAS till 2030. So some sort of discussion around containers and the product in them so that we're not creating an unfair market disadvantage for folks in Maine going forward. So that's really all I wanted to say. I'm sorry for the confusion with the registration of testimony. My aide is on vacation and I had a few challenges with that this morning. So thank you.
Okay, no problem. Any questions for Senator Brenner? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Brenner, for being here. I hear very clearly that you're in favor of maintaining the same statutory definition of PFAS wherever PFAS may exist. Are you in favor in the bill of regulating adjuvants through the BPC that may contain PFAS?
I did not pay specific attention to that section of the bill, and I don't feel informed enough to give you an answer about that.
Sorry to pin you.
That's okay.
Then on the containers, you are in could you clarify we're clear about the products and how they should be regulated, but then with around the containers, are you in favor of Board of Pesticide Control regulating containers that could add PFAS to products as a contaminant?
Yes, but I do think that we need the same long runway to 2030 with the container as we are that we're gonna have with other products coming into the state.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for your good work.
Next is Megan Pattison.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Megan Patterson. I'm the Director of the Board of Pesticides Control, speaking on behalf of the board and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, as neither for nor against LD 2019 enact to require registration of adjuvants in the state. The department would like to acknowledge this committee's ongoing and thoughtful work to protect human health and safety. PFAS, perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, include several chemicals considered forever chemicals because of their environmental persistence. These molecules have water repelling and friction reducing properties, making them widely utilized components of industrial and consumer products, I believe, as you all know at this point. To date, several thousand organofluorine chemicals have been identified and clumped under the umbrella term PFAS. This bill aims to restrict the use of those compounds in main pesticide products. As the department reported to this committee earlier this session, the science around PFAS and pesticides is emerging. The department is operating in uncharted territory with its agricultural PFAS response efforts without robust federal guidance and support, which is challenging on many fronts. We acknowledge that eliminating sources of PFAS is an important and needed approach. We also note that expanding into this new area at this time, which lacks established toxicological limits and test methodologies, further strains our BPC staff capacity and other resources. As written, this bill presents some concerns, which we think are important for the committee to be aware of. Section 2 of the proposed legislation redefines pesticides and removes the phrase highly toxic pesticides, which was in the original definition and statute, having unclear implications for related laws. The original definition includes a sentence that states pesticides includes highly toxic pesticides. We do believe that's a reference to restricted use pesticides in federal statute, so it should be retained. Retaining this language does not impact the scope of the bill, and we recommend that it stay in place. Section 2 also includes adjuvants in the definition of pesticides. This gives the BPC authority to regulate spray adjuvants. Currently, spray adjuvants are not registered at the federal or Maine state level. It is unclear how many adjuvants are presently used in Maine and how many registrants would register their products in Maine. Still, it would require additional staff to implement a new layer to the existing program. To regulate them, spray adjuvants must be defined in the statute, but the department also urges clarifying the scope of relevant laws applicable to this definition. For example, should existing enforcement staff divert time away from pesticide inspections to focus on adjuvants? And that could include anything from registration review, enforcement actions, dealer inspections, applicator record keeping, sales reporting, et cetera. These are things that we do in relation to pesticide regulation. When many of the adjuvants are soaps and oils, it begs the question, should our attention should be placed there? We continue to think about practical ways to narrow this scope while meeting the intent of the legislation and can discuss all of this further at the work session. Section 3 of the bill includes a definition of spray adjuvants not contained in LD 264, the LD 264 report from the department. The proposed definition appears broader than intended. The department recommends that the committee change this definition to be more specific, similar to those definitions used in Kentucky and Arkansas. Those are states that currently regulate adjuvants. Section 4 pertains to the distribution of products that are contaminated by or contain PFAS in the formulation, while subsection H refers to the contamination already addressed by FIFRA 6A2 reporting requirements. Under this federal law, pesticide product registrants must inform the EPA about contamination or adulteration of their products within 30 days of discovery. Staff is currently working with the EPA to better understand how the 6A2 reporting process and its implications, what those implications are for that process and its relationship with existing state regulations related to pesticide product adulteration. Subsection I refers to the recently enacted Title 38 provision prohibiting the sale of products containing intentionally added PFAS. However, there appears to be a discrepancy between that reference and LD 2019's definition of PFAS with 2 fully fluorinated carbon atoms. Clarity is needed to understand what pesticide products will be prohibited from distribution by 2030 and using which definition of PFAS. Section 5 of this bill finally expands the scope of pesticide container oversight beyond existing board rules, which are currently limited to proper storage, distribution, and labeling of containers. Section 6, also related to containers of this bill, directs the board to adopt rule changes regulating pesticide containers. The department is unclear on how to implement this request, as there is limited research available regarding the impacts of fluorinated containers in different pesticide products and other consumer goods. It suggests reviewing the results of an EPA packaging study related to fluorinated pesticide containers due sometime in the first quarter of this year before proceeding. And so that concludes my testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions you have now or at the work session. So thank you.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Becky, followed by Curtis Picard, Don Flannery, and Eric Venturini. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sound like there's a, okay. Good afternoon, Senator Bill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Becky Bardovics from North Haven, where I have a small livestock and vegetable operation. I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club Maine for our nearly 22,000 members and activists. Our chapter is one of 64 Sierra Club chapters nationwide. Founded in 1892, Sierra Club is one of our nation's oldest and largest environmental organizations. We work diligently to amplify the power of our 3.8 million members nationwide and protect everyone's right to a healthy world. We urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 2019. Under no circumstances should purveyors of pesticides here in the state be allowed to include perfluoroalkyl or polyfluoroalkyl substances as adjuvants in pesticides at all. This bill will give pesticide manufacturers and providers 8 long years to provide pesticides untainted with the poisons included in the family of forever chemicals known as PFAS and PFOA. Unsuspecting consumers of products that have been sprayed with these pesticides may be impacted by their use, and thus the providers and users of such chemicals ought to be aware of future ramifications in the meantime. The health impacts of PFAS and PFOAs are very well known even to the EPA, which somehow has allowed the industries to provide such persistent chemical poisons. It is high time that we take very strong action to rid our state of any use of these chemicals and provide for remediation where they have been used. All of our food supplies are at risk, including anything in the ocean. We see this bill as a stopgap measure. We hope that our Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry will see to it that Maine is protected from further poisoning and begin the process of ameliorating this dire situation visited upon us by the chemical companies DuPont, 3M, and their offspring such as Gore-Tex. Many other communities across the country await Maine's stance on dealing with this family of toxic substances. Please vote ought to pass on LD 19. I understand the working group will have some work to do listening to the other 2 testimonies. I urge you to continue to take this as seriously as you already are. And I thank you for your tolerance in my previous testimony.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony today. Now we're going to switch over to folks against, and we'll start with Curtis Picard. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I am Curtis Picard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine. I did register as opposition, and I don't have prepared testimony. You know, with this bill just coming out last week, we've been sharing it with our members. I'm just going to highlight our question more than concern is what is going to be the impact on retail. You know, retailers obviously sell a variety of products, including pesticides. I'm not clear myself how the provisions in this bill dealing with containers are ultimately going to have an impact on retail. So it's really more of a question for you folks to talk about during the work session. What exactly are going to be the impact on retailers and their ability to sell registered pesticides? As I think you all know, we've had a challenge with the 15-cent fee and determining which products are actually considered pesticides. So whether it's household bleach or other cleaners, that's been a continuing challenge. And so Our question with 2019 is, are we going to have faced similar challenges with the implementation of this bill? So I'll stop there. I'm happy to continue listening to the conversation today and be present for the work session if I can be helpful.
Thank you. Representative Pluker, you still have a question?
I was vacillating there. Sorry. It sounds like I can think the message is just that, yes, we'd love to have you part of the conversation. It seems like the direction now that we might be heading with it is just giving the opportunity to the Board of Pesticide Control to regulate containers. And so you would be able to work with them in any rulemaking that they participated in. But in terms of regulations coming from the state, leaving it very broad and open to the discretion of the executive branch.
Appreciate that.
No real question there, but happy to include you in the conversation.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Dawn Flannery.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and other members of the committee. I'm Dawn Flannery, the Executive Director of the Maine Potato Board, and I'm very glad that Curtis got to go after Megan because she's a tough act to follow. I wished I could get through testimony as fast and as accurate as she can. We are in opposition to the bill as written, and I think you heard from Senator Breen and some others, and Megan too, the concern on containers and the concern of having two different requirements, whether it's 1 atom or 2 atoms as outlined. And I think that that's been addressed. I think our concern is that moving forward, we have to walk before we run somewhat. And we have to be cautious of the fact that there are, not only for pesticides, as Curtis said, but for many products coming in this state, they're coming in containers. And we have to recognize that. And I think that, the Natural Resource Committee bill that was referred to does that, takes out to 2030. But also at that point in time, we're going to know, hopefully, we're going to know a lot more by the time we get to that point as to what that should be, whether it should be 1 or 2 or whatever it should be. So those are our main concerns with this bill. And from what I've heard today, I think there's going to be some discussion about that and maybe change the direction. So as with Curtis, we'd love to be part of that discussion. And we were just concerned that we're moving a little too fast and maybe not being able to have access to products, not only in our industry, but other consumer products in the state. So I know you've had a long day, and I'll gladly answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Flannery, for being here. So if this bill were to mirror the bill that we referenced, that Senator Brenner referenced before, LD 1503 from last session, in terms of giving regulation of containers to the Board of Pesticide Control to figure out exactly what should, basically just authorizing them to regulate it, but figure it out down the line, not mandating them in any way, aligning definitions with what currently exists within DEP, and those kinds of things. Would that ameliorate some of your worries?
Yes, I think so. With a caveat that, that whatever that may be at the end of the day, whether it's 1 or 2 is yet to be determined, knowing it could change over time. I'd want to caveat or, qualify my commitment as to that. We'll see. But yes, my concern is really, in one facet, is having a federal standard, and we run into this all the time. If you have a federal standard and a state standard, and you have suppliers supplying you, whether it's pesticides or soap, and they have to have a different container to ship to Maine, and that whole discussion we've had many times. So, but yes, basically yes, Representative.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Eric Venturini, followed by Julianne Smith, Karen Ridden, and David Bell.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Eric Venturini. I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine. I'm going to read to you a shorter version of the longer testimony I submitted on this bill, out of respect for your time and everything you've heard already today. Clearly, PFAS and PFOA are a major concern for farms in Maine. Although we are unaware of any wild blueberry farms that have been impacted, the spreading of municipal sludge has clearly had disastrous impacts on too many Maine farms. However, banning other products before we understand their role, if any, will do farmers more harm than good. As a national issue, this requires a national solution. The EPA is already acting on the potential of PFAS, PFOA, and pesticides. PFAS and pesticides was noted when a container leached PFAS into a pesticide used for mosquito control in Massachusetts. And when the EPA became aware, they took action. They started working with agencies, industry, and organizations to raise awareness, and the manufacturer stopped shipments of fluorinated containers and is now using non-fluorinated containers. The EPA is investigating and testing fluorinated containers to determine whether they contain or leach PFAS and how. I suggest we wait for the EPA to issue findings and then ask the BPC to gather stakeholder input on these findings and report back to this committee. If Maine gets ahead of the science with regulations, Maine farmers will suffer. Under this bill, it appears that Maine could lose approximately a third of currently registered pesticides in the state. Fewer tools in farmers' toolboxes could increase pesticide use, decrease efficacy, and increase toxicity. For example, let's imagine that a farmer has set out traps to monitor for a fly called spotted wing Drosophila, SWD. They inspect their traps, and the number of SWD per trap is above the recommended threshold for action. So they pull out a targeted pesticide that has a minimal impact on pollinators to make a perimeter spray around the edge of their field, a practice recommended by Humane Extension. Unfortunately, they realize that their low-impact pesticide has been banned for use in Maine because it happens to have been packaged in a fluorinated container. So instead, they turn to an older chemical with broad non-target impacts and spray that. This is what you could see across Maine if this committee reaches into growers' toolbox and removes a third of their tools. Finally, on the question of the definition, I think any definition of PFAS or PFOA will either not capture all of the harmful compounds or it will overregulate by capturing too many. What we need is a list of those compounds that are harmful and which are known to pass through to our food. Wait for the EPA to establish the science, and anything short of that is really just guesswork. On behalf of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, I question the need for this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to present it.
Questions, Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Venturini, thank you for being here. I was going to echo some of the same questions I asked to Mr. Flannery and Mr. Picard. If this legislation were to largely mirror LD 1503 from last year in terms of definitions, in terms of allowing just giving the authority to BPC to regulate containers, but not mandating how they're regulated so they can be responsive to what comes from the EPA, as well as with adjuvants and that kind of thing, would that improve your feelings towards this bill? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pluker. My concern is that any state level regulations in advance of federal regulations are going to limit what farmers can use in Maine. Frankly, registrants are not going to be packaging their products in containers just to send to Maine. We'll just lose those products and they will no longer be available. And that's the concern. And that's why I think a federal approach is what's needed.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for, I appreciate that perspective on the federal regulations. And seeing as these products are already regulated under state law, do you have any way that you'd want to inform that state regulation that's already exists?
One that passed last year?
Yes, sir.
I think what Senator Brenner highlighted with the long pathway to 2030, I think that gives time for, hopefully enough time for federal, for the EPA to step forward with some more, with their findings and for us to process those findings a bit further. So hopefully that will allow a federal, more national approach.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Underwood.
Thank you, Senator Dale. One question for Eric, and that is, what do you think this committee should do at the current time? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Underwood. I think at this time, the committee should wait. They should wait for the EPA to publish their most recent findings, which I believe are due in the first quarter of this year, and allow the BPC to conduct a stakeholder process. Report that back along with the findings of the EPA and any analyses to this committee for further action as needed.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Next is Julie Ann Smith.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. My name is Julie Ann Smith. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association, testifying in opposition to LD 2019 today. The COVID pandemic has created serious access and financial barriers for pesticides necessary for food and other crop production. The diminished labor force and subsequent decrease in production left many farms unable to obtain the tools they needed last season. Farmers are deeply concerned that this bill will further impede their ability to obtain necessary pesticides this year and into the future. While we are supportive of the banning of the PFAS compounds proven to be a health risk to humans, we are not supportive of a ban of the entire class of chemicals. We recommend the language of this bill be completely amended and provide the University of Maine funding to test all PFAS compounds to determine, number one, which compounds are potential health risks, number two, what compounds are present in crop protectants at a concentration of concern, and number three, taking items 4G through M from LD 2013 and utilizing this bill to fund research separately. Not all PFAS formulations bioaccumulate. Not all PFAS formulations are environmentally persistent. For these reasons, farmers are deeply troubled by Section H, which places an immediate ban on a pesticide that has been contaminated by perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances. As scientific testing and research is ongoing throughout the country, we need to wait for the results to better understand which chemical compounds result in a negative human health impact. The ban proposed in LD 2019 essentially equates the trace amount of PFAS that may be present through package leaching with land spreading of biosolids. We are concerned that the language of LD 2019 would remove access to pesticides in Maine that contain only a trace amount of PFAS. Without adequate research to determine risk levels, LD 2019 is overreaching and could have very serious unintended consequences for farmers. We need to ensure that crop protectant tools and integrated pest management systems are not limited unnecessarily, as doing so would make Maine farmers uncompetitive in local, national, and world markets. This ban could result in pesticides and adjuvant manufacturers and distributors simply refusing to sell products in Maine. As you heard this morning, our farmers are already struggling. Please do not create any additional burdens that could increase production costs or limit access to important production tools. Please vote ought not to pass until we have more comprehensive information to determine appropriate levels for the various strains of PFAS. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Karen Reardon.
Thank you, Chairman Dill and honorable members of the committee for this opportunity to share our industry's position on LD 2019. I am Karen Reardon, the Vice President of Public Affairs for the trade group Responsible Industry for a Sound Environment. And today I'm also representing the national organizations CropLife America and the Council of Producers and Distributors of Agrotechnology. Across the three associations, we supply the synthetic and organic pesticides and the adjuvants that are used by consumers, professionals, and growers. We have some significant concerns with LD 2019, and I thank you for the opportunity to share some of those this afternoon. We know this is a follow-on to LD 264. I would amplify what other speakers in this track have said. The matter of PFAS chemistry is complex. Not all substances in this class of chemistry are the same or perform the same. We support a category, not a class approach, and the class approach is what's present in this bill. I would say too, as the regulated community, it's unclear to us the purpose of the bill, given the passage of LD 1503 during the 2021 session, which provides broad authority to regulate PFAS substances in Maine. Also, LD 264 still in rulemaking, as is 1503. We believe both new laws should be given time to be implemented and their impact assessed before any new laws are passed on this matter with respect to pesticides or their adjuvant ingredients. We also find there's a strong body of state regulation around adjuvants. We find the bill does not consider these and would be inconsistent with how other states are looking at adjuvants, the materials that enhance pesticide applicator safety, and the performance of the formulated product. I will tell you, as a point of reference, 2 states, California and Washington, do a thorough formulation chemistry assessment of these materials, and all of the adjuvants that would be contained in products registered by the Maine Department of Agriculture and by US EPA have to come from a list of approved inerts from US EPA. So their product chemistry is well known. We'll also note there's language here about pesticide labeling and potentially an opportunity to remind that the label is the law, and much of the language contained in the current version of the bill does not acknowledge you have to follow the label or you're violating the law. The distribution of, quote, contaminated products is against federal and state law. These are enforcement issues currently within the remit of the Board of Pesticides Control and US EPA. I'll speak also to the matter of containers. We are concerned with the vague language directing the board to take action on containers. We'll note all pesticides have to have a container that's reviewed and approved by US EPA, and further, manufacturers have to meet a range of domestic and international packaging requirements. We're also awaiting a container leaching study from US EPA that is due out in April of this year that will help to inform any discussion about what is and isn't happening with fluorinated pesticide containers. Any discussion here can also, as the retailers noted, impact other products coming into the state.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Yes, we oppose LD 2019 and we ask members to vote ought not to pass. We believe that LD 1503 and LD 264 need to be fully implemented. There's existing authority within the Board of Pesticides Control, and we don't see the necessity of this bill at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Next is David Bell, followed by Heather Spalding, Sarah Woodbury, and Sharon Treat.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished committee members. I am David Bell, a Maine native with 40 years experience working in agriculture. I have a BS and an MS in plant and soil sciences, and currently work with Cherryfield Foods Farm in Cherryfield, Maine. We're a wild blueberry grower. My wife and I also own a 160-acre farm in central Maine that's managed in a corn, alfalfa, vegetable crop rotation, and we actively manage our woodlot. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying neither for nor against LD 2019. In light of Senator Brenner's comments and Director Patterson, I'll keep my comments short. I support what they are suggesting. I have not been part of this whole process and discussion, but I wanted to bring up in regard to the definition of spray adjuvant or adjuvants. It's defined as a pesticide. However, I understand that they're not pesticides because they don't actively control the pests, so they should not be defined as, and I'm concerned that then this gets confusing to the user community and through our training. And so, for example, on our farm, we use sugar as a spray adjuvant. It's added to organically certified insecticide to enhance the effectiveness against an invasive species that affects small fruits. So it, as part of the regulated community, it starts to beg the question. I understand there's adjuvants that are, formulated and sold, and then there's adjuvants that are added. So does that start to bring in products like sugar? So with that, I appreciate your work on this bill. Oh, one other thing, sorry. Also related to containers, I don't know what the committee has been thinking about containers, as others have expressed. For years, we've triple rinsed all our plastic containers, and they go to we truck them to a recycling center in the state of Maine. So please also be careful about the whole life cycle and recycling of containers as we take on these vexing issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thanks again.
Heather Spalding.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I'm Heather Spalding, Deputy Director of MOFGA. As you heard from many of our farmers this morning, Maine needs to turn off the PFAS taps wherever we can, especially when products pose a threat to further contamination of Maine farmland. While MOFGA enthusiastically supports efforts to ban pesticides containing PFAS, either as ingredients in the formulation or as contaminants from processing or packaging, I'm offering comments neither for nor against the bill in its current form. I'd like to emphasize that Maine needs to restrict the use of PFAS adjuvants, and the BPC needs to maintain authority to regulate containers that may leach PFAS into pesticides. We see two major problems with the bill. The first is the proposed definition, which would effectively shield the vast majority of PFAS containing pesticides from a ban. Maine law defines PFAS as any member of a class of fluorinated organic chemicals containing at least one fully fluorinated carbon atom. The definition occurs in several state laws and is recognized by the states of, it occurs in several of Maine's laws and is recognized by the states of California, Colorado, Connecticut, Kentucky, Illinois, Minnesota, New York, Vermont, and Washington, as well as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. The definition proposed for LD 2019 would apply to chemicals containing at least two fully fluorinated carbon atoms. Last summer, the BPC suggested using a limited definition of PFAS in its rulemaking related to LD 264. They had initially reasoned that PFAS were mostly beyond its purview, and they suggested focusing on 75 specific PFAS that EPA had identified as potential candidates for expedited toxicological screening. But they later changed their opinion, and they recommended that adopting the definition set in LD 1503 would be a prudent approach, as it allows for harmonization across the state's requirements. One definition across all departments will aid compliance through increased clarity and communication. And we wholeheartedly agree with that statement. We need a coordinated interagency PFAS action plan with consistency in research and enforcement standards. The next problem that we're concerned about is the timeline for action to remove PFAS pesticides from the market. The bill allows 8 more years of spraying PFAS over Maine land, just as the state agencies are struggling to assess the extent of PFAS contamination. It's important to note that, that there are recommendations, requests for variances to use PFAS pesticides, and one was just approved at the last BPC meeting last month. One small item that needs attention, I think I got this right, is in section 4.1H, where the and should be changed to or. Finally, I urge you to amend LD 2019 to ensure that BPC has authority to regulate PFAS containing adjuvants and containers, to include the definition of PFAS already well established in Maine statute, and not to delay action. Maine can't wait 8 more years to turn off the PFAS pesticides tap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Spalding. So sounds like your primary worries about it are the definition and trying to align that with other places in statute. Is that true?
Yes.
And why do you feel that that's so significant to emphasize that point?
Well, I think in this case, there was a discussion about this. I think Director Patterson had mentioned this at the presentation to the ACF a couple of weeks ago, and also in BPC meetings. But the definition of 2 fully fluorinated carbon atoms would effectively shield many of the pesticides that are on the market, PFAS containing pesticides that are on the market from regulation. And so the intent, the evolution of this bill and this discussion really was to turn off that PFAS tap, the PFAS pesticide tap. And having another definition would give a pass to many of those products. And it would also create confusion for, we're trying to organize a coordinated and aggressive response to the PFAS problem in Maine. And if different agencies are working with different definitions, it's just going to be chaos. And I think that, I understand people are asking for time to hear what EPA has to say about PFAS broadly. But I mean, if we had taken that approach years ago, nothing would have been accomplished yet. And Maine is leading, and Maine is creating models, and we are figuring out how we're going to set things right, support our farmers, and create a safe food supply for the country, for Maine. So
Thank you, appreciate it.
Other questions? All right, seeing none. Sarah Woodbury, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the ACF committee. Once again, I am Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 2019. We support the intent of this bill and agree that it should be unlawful to distribute a pesticide that has been contaminated with PFAS. Many PFAS are bioaccumulative, highly persistent, and have been found in drinking water and farmland across the state. We should do everything we can to get these toxic chemicals out of our products. And make no mistake, these are toxic chemicals. There is a reason that Maine is regulating this as a class. However, we are deeply concerned about the definition of PFAS used in this bill. The bill defines PFAS as substances that include any member of the class of fluorinated organic chemicals containing at least 2 fully fluorinated carbon atoms. This definition is inconsistent with the definition of PFAS that is used in every other Maine statute the Maine legislature has passed and is currently considering, which requires a single fully fluorinated carbon. It is also inconsistent with definitions used in other states and many federal programs. Maine first defined PFAS in 2019 under LD 1433. This definition has been in Maine statute for 3 years and has been used in several different pieces of legislation across various statutes that have since become law. I will not go into all of them. They're listed in my testimony. That same definition is used in LD 1875 and LD 1911, which your colleagues in the ENR committee have recently recommended pass this session. It is also the definition that this committee has used in LD 2013, the farmer funding bill, which we heard today. As Heather mentioned, several other states have passed legislation utilizing the same definition, and it has also been used in some federal legislation. We recognize that some federal agencies or offices have proposed other narrower definitions. These alternatives, most of which are broader than what you guys are considering today, have been vigorously opposed by many scientists. And just in terms of EPA, Maine is so far ahead of EPA in regulating PFAS. If we, as Heather mentioned, if we had waited for EPA, we would not be where we are today. States have always led the way on regulation of toxic chemicals. The federal government is always far behind. We need to do what we can to get this toxic chemical out of our waste stream, out of our food, out of our water. And also LD 2019 is not the place to have a debate about definition. Maine already has a consistent definition, and it simply makes no sense for Maine to have multiple definitions of PFAS, especially when the bill specifically refers to the existing requirements under LD 1503, where there are overlapping authorities. Having different definitions will create confusion for both the regulators and the regulated. The goal of this bill is to prevent potential contamination of water and soil from tainted pesticides. It only makes sense that we are looking for the pesticides. What we are looking for in the pesticides is the same as what we are looking for in the environment. This can only be the case if the definitions are aligned. We urge the committee to amend this bill to bring the PFAS definition in alignment with the rest of the statutes that are across the state. And I would point out that these statutes have been passed through the Judiciary Committee, through the Health and Human Services Committee, and through the ENR Committee. This is not just focused on ENR. We need to maintain consistency across state statutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Woodbury, for being here. So if this definition were aligned, you could move into support on this bill?
Yes, yes.
And then you mentioned the EPA. Could you just give us a little sense of why do the states lead on this conversation around PFAS and the EPA lag?
Well, I mean, the EPA is subject to much more political whims than state agencies sometimes are. A lot of stuff happened under the previous administration where PFAS was in the process of being looked at. It got dropped. And they are just so far, and they've always been far behind. The federal government moves very slowly. The states can move more quickly on this issue, and they are moving more quickly on this issue. There are more and more states that are regulating PFAS and are following Maine's lead, quite frankly. And, you know, just looking at LD 1503, that legislation gives broad overview to kind of ban the use of PFAS in all products all non-essential products by 2030. And just going back to Senator Brenner's comment, the deadline is not 2030. The DEP can name a category of products at any time between now and 2030 for them to regulate. So timelines are always things that we're willing to work with. I don't think waiting till 2030 to deal with this issue is appropriate. And I do think that the EPA, while I understand, wanting to kind of follow it, they do not, this federal government does not lead on these issues. If you look at anything from mercury to lead to all of these things that have been regulated, all of that regulation started at the state levels and the federal government has followed because the bureaucracy and the infrastructure is just too large to move quickly on issues like this.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Could you I'm thinking of maybe drinking water standards. Is there a difference between how Maine regulates drinking PFAS and drinking water versus the EPA?
Yes, the EPA does not regulate PFAS in drinking water. They have an advisory level of 70 parts per trillion. The state of Maine does regulate PFAS in drinking water. Their level is 20 parts per trillion for a combination of 6 PFAS. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Melanie Loisum, the commissioner of DEP, has indicated to the ENR committee in previous testimony that those levels might also be too high. The more that we find out about the PFAS, and I know that people are confused that there's 4,000, 9,000, 12,000 of these PFAS. The reason we regulate them as a class is because they all exhibit, specific qualities of bioaccumulation, of persistence in the environment. The newer ones might not last as long, but they still last. And every study that we're seeing coming out looking at the newer types of PFAS, they're all showing toxicity. They're all showing health impacts. I'm happy to share that information with the committee. There was a study done by the EPA not too recently about a newer PFAS that showed, impacts on both kidney and I think liver functions. So we need to, from a health protective standpoint, look at this as a class, be consistent with our regulations, and quite frankly, be far out ahead of the federal government, or we're going to continue to poison our community, poison our residents. And as someone who was born in the state, I don't want to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. And the last one I have on my list at the moment is Sharon Treat. Welcome again.
Thank you very much, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the committee. And very much thank you for sitting here for such a long day. I'm senior attorney at the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, and we're testifying today neither for nor against LD 2019. We do support sections 2 and 3 of the bill, which define adjuvants as pesticides and would require registration and regulation of these substances. We support section 4, paragraph H, which immediately bans the sale or use of pesticides that have been contaminated with PFAS. And we support section 5, which clarifies the board's authority to regulate pesticide containers into the future. We cannot support the bill in its entirety, however. We strongly oppose other provisions of the bill that change the definition of PFAS to exclude the majority of active pesticide ingredients containing PFAS, and that roll back protections previously enacted by the legislature to turn off the tap of unnecessary PFAS use, which has contaminated drinking water, soils, food, and wildlife in Maine and elsewhere. As you've heard, since 2019, Maine has had a definition of PFAS as any member of the class of fluorinated organic chemicals containing at least one fully fluorinated carbon atom. You've also heard there's 3 other main laws that use the same definition, 9 states, and of course, LD 2013, which you just heard 3 hours of testimony on. The new PFAS definition in this bill injects confusion and uncertainty into the administration of PFAS policy. It reduces health and environmental protections, and it's inconsistent with the intent of LD 264, which this committee bill is supposed to be further implementing. According to the Board of Pesticide Control staff, which they've stated in a couple of meetings, if the definition in this bill is used, only 2 to 3 active pesticide ingredients will be regulated. Using the definition in current law, 160 active ingredients may be regulated. Section 4 would delay any prohibition on the sale of pesticides containing intentionally added PFAS to January 1, 2030. In my view, this weakens current Maine law and removes from Maine DEP any discretion to ban 1 or more PFAS containing pesticides during the next 8 years, even if there's good reason to do so based on risk of health and harm. And I think it needs to be clarified. Maine law put in place by LD 1503 doesn't say wait until 2030 to ban anything with PFAS. It says it's a phase out over time. And it also, what it bans is non-essential use of PFAS by the year 2030. So if, for example, there was a pesticide that had some PFAS in it that was absolutely essential and there was no alternative to it, then potentially that wouldn't be banned under the law that we have in place right now. And I think it's important to understand that. PFAS is in the blood of Maine farmers and their neighbors, as we know. Exposure has been linked to health problems, including kidney and testicular cancer, thyroid disease, infertility, and compromised immune systems. PFAS contamination is serious, and PFAS should be banned where it's not an essential use. And in fact, the legislature voted to do that just last year. Unfortunately, some provisions in this bill seem designed to continue business as usual by treating PFAS and pesticides as somehow different from and apparently not as toxic or persistent or mobile or bioaccumulative as PFAS in other products. And there's just no support in the science for this proposition. The committee should strike the new definition of PFAS and the delayed ban, and instead amend this bill to direct the Board of Pesticide Control to work with DEP to ban pesticides containing non-essential PFAS sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Pluker. No good?
Yeah, I think she answered my question last moment. So I just want to be clear. You would be in support of this bill if we fix the definition and we fixed it so that we're phasing out non-essential uses of PFAS.
Yes, I would. And I think that, you know, the points people raised in their testimony about maybe the definition of adjuvants should be tweaked in certain ways, that just makes sense. I know that some states do define it as pesticides. It's a simple way of including it into the whole regime. But, you know, we don't have to do exactly what another state has done. But I think it is important that these materials, if an adjuvant is in the pesticide, it's already regulated. If it's added to it later, it's not. And I think it's important that it be included as part of the overall regulatory structure that we have in Maine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think what happened on that particular one, I don't think it was meant to be defined as a pesticide, but to be regulated like a pesticide. So I think there was a mix up in the wording. So
easily happened.
Right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your testimony. Cheryl, that's all I have on my list. Is there anyone else you have for this? Nope. Okay, then I'll close the hearing on LD 2019, and I'll open up the public hearing on LD 2021, an act to collect pesticide sales and use records for the purpose of providing information to the public. And with that, I'll look at my list and I'll start with Megan Patterson. So if you'd let her in, please.
Excuse me.
Yes. You want to say something on this first?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go
my
ahead.
testimony is not submitted because it's that time of the year. Sorry, but
Okay.
I wanted to introduce this bill and my amendment to it. before we got started, if that's okay.
Yep, sure, absolutely.
I just saw that my thing is upside down. There, now it's right side up. All right, so thank you very much. Excuse me, Director Patterson. So good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and my fellow members of the ACF committee. I'm Lori O'Shea, I represent House District 123. I'm here to testify and present an amendment so I'm testifying in support, but with an amendment for LD 2021, an act to collect pesticide sales and use records for the purpose of providing information to the public. So as you all probably know, since 1997, Maine has had a policy for minimizing reliance on pesticides. It is the policy of the state, this is in quotes, to work to find ways to use the minimum amount of pesticides needed to effectively control targeted pests in all areas of application. The agencies of the state involved in the regulation or use of pesticides shall promote the principles and the implementation of integrated pest management and other science-based technology to minimize reliance on pesticides, while recognizing that outbreaks of disease, insects, and other pests will necessitate fluctuations in pesticide use. These agencies, in cooperation with private interest groups, shall work to educate pesticide users and the general public in the proper use of pesticides and to determine other actions needed to accomplish the state policy. So as part of that, in 1997, Maine adopted a pesticide data collection policy. It directed the BPC to, in quotes, implement a system of record keeping, reporting, data collection, and analysis that provides information on the quantity of product and brand names of pesticides sold. The board, in cooperation with the University of Maine Cooperative Extension Service, shall study ways to improve pesticide information databases and to optimize the useful analysis of reported information. So it continues, the policy continues no later than October 1st, 1998, and each year thereafter, the board shall publish an annual pesticides report containing the quantity of product sorted by name and the United States Environmental Protection Agency registration number of all pesticides sold in the prior year, with the data further sorted by sector of use wherever possible, end quote. Great idea. However, as we all know, we just didn't have the kind of data technology that was easily available, accessible, and useful in 1997 that we have now. So the BPC received the data in hard copy, paper format, and it entered the data into their own electronic database, but it was extremely time consuming. And it was making the goal of quantifying pesticide sales and use in Maine an expensive undertaking, and the data quality was hugely variable. So in 2002, the BPC suggested narrowing the requirements, and the legislature complied. And so we really haven't been collecting that kind of information, nor have there been annual reporting. So last year, there were two bills that focused on the concept of pesticide sales and use database. So we're revisiting this now because we actually, there are, if the original spirit of what was proposed in 1997 were to be followed through with now, there's actually tools available to do a really fine job of the things that more than 20 years ago were suggested we should be doing. So LD 1599, an act to establish a Maine pesticide sales and use registry, was a bill I sponsored in the first year of this session. The bill was discussed and tabled. It was tabled to give us more time to communicate with stakeholders and database experts to figure out what the cost would actually be of creating something like this. Senator Maddie Daughtry sponsored LD 524, an act to require schools to submit pest management activity logs to the Board of Pesticides Control and posting of inspection results for the purpose of providing information to the public. Senator Daughtry's bill was converted to a resolve, and that directed the BPC to research workable methods to collect pesticide sales and use records. The BPC prepared a report for LD 524 and that Director Patterson presented to this committee last month. So pulling that all together, we have a committee bill that we're talking about right now, LD 2021. The goal is to provide workable methods for collecting pesticide sales and use records and putting them into Maine policy, acknowledging the interest and support for LD 1599 and LD 524 by so many Mainers. The bill, with a first draft by Karen Nadeau, our legislative analyst, directs the BPC to collaborate with the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, Office of Information Technology, to develop and administer a comprehensive online database to document pesticide sales, distribution by pesticide dealers, and application by certified applicators. So today I'm proposing an amendment to what Karen had written because she did a great job in a short period of time, but we didn't actually have a chance to vet it. So we've now talked with various stakeholders and made sure that it is a policy that can be implemented and would work correctly. So this amendment keeps several, I believe Karen sent it out yesterday. It keeps several sections of that first draft and updates or replaces other sections. The amended text clarifies the pesticide reporting. This amendment also directs pesticide dealers to report sales monthly and certified applicators to report within 1 week of application. And it makes prompt recording of pesticide applications on school grounds our state policy. It requires BPC to report sales and use trends to the legislature annually. The amendment requires the board to report to the legislature next February on the progress made in developing and administering the online database. So I know it's going on, sorry, but the next piece is, it really does address the concerns of our regulated community. One of the concerns was confidentiality that came up last in 1599 discussions. And so we addressed that by having the growers mention that they were worried about the protection of business information and possible threats against their property. So the language around confidentiality in the original version of 2021 addresses this concern, and my amended version upholds that language. There was concern about record keeping, reporting requirements. Applicators already are required to keep records for every pesticide application. So this improved database, once they learn how to use it, would make record keeping more convenient because it would eliminate the annual summary reporting and the time it takes to do that, because the actual data will already be in the system. Much like when you go to do your taxes, if you have a big box full of receipts, it takes a long time to get it ready to file your taxes. Whereas if you manage it every week or every month, it'll be much easier at the end of the year. So the difficulty of electronic reporting in absence of reliable broadband access was brought up this is an absolutely important, and the bill directs BPC to ensure ease of reporting by those who have no broadband access or don't use electronic tools. So the suggestion by some was that the sales data should be sufficient, but we actually heard from BPC staff member Pam Breyer that sales and use don't necessarily line up. And I mentioned in my testimony for 1599 as a faculty member at the university, I had a graduate student trying to figure out application information from the BPC registry, and you couldn't do it. So sales data don't provide the information about how much of what is used and where and when. So to think about how much further along we'd be in addressing PFAS crisis if we had consistent and clear data showing the amount, frequency, and distribution of the sludge applied to farmland. So this bill will improve the BPC's ability to achieve its mission, which already includes product registration, licensing, and enforcement. Sales and use reporting is a very logical and important facet of the system, and technology should be embraced to help us better understand the problems that we have and address them. So I hope you'll support my amendments to LD 2021.
Thank you. Are there questions for Representative Osher? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony outlining this. It's helpful just because of these committee bills. Sometimes the process is a little different for having the sponsor visible or presenting. I had a question about if you could talk about the value of having this data, what could be done with it, what could it reflect, how can it help?
Well, thank you very much for your question. We we humans, we collect data and use data to inform us about how we can do things better. So the original 1997 discussion was one of the things that wanted to do better was to minimize the use of, I think they were referring to chemical pesticides, organic chemical pesticides, but still minimize the use by, say, doing integrated pest management. But we actually have no way to determine if that's happening. And we also, over time, we find out that certain things that we apply that we thought were innocuous or we misunderstood, we did not have a sufficient knowledge about their impacts when we started applying them, we may find out later that they have some negative consequences. So for example, spreading sludge, we find there's negative consequences to the environment. So this will give us a record of and we might be able to use, we would be able to use that record later to say, oh, these specific chemicals that we applied, we thought that we're fine applying them, but now we know that there's other impacts and we'd like to track where they were applied or try to contact the people who've applied them to give recommendations on what should be substituted. And the BPC does a lot of educational work, and this would just assist them to be more targeted if they were trying to educate about switching from one pesticide to another for a particular use. So, and then as I mentioned, when I was an academic, we were wondering why we had a die-off of vegetation. We couldn't figure out what, we had various hypotheses of what might have impacted this vegetation. One of the hypotheses was pesticide use. And so we were trying to investigate what pesticides were used. We just couldn't find enough information to support that there were pesticides used or when they were used, even though there was anecdotal evidence that pesticides that we knew were toxic to this particular vegetation had been used, but we just couldn't quantify it. So to try to track down when something goes wrong, it's nice to find out, to have a record of what you've done. And I guess the converse is that farmers, they're concerned about sharing their proprietary information, but the BPC could use this as an educational tool to be able to say, someone applied this pesticide and it worked well. You're applying a different pesticide that we're concerned about other impacts of it. You might be able to substitute for this other pesticide. So the BPC should have more ability to do better education.
Are there other questions?
Thank you. A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
My last question was about confidential information, and if you could just briefly address what the concerns were and what you did in response to that to balance the need for gathering data and also confidentiality.
The concern was that just as we have this in policy that we want to minimize pesticide use, there's a general fear in the population about using these tools, but every farmer knows that these tools are necessary. So their concern is that their neighbors or their customers might be unhappy about this, finding out that they used pesticides, I think was one of the concerns, or that they might be using pesticides and it was proprietary. They didn't want their competitors to know. I didn't make that complaint. I just know that the request was to have some mechanism to allow confidentiality, because through Freedom of Information Act, since this is now going to be in a government database, that it can be queried for information unless there was some kind of confidentiality. So that wording that is in the bill was Karen worked with the attorney, so we can pull that wording up, but the goal was to provide a mechanism so people who wanted to have their information be confidential would be in there, and so we've added that. That wasn't in either Maddie Daughtry's bill or my previous bill.
Thank you for explaining.
Representative Blucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Osher. So this bill does not mandate farmers it mandates farmers to maintain records similar to what we're doing now, but it doesn't mandate us to send it to the BPC on a regular basis.
No, this says this is it's weekly, it's within a week of application that anyone who applies, or the people that are not exempted that apply pesticides, report within a week of application. And this means that there's no longer need for annual reporting because there's regular reporting during the year.
Could you just, I'm having a hard time seeing that language in the bill. Could you just highlight it for me or cite it for me? I guess anybody who sees it could point it out to me. Sorry.
You're also muted, Representative Osher, if you're trying to say something.
Sorry, yes, I don't know where it is, but maybe Karen could pull that up.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Representative Underwood.
Representative Osher, is there an alternate way of registration and the use of BPC without the use of government mandates of any kind? For example, like an industry group, if they could form an industry group that would cover this. And I would prefer to do it that way instead of having the board, the BPC do it. What is your opinion?
Good question. Thank you so much for your question. I am looking for my notes. But I think that there's already reporting. The reporting that's done takes a lot of work for the BPC to put into the database, and the data is not particularly useful. And they haven't been able to make these reports that were the annual reports. Original idea was annual reports to say how we're doing as a state on minimizing pesticide use. So this bill provides a request that we have a database that will work and reporting at regular intervals. And it's I don't know of any self-regulating system that works from elementary school all the way through. Humans are always not often great at self-reporting, and so we have self-reporting in taxes, but we also have people who go and check that reporting. So I think it's a noble idea to think that we would be able to adequately meet our goals with self-reporting, but this is not that. So so let's see. It says beginning January 1st, 2023, a certified applicator shall submit to the board's online pesticide sales and use database a report for each pesticide application performed by the applicator within 1 week after each application. It sounds onerous, but more than likely it will be a 5-minute, or once people get up to speed in using this tool, a very short effort of time, and it will be easier over time to do it. And then they themselves will have a very clear record. And any certified applicator is supposed to be keeping a record. That's probably right now being done in paper, or some of them may put it in their own home computer database. This is just collecting it at the state level.
Follow-up question?
Sure.
My goal is less regulation equals a cheaper product. And therefore it will, if it's a cheaper product, we'll sell more. And to eliminate any taxes on the that this department has, and to make them all mandatory, that if they want to pay it, fine. If they don't, that's okay too. And less, how should I put it? The less government regulates anything, the better it is for the industry and for all the citizens of the state. And I don't think any kind of regulations imposed by the BPC or anything but the department is good for us. It's good for the citizens of the state on a general basis, because it increases the cost and it increases the power of government. Less government, the better. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
I just wanted to apologize. I was looking at the original bill, not the amendment. That's why I was confused.
Okay, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Question I had, and I think it went back, maybe I misunderstood the answer you gave to Representative Pluker's question about, this is a mandate that all farmers would have to file within a week's time of every time they apply anything, they would have to do it, and it would be a mandate. Is that correct?
For pesticides, listed pesticides. So not fertilizers, and they don't, not every process they do on their farm. So people will do various passes of the field, but only if they're applying pesticides. So they need to put the information into a database.
Other questions for Representative Osher? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. And we'll move on to Megan Patterson. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I'm commenting on the original bill language. I have not seen the amendment. So I guess I'd take that into consideration. I will say that I think a lot of the comments still pertain. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Megan Patterson. I am the Director of the Board of Pesticides Control, speaking on behalf of the board and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, as neither for nor against LD 2021, an act to collect pesticide sales and use records for the purpose of providing information to the public. DACF is firmly committed to protecting people and the environment from pests and pesticides. BPC, housed within the department, regulates the use of pesticides under the authority of EPA and enforces state regulations aimed explicitly at collecting annual use summary data and requiring applicators to maintain detailed records regarding their applications. As previously presented to the committee in response to the requirements of LD 524, current rules and statutes require pesticide dealers, commercial applicators, and agricultural applicators to maintain records of sales and use, respectively. Licensed commercial applicators and commercial agricultural producers are required to keep pesticide application records for 2 years from the date of application and make them available upon request from BPC staff. Licensed pesticide dealers are also required to keep records of each sale of a restricted use or limited use pesticide and make this information available to BPC staff upon request. Further, commercial applicators and pesticide dealers of restricted use and limited use pesticides are required under CMR 26, Chapter 50 so Board Rule Chapter 50, to submit annual use and sales summary reports. The board recently, as of 2020, completed the development of software modifications to accept electronic submission of existing sales and commercial use summary reports. Preliminary results of these efforts were presented in the form of a summary of 2019 data in the LD 524 report, which was presented to the committee earlier this session. We have recently finalized data entry for 2018 and 2020. This data entry work was only possible with the assistance of temporary staff, and due to competing legislative demands, staff has not yet had time to review the entirety of that data in its whole for trends and potential concerns. As written, LD 2021 establishes requirements for rulemaking, stakeholder meetings, a report back to the legislature, and a submission of additional pesticide product registration, sales, agricultural use, and commercial use data. While several of these recommendations, in fact, most of them, I believe Karen took most of the recommendations directly from the report provided by staff, are in line with recommendations made by staff in the LD 524 report. Some are not, and these new requirements will demand additional FTEs. In fact, all of these requests will demand additional staff time, funding, and further modification of the program's existing software solution. And by staff time, I mean actual positions. Processing the collected data and providing public assistance with data input will be labor intensive. The original bill does not provide any funding or staffing for these expectations. Staff have some specific concerns about the existing bill language, the meaning of and practical implementation of the confidentiality language in Section 4 and the specificity of the data, including customer names collected in Section 5. BPC is not aware of any other state that makes customer and applicator name and customer address information available to the public. Staff also has concerns about the unfunded demands and the proposed timeline for completing the work. Staff would like to encourage the committee to allow time to review and report out on the data that staff have already collected and compiled for 2018 through 2020 before determining that the existing information is insufficient. We feel the current data may answer some of the questions about sales and use. We would like the opportunity to compile that data, review it with stakeholders, and then revisit this topic with the committee. BPC staff understand the importance of knowing how many pesticides are being used in Maine's environment and the interest in tracking that information. We are hopeful that our current efforts to electronically collect this information as listed and both the sales and commercial use data will provide useful insights into further data collection efforts. However, the current bill spreads thin, already thin resources, even thinner within the BPC. Last, if enacted, this bill requires additional funding to develop functionality in the BPC's existing licensing software and new positions to enter and validate the quality and accuracy of the additional data collected. So that concludes my testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions you have now or at the work session. So thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Patterson? Representative Osher.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for your assistance and the stakeholder meetings that I attended in December. It was, it's clear that that's something that the BPC is doing to reach out to stakeholders. That's important. And my apologies. Karen had said that she had reached out to you on the original draft, and then when I worked on the amendment, I am sorry that I did not ask her to send you a copy last night when it went out to the committee. So as you know, Karen's original, the original what was presented for this was taking a lot from your report, report that you prepared. What I also forgot to mention is that I took out the stakeholder piece because BPC already does that. So it didn't seem important to put that into policy, because the goal of this, from the intent of Senator Daughtry and myself, was that we would be using the available database technology as implied back in 1997, that you and the BPC and the university would make sure to keep up with the available technology so that this data could be collected and managed with the latest technology. So this is in that spirit, identifying that there'd be funds needed to investigate and determine which technology would be used. But after that, this should take much less time than what you've been doing, because the information will be put directly into the database. So anyway, so again, my apologies that you didn't get the amendment last night or yesterday afternoon, and that the only piece I neglected to mention that was a change was that we removed the stakeholder part, so that we would not mandate that you did that. You're already doing that fine without it being put into policy.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up in favor of the bill is Heather Spalding.
Hello again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I'm Heather Spalding, Deputy Director of MOFGA. I'm speaking today in support of Representative Osher's amendment to the ACF Committee's LD 2021. We're really happy about the progress made during last year's legislative session regarding banning chlorpyrifos, restricting neonics for residential landscaping, reforming the composition of the BPC, banning glyphosate and dicamba use on school grounds, and addressing concerns about PFAS and pesticides, as you just discussed earlier today. We continue to advocate for reform in pesticide policy at the federal level, and we want to keep lines of communication open to find solutions for minimizing reliance on pesticides. The amended version of this bill is such a solution. It addresses all of the concerns that stakeholders have raised in recent meetings, and it's designed to help stakeholders carry out what the BPC rules already require. Representative Osher's amended version provides a roadmap for getting back to the original intent of our stated pesticide policies. It is the policy of the state to work to find ways to use the minimum amount of pesticides needed to effectively control targeted pests in all areas of application. How can we know whether we're minimizing reliance on pesticides if we don't know how much of what is used to treat what problems, where, how, and by whom? As one of MOFGA's board members always says, you can't manage what you don't measure. LD 2021 will help Maine policymakers gauge how the state is doing with its clearly stated pesticide policy. You heard from Representative Osher about the peaks and valleys of efforts to create reports on sales and use data over the past decades. We appreciate that the BPC staff are working really hard to resurrect data gathering and reporting, and we think that a well-designed database using current information technology will serve the needs of all stakeholders really well. Again, we feel that this is geared toward helping stakeholders do what they already are required to do in record keeping, even if they don't necessarily have to submit their detailed reports. This would allow them to do the record keeping and give the BPC a clearer picture of how much of the quantities of pesticides being sold and applied. Other states require regular pesticide application reporting. In California, applicators are required to report to the county commissioner of agriculture. Each county has a commissioner out there. Detailed information on every application within 7 days of an application. Maine's future pesticide sales and use database should be considered as an amenity, a service for all stakeholders working to embrace the true definition of integrated pest management.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Sure. I guess just to summarize, this really does seek to address the concerns of the regulated community. It upholds the confidentiality clause that was in the original committee version. It reduces demands on the time for record keeping and recording requirements. And it directs the Board of Pesticide Control to help folks who have limited broadband access. And I just feel like this is going to be a really, really important way for us to move forward. And I've attached to my written comments a list of all the benefits of the database, and that would be easier to look at a glance. And I'd be happy to answer questions if you have any.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Whoops, Representative O'Neill. Slow on the hand today.
Yeah, it was slow reaction.
Either that or I'm fast, I don't know, whichever, but go ahead.
I thank you for your testimony. I'm wondering if there's anything else that you wanted to outline about process or things that you didn't have the chance to reach.
Well, I feel that this is a logical addition to the existing database that the Board of Pesticides Control has that already tracks pesticide registrations, licensing data, and enforcement data. And those are three really important aspects of the work of the board. And the sales and use data, it just seems like a really important and natural facet of that overall database that can be developed and really can serve the broader community very well. So I feel like it's going to really inform BPC decision-making about the variance requests that they're getting. This could also, when we're thinking about what we're struggling with right now with this PFAS crisis, imagine if we had a really clear data set of where all the PFAS contaminated sludge had been sprayed, how often, in what areas, and from what sources. We would be so much further ahead of where we are now. This is data that is really, really important for us to be gathering because pesticides are toxic and they're dangerous, and many of them, as we know, are persistent and bioaccumulative, and they just don't go away. So again, I feel like it's really important from from a sort of a principle standpoint, we're trying to achieve our stated goal of minimizing reliance on pesticides. We're trying to provide practical solutions to make things easier to administer and for the regulated community to comply. And then we're trying to generate information so that we can figure out our long-term planning for policy development and research and helping farmers minimize their reliance on pesticides, think first, spray last, and embrace the true definition of integrated pest management.
Representative Osher.
So thank you very much for your comments and for the shout out to the BPC, because I do appreciate Director Patterson mentioned that they're working on pulling together data from the last several years. I understand that is an arduous process, in part because these are annual. The data that the BPC gets right now is annual, and it's collected in paper format that needs to be transposed. Human error, often a problem in science, in anything. So the data is not, might not be good when it comes in, and it might not be as good as it was when it came in, when it goes into the database. And plus that's expensive. But the one, I also, before I cede my time, I wanted to, I did find the piece that Representative Pluker was asking about, and I'd like Heather, if you could comment on it after I read it. He was asking about the confidential information piece. So section 3 says confidential, section 422 MSRA 1471 G sub 3. So I just call it section 3. Confidential information. Information provided to the board by commercial agricultural producers to fulfill reporting requirements under this chapter is public unless designated as confidential by the board. A commercial agricultural producer to whom the information belongs or pertains may request that the information it has provided be designated as confidential, and the board may designate the information as confidential if the board determines the information contains proprietary information. For the purpose of this subsection, proprietary information means information that is a trade secret or production, commercial, or financial information, the disclosure of which would impair the competitive position of the person submitting the information and would make available information not otherwise publicly available. That's for Representative Pluker, and Ms. Spalding, if you have anything to add about that, I would love to hear it.
Yeah, so I would just say that the evolution of this discussion and the listening sessions that the BPC has convened over time have been really informative and respectful, I would say. And I understand the hesitancy about sharing, what is perceived as confidential business information. I think that this is a good faith gesture and a compromise and a different, and it's different from LD 1599, which was considered last year, which really was much more of a public facing database. I mean, this still helps Maine get a handle on how the quantity of pesticides that are being used for what purposes, and to do analysis of the trends of pesticide sales and use without, while allowing applicators to protect their business information. And I think that's fine. And that's, I would not object to that. And I was glad that was not stricken from the language that appeared first in the committee bill. And yeah, I mean, I think that if there were a problem, then I would imagine that would no longer be, if the board identified a problem, a violation, some kind of problem that needed to be addressed, then that data would no longer be confidential. But the goal here is to quantify this data and look at trends more in the aggregate, and maybe by including geography at maybe at the town level, or I mean, you could do it in lots of different ways and then still protect the identity of individual farmers, individual businesses. I think that, one thing to be clear, I guess this was another question that Representative Pluker had asked, was just about who would be required to do regular reporting. One of the things that we learned from the presentation from Pam Breyer, from the staff toxicologist from the BPC, was that there was some analysis of looking at the different kinds of pesticides that were used over time. And she had said that it was clear that, the data that they had on the use of glyphosate was incomplete because it didn't include farmers, which in Maine do use a lot of glyphosate for various crop production. And so the annual summary data that is currently collected by BPC excludes the records from general use applicators, farmers, foresters, nurseries, greenhouses, cannabis producers, and others. And so that's a big chunk of people who are applying pesticides. And I think that this could really help give a more clear picture of the overall use trends.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Penny Jordan.
Hi there. Wow, that was a lot of information that I didn't have prior to this testimony. So I'm going to try to be as articulate as I can, which might be very difficult since there's a lot of responses I'd like to have. My first thing is I'd love to thank Representative Underwood for your statement about the less government, the better. And Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the committee, I'm Penny Jordan, one of the owners of Jordan's Farm here in Cape Elizabeth, and I speak in opposition to LD 2021. Jordan's Farm is a family-owned and operated business. We're committed to ensuring the food we grow and sell is safe. When we consider pesticide application, we adhere to integrated pest management practices. I won't take the time to read the definition to you, but it's in my written testimony. I want to say to Representative Ogier, we seek to minimize the use of pesticides at our farm. We don't take application of pesticides lightly. These practices, the integrated pest management practices, guide our decision making, and we are required to maintain records. We do that because that is what's required, and we do that electronically already. Our farm is a suburban setting, and we're willing to share data with our neighbors, anybody who requests, who lives near our fields. If they notify us and they want to be notified each time we apply pesticides, we will make sure to do that notification. My brother and nephew are licensed applicators and trained. We assess what time to apply pesticides. It might be 9 p.m. It could be 10 p.m. at night in order that we make sure all the bees are sleeping. Or maybe very early in the morning when we address the avoid drift and other issues that could appear as a result of applying pesticides. I truly don't see the purpose of this bill. I understand creation of database. I understand the need to analyze data. I understand all of that. I just don't see why we need to bring farmers into the mix. Heather, I understand your point about the fact that it's probably is a big piece of the pie that's left out, but I truly think that we need to respect that farmers make decisions on a daily basis that is focused on what are the best practices I need to apply in order to grow the food to provide for our communities. And in order to make sure that we can also get the greatest yield for the seeds that we put in the ground. Our goal at Jordan's Farm is to grow food that's safe for all people, and the decisions we make start there. The practices we employ are not arbitrary. They're based on science, and they need to address disease and pests. I ask you not to support this bill. I ask you that you trust farmers. They can make informed decisions, allow us to do our jobs, grow food, and not become part of a bureaucratic process that seems to assume that farmers are not capable of self-regulation and seems to assume that farmers apply pesticides arbitrarily versus under the guidance of clear thinking and science. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Chair Dill. I have a question for you. Ms. Jordan, I want to thank you for coming today. I've actually been to your farm before, and it's lovely. And I, from what you're explaining here this afternoon, you're a very good neighbor to the people around you and letting them know what you're doing. You must also have connections with other farms across the state who do the same sort of thing you do. And I'm just wondering if you would give us your assessment of how they get the information out to people who need to know. Do they do the same as you, keeping the kind of records that you're talking about, getting in touch with people, trying to come up with a good time to do any kind of spraying of their pesticides?
I would say that relative to the time of day to spray pesticides, all of the farmer peers that I have across the state use the same type of thinking. We're very cognizant of what the impacts can be when we do apply pesticides, and we know that certain times of days is important from an application perspective. Relative to record keeping, all of the farmers I know are very diligent about record keeping. I also would say that if you farmers also have conversation with cooperative extension about use of certain pesticides. Is there something that might be more effective, or can you use an alternative, et cetera, et cetera. I'd also say that most of the farmers that I know also are connected to their neighbors. I live in a very suburban area. If I go out toward maybe for some people, Buxton's still suburban, but if I go out toward Buxton or Standish or up through Wyndham, the farmers that I know in that area are also very neighborly and very aware that people are concerned when they apply pesticides, and you need to be aware of that. And I think they're very respectful of that.
Representative Osher.
You're on mute.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I in no way believe that farmers don't know what they're doing. I'm sure it's a very challenging job, and it requires people to be knowledgeable about so many things. And certainly no one would apply pesticides without having had the education, because we have requirements for who is a pesticide applicator. And those requirements include not only education, but also record keeping. So this was not to burden, because I believe that once the tools are mastered, which won't take so long, that the same record keeping you're doing now would be, you'd be able to put those records into the state database. And I understand the feeling that that you would like to keep your information local, but the goal of this is not to accuse farmers of not doing a good job, but to work as the value of state government is to be able to look at the big picture and figure out how we can do better. And so we cannot, the details of the picture become clear when we collect the data. And until then, it's quite blurry. And so that's the goal of this, is to use the technology available to collect the data that you are already recording, because you must as an applicator. and to put that information together so that we can look at it at state level.
I'm going to take that as a question to me because I want to respond to it. I understand the importance of data and data collection and data analysis. I also understand how data went collected in a very, I would say, in a way that is trying to do good, is working to do good and do good for the whole state, can also at some point become a way of arming people with information that can then start to discredit an industry. And farmers work very hard at making the best decisions they can in order to create strong and vibrant businesses in this state. So if I trusted the bureaucracy, I would be with you 100%, but I do not trust bureaucracy. I'm a town councilor in Cape Elizabeth. I understand what you do as a representative. And once things get to a state level and then potentially a federal level, we have no control over it anymore. It's then your data. Right now, the data is mine. And once you own it, you can do whatever you want with it. So therefore, I'm going to do whatever I can to protect my data.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon, and we'll go on to Emily Smith, followed by Curtis Picard, David Bell, and Don Flannery. Welcome back, Emily.
There, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. Thanks for having me back. I am speaking opposed to LD 2021 as in its original form, and have many questions about the information that's been shared here since the beginning of this public hearing without a copy of the proposed amendment. I'm a 6th generation farmer from Maine. We farm in Maine, we farm in North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, but we are Mainers. This is where we're from. This is our bread and butter. Food safety is a huge priority to our business, and our land is our livelihood. My first concern with this bill would have been, and still is, proprietary information. And our information is our information. It is not public information. Years ago, there were growers in the southern part of the state that were doing everything correct according to EPA standards. The Board of Pesticide Control wanted to work with them. They wanted to work with the Board of Pesticide Control because as Maine growers, that's what we do. And even though they were operating, doing everything correct, that information that they offered to the Board of Pesticide Control to be helpful was used against them. And they were forced to make many changes that dramatically impacted those farms in that industry. Proprietary information is also not covered with the amendment as I understand it right now, because to me, as a broccoli and cauliflower grower, there are 6 or 8 broccoli and cauliflower growers east of the Mississippi that are of significant acreage and volume, competing for business in chain stores for that spot on the shelf. 2 of those growers are in Maine. Sorry, that's a broken pinky. It doesn't bend. 2 of those growers are in Maine. So when you take a pesticide that's specific, crop specific to broccoli or cauliflower, and you lump it together, my usage with my competitor's usage, it doesn't matter if my name's on it or not. We know who used that chemical. I know he did, or he knows I did. So there's still ramifications there that I believe would need to be addressed on the proprietary information. We paid the tuition on what to use and when to use it. The state of Maine didn't pay. IPM, integrated pest management, is not something that we take lightly. It is absolutely used on our farm. We have scouts. We don't want to spend extra money to spray chemical that we don't need to. So that is a real thing. It does happen. There are, you drive around our farms, you're going to see strips up doing bug counts. You're going to see people scouting fields, turning leaves, trying to see so that we can minimize our use of any type of pesticide.
Can you summarize in a few sentences, please?
My biggest question is, and you're saying that this isn't arduous to put on growers. We're growing 4,000 acres, give or minus, of broccoli and cauliflower in Maine. The private applicator, as it is right now, keeps our own records, which we do electronically, but those are our records, and we don't have to report that to the state. Only a commercial applicator has to report what they use. So does this bill require a private applicator to report their information? Sorry for the confusing testimony, but it's very difficult without the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Chair Dill. A question for you, Emily. You mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that there were some changes, there were detrimental changes that had to take place when Southern Maine growers had to work through the BPC back a long time ago. Can you give me even, any example at all of what happened, how it became difficult for the Southern Maine folks to work with the BPC when they turned over all their information, et cetera?
And it wasn't the Board of Pesticide Control necessarily turning anything over. It became public information. It wasn't the Board of Pesticide Control that used it against them. It was other groups that found that information once it was public, and in turn use it against those growers. So we are very, very cautious of what we share and who we share it with. We keep records. We have EPA and Board of Pesticide Control inspections. And when the EPA comes here, they bring Spanish-speaking people, because we have Spanish-speaking people in order to do interviews. It's very extensive. We do third-party food safety audits that test our product before and after harvest for any type of pesticide contamination, or any contamination for that matter. And it really would be advantageous to have state labs that did that, so we didn't have to mail stuff overnight to New Jersey. But besides the point, FSMA, Primus Labs, Board of Pesticide Control, EPA, DEP, we're inundated every day with inspections. If someone wants this information and you want to come look at what we're doing, the books are open. The database is already made. It's on the GPS in the tractor. You can see the labels attached with what we're doing. And so it's so far advanced from this. This is just an arduous step to put information somewhere where someone can use it against growers. We're private applicators. It's called private application for a reason.
Representative Underwood.
Thank you, Emily, for your service to Aroostook County and employing a lot of people and putting a lot of time and effort into the county. And as far as I'm concerned, that's primarily what my interest is say no to this bill, and because there is enough regulation, but done by the Board of Pesticides and Control and also the Department of Agriculture, and it needs to be downsized. And the more that we can downsize the government, the better it is for all growers who can produce more, which in turn results in higher taxes paid. So with that, I'd like to say, what is your opinion, Emily Smith, of what we should do with this bill? Thank you.
Sir, this bill is a product of a vicious cycle. It's the pendulum swinging, and it comes back, and then there's a voice of reason, and then it comes back, then there's a voice of reason, and it comes back. And growers aren't on here because they don't have time to spend all day. I've been on this video call with you guys since 9 o'clock this morning, minus the half an hour lunch break. I commend you for your work. I understand how hard it is. But this information is not information that belongs in the state. I oppose Bill 2021.
Other questions? Saying none, thank you for your testimony, Emily.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Curtis Picard.
Good afternoon again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I am Curtis Picard of the Retail Association of Maine, here in opposition to LD 2021. I didn't prepare written testimony because once again, we basically have some questions. As we read the bill as drafted, and perhaps the amendment is addressing it, I've been reading it and listening at the same time. But our concern with the original bill as drafted was that as retailers, we were now going to have to capture end consumer information for every pesticide sale. So there's retailers that are certainly classified as general use pesticide dealers, and then there are retailers that sell other products that are considered pesticides but don't need the pesticide dealer license. And so it was confusing to us as to what products and what information a retailer may need to capture. So I think our concern was in the original bill under Section 5, which I think has been eliminated in the amendment. So maybe our concern is unfounded, but we just wanted to pose the question to the committee: what information will retailers potentially need to capture from end use consumers? And if we do have to, capture things like name, address, what they bought, we're going to have a significant concern with that. My understanding is probably only prescription medications are probably the only products I can think of off the top of my head where we're collecting personal information like that. So we would have concerns if that is in fact the case in 2021. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is David Bell.
Good afternoon again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished committee members. I'm testifying in opposition to LD 2021, but like some others that have testified kind of all over the place because I do not have the amendment. But I guess where I'd like to start is thanking Representative Osher for reading the minimized reliance on pesticide statute. Collecting detailed information from farmers on what they use doesn't get at the minimization question. I think we're losing the forest and looking at the trees here. Very simply, if we collect data on whether or not farms are using IPM, that will tell us whether farmers are minimizing reliance. Now, I think one of the concerns I haven't heard is Cherryfield Foods, in addition to growing and processing wild blueberries, we sell them and we also buy them from our growers. And so we're very sensitive about the market impacts of information like this, because our competitors will use things against us. They already use the fact that we grow close to the ground in a derogatory way. So when you look at the record keeping piece, it'll double the record keeping. Small growers, yes, still keep paper records. Yes, similar to Smith Farms, we do electronic, but we'd have to put it into the state system. No, we don't have time to do that. Basically April through October. And so, the weekly thing would never, ever work when people are working 80+ hours a week. So, and on the confidentiality thing, where I read that is, unless each individual farmer comes before the board and requests the information be confidential, it is not confidential. Someone said that our customers will want to go to this database and figure out what's in there. We have to tell our customers everything that we use prior to when we sell it. including what our growers use. And therefore, we have to have signed agreements with our growers on what they will and will not use. Because some of our customers dictate that, no, you cannot use certain things. So, all of this, well, I guess, in short, pursuing this as I'm hearing that it's coming forth between the original bill and the amendment, it's just really going to gum up, a lot of things for our growers, our record keeping system, and then, at the end of the day, our customers. So I'll just leave you with one thought. If you were told your neighbor was using a product that had the following warning label that said hazard identification, and this is just a partial of the list: skin irritation, eye irritation, germ cell mutagenicity, carcinogenicity, sorry, it's been a long day, toxic to reproduction, both fertility unborn, and specific organ toxicity to both single and repeat exposures. What do you think the neighbors would think? These are scary words. And yes, the warning should be heeded based on these hazards. Okay, this product is used on almost every Maine farm that I know. Do you know what this product is? Gasoline. So follow this through. If this data comes out and people know what we're using, then they go look up those hazards. They're going to make unfounded conclusions on what Maine farmers are doing. We use an organic
Can you finish up in a sentence
insecticide
or
in
two,
our
please,
IPM
David?
program. I'll wrap it up. That label also says highly toxic to bees and toxic to fish. But we're not killing bees and we're not killing fish because we're using it correctly. So I ask you to unanimously defeat this bill. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bell? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Don Flannery, followed by Eric Venturini and Julie Ann Smith. Welcome, Mr. Flannery.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and other committee members. I know it's been a long day. I've listened to this morning too, so I will make my comments very short. It's more like concerns, questions in our opposition to this bill. I think those that have gone before me made some valid, very valid points. And I think one of the things I want to make, I think as I understand this bill, and I did get a chance to briefly look at the amendment earlier today, is in this bill originally and in the amendment, it talks about commercial agriculture producer. And that is defined by any person that produces agricultural commodities for commercial purposes. So that includes a potato farm in Aroostook County, a blueberry, somebody in blueberry business, or somebody that sits down by the bridge here in Presque Isle during the summer and sells wax beans and new potatoes. He's raising that probably in a big garden, but he's selling it for commercial. So I think it's very inclusive, and I think that needs to be something that needs to be that the committee needs to be concerned with. And at the same time, behind that, you've heard a lot about the confidentiality part of this. I'm not a lawyer, but I would argue that if a ag producer is doing whatever they're producing, and they're using an approved chemistry, they're using an approved method of application, and they're putting on an approved crop, I'm not sure they could go back and say that there's something proprietary in there to protect them and allow them to have that information confidential. And I think that, even if they request the Board of Pesticide Control to do it, I'm not sure if it got to the point where it went to a court of law that would be upheld and be allowed. The other thing I see in here, and it appears to me, and in both the amendment and the original bill, and I think Representative Pluker references or talked about it at one point in time, I think everybody reports. That's the guy that's selling the vegetables behind on the back of his pickup by the bridge, as well as everybody else. And it also refers to a certified applicator, and I'm not sure what a certified applicator is. I know there, the different license levels, whether you have a basic license or a private license or a commercial license or a master's license. But if it's a I don't know what certified means, But those growers are going to file or have to file under this bill at the end of every week. And I'm going to tell you, Dave Bell mentioned the 80-hour weeks. These guys have a spray log that they keep in the sprayer in our industry. And when they go out and every time they fill the tank and they fill in all the information and it's in that spray log. But to ask somebody to go and do that at the end of every week, it is going to be a burden on them. At the same time, all that information's there. The Board of Pesticide Control is more than welcome to come get it at any point in time. So our main concern is the additional burden and the additional information that's going to be collected and the protection of that information. Emily Smith and Penny Jordan, I think both talked about it, about the private parts of this industry or this application and how important that is, because it can and it will be used against you. So I appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day, and I'll try to answer any questions now, or I will be around for the work session. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Flannery? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is whether leading up, or I guess it'd be tomorrow because we're on such a tight timeline, but I'm wondering if you could make suggestions for the work session on confidentiality that would make folks feel comfortable, if that's possible. I'm not sure what your org is open to, but I'd be interested in hearing what alternative language would work for folks, if anyone listening is able to articulate that.
I can try. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to get myself in too much trouble, obviously. But let me put some thought into it.
Thank you. That's my first question. And then my second question is, so we know folks are keeping track of it already. And I'm thinking of, I'm not a farmer, but I'm thinking of different jobs I've done where, after running a cash register each day, I had to put all my records into the computer and submit it to the state, or I had to, in my truck, I had to keep track of mileage and gas. And I'm just thinking of different things I've done over the years. As candidates, we have to submit our information for campaigns so that folks can track it, because there's a public benefit for having that information too. So I'm just wondering if we can balance, if there's a way to make it less onerous. If weekly is onerous, maybe it's folks do keep track of it, on a pad of paper, and then maybe monthly is more reflective of something that's possible to enter data, or yearly, or I'm not sure, so long as people keep track of it. But I'd be open to discussing that with folks if before the work session someone had input about that.
Representative Bernard. I think if you've had any thoughts on that, Mr.
Well, I
Flannery.
didn't, sometimes I don't want to put people on the spot right there. So I just want to say, if folks before the work session want to chat about it.
Representative Bernard.
Thanks very much, Senator Dill. This question is a little bit off of the topic that we've been concentrating on in terms of, what is proprietary information and that kind of thing. But I did have a question for Mr. Flannery regarding, I do understand that there can be a difference between sales volume, for example, versus actual pesticide reported. Why would that be? Is that correct? Number one, and why would it be?
Yeah, I think, if you look and went back and tried to reconcile the 2020 or 2021 use in Maine, distributors may have a higher number of pesticides they sold than what agriculture would report as pesticides used. And there's really a couple of reasons for that. One would be that the grower may have product left over. If you're buying something in a 5-gallon can, or some of these come in big bulk totes, you're going to buy the whole tote and you may have 15, 20 gallons or whatever, it may be left in that tote that you will carry over and use to next year. The other thing is, and this happens quite frequently, is for tax planning purposes. A grower may decide that he wants to prepay to some level and bring some chemical in earlier and be reported in 1 year and not used into the next year. You know, there's cases where, and it may not even end up on his farm, but the distributor may keep it in their warehouse, but the farmer has paid for it. The dealer or distributor has shown that he's sold it, but it's there and he's done it for tax purposes. The same thing can happen, and we did it this year. As some of you may know, we run the early generation state seed farm, and we were concerned about some products not being able to have them for this production cycle. And so we have procured some product that we're not going to need maybe into July or August, so that we know we're ensured that we have it. We've paid for it. The dealer's invoiced us. I'm sure the dealer would report that that's been sold, but it wouldn't be used probably because it was done before the first of the year. It wouldn't be reported used until June, July of this year. So there's always going to be that disparity between sales data and use data.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's what I was wondering. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Not to mention too, that don't forget, Mr. Flannery, that there's often a range on a label of what can be used.
Exactly.
And you buy maybe for the top of the range and you end up using less amount just because of the product, or you used it less often than you thought you were going to. Again, that comes out to being left over, but that kind of plays into being why it's left over.
Right. You bought late blight product, but you didn't have any late blight, so that's a good thing.
Right. Questions anymore? All right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Eric Venturini. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, esteemed members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Eric Venturini, and I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine. First, I'll ask, what is the goal of this legislation? I think Representative Osher has done a great job of providing some clarity on that. And, you know, several people have pointed to this, really, the Board of Pesticide Control statute and quoted it. I want to emphasize part of that statute to work to find ways to use the minimum amount of pesticides needed. You've heard that. Also, to promote the principles and the implementation of integrated pest management, to minimize reliance on pesticides while recognizing that outbreaks will necessitate fluctuations in pesticide use, and shall work to educate pesticide users and the general public in the proper use of pesticides. So how best to measure the state's progress on minimizing the amount of pesticides needed, on integrated pest management, on educating pesticide users? I suggest that measuring the adoption of integrated pest management, which is a science-based, environmentally sound strategy to manage pests. To that end, under the ACF, the state has established an IPM Management Council. The council's directives include establishing measurable goals for the expansion of IPM, establishing protocols for measuring and documenting IPM adoption in the state. To better measure the state's progress on its stated policy, support this council. Additional funding, additional capacity. The Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, through our advisory committee to the University of Maine, has enjoyed a long and productive history of collaboration and cooperation with the University of Maine Extension. Extension has, through research and education, helped wild blueberry producers and others minimize reliance on pesticides. For example, by using Extension's insect trapping and threshold recommendations, growers can decrease total pesticide use and increase efficiency by spraying fields only when the insect is there in high enough numbers to cause harm. By staying up to date on Extension's monitoring alerts, producers can get an early warning of when to expect certain pests and therefore when to manage them. Despite this great work, UMaine Extension has seen a $1.1 million budget reduction in their budget from the state appropriation since 2019. If the committee really wants to help the state realize the goals that have been outlined in the testimony today in this statutory policy, I suggest considering strategic investments to the University of Maine for Extension's IPM programs. not burdening farmers with additional reporting requirements. We've heard a lot about confidential business information. As you've heard, the timing, the method of application, the pesticide formulation, and the target pest, that all compromises information that individual farms and businesses generally prefer not to share with their competitors. If public records of pesticide use are provided at a farm resolution, even if that farm is not explicitly identified, the state risks exposing confidential business information to those competitors. For example, in the blueberry industry, the cultivated blueberry industry has grown from ground up to producing almost 1 billion pounds of fruit annually just in the US and Canada in the last 20 to 30 years. To be clear, the cultivated blueberry industry is the wild blueberry industry's major competitor. If Maine's pesticide use data is provided to the public and at a resolution that identifies to the farm or crop level, the state risks releasing confidential business data to our major competitor. And because virtually all wild blueberries in the US are grown in Maine and almost no cultivated blueberries, even blueberry level state pesticide data would share the wild blueberry industry's use and management statistics with our competitors. We support annual pesticide data reporting only in the aggregate for the entire state. And as I understand it, this level of data is already available through the BPC's existing sales and use process. In terms of unnecessary burdens on farmers, while a solution that requires the farmer to enter data electronically may seem easier for the state, it is not easier for the farmer. As you've heard, farmers work 70 to 80 or more hours a week during peak season, and most work at least one off-farm job. Pesticide applicators already record pesticide use data, which is available to the state. We kindly ask that you not impose additional burdens on Maine farms. The Wild Blueberry Commission in Maine communicates regularly with hundreds of farms and businesses across the state, wild blueberry farms and businesses, and many of those individuals cannot be reached by email. They don't use, some of them don't use email. It's tempting to propose a technological solution to aid in the collection, compilation, and reporting of pesticide use information. However, many farmers simply don't have the capacity to use such technology. On behalf of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, I stand in opposition to LD 2021 and urge you to vote ought not to pass. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next is Julianne Smith.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. My name is Julie Ann Smith. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association, testifying in opposition to LD 2021. The University of Maine Cooperative Extension and the Board of Pesticides Control have done an excellent job providing education and support to farmers throughout the state of Maine to adopt integrated pest management practices. Farmers annually and persistently work to adopt practices that promote land preservation through the use of crop management tools. Perhaps most importantly, farmers work with their neighbors to bring awareness and education about pesticide use. Conversations about how, when, and why pesticides are used in food production are critical for community supportive farms. LD 2021 asks commercial agricultural producers, which is very broadly defined and likely encompasses every producer from the roadside stand with a cash box to the 1,000-acre operation, to generate burdensome record keeping that would then be public. Furthermore, the reports are required to be submitted electronically, which is impossible in many areas of Maine due to the lack of access to high-speed internet. While we understand that there is interest in data collection to identify a reduction in pesticide use, we are concerned that the wrong question is being asked. Farmers frequently purchase pesticides in large quantities that are used over several years, so sales and distribution records do not accurately reflect usage. Furthermore, usage is determined by uncontrollable variables, including weather and invasive species. Aggregate numbers analyzed on a year-to-year comparison may not reflect the decrease in pesticide use due to changing variables. What can be quantified and analyzed is the participation by farmers in integrated pest management and how their production practices have changed. Widespread public access to data that can be misinterpreted and misrepresented is dangerous for farmers. Having conversations with neighbors, visitors, and researchers is an important part of information distribution. Our farmers are already struggling. please do not create any additional burdens that could increase production costs or limit access to important production tools. Please vote ought not to pass. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. I think we had one late addition, Karen Schneider. Go ahead.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Senator Dill and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Karen Snyder, and I'm a resident of Portland, Maine, and I am currently the chair of the Portland Pesticide Management Advisory Committee. I'm writing to you to strongly urge your committee to support the proposed amended language to LD 2021. As I am hired by the largest corporations in the world to move their data, to analyze their data, to synthesize their data, we need to make them the most efficient inside their company, to have a holistic viewpoint of all the data from what pesticides are being sold versus what pesticides are being used. It has to also include the agricultural community. And as I'd like to read to you about a very interesting report that came out in 2019 about the 4 largest agricultural producers of the world. And that is the EU, the United States, Brazil, and China. And what was shocking to me personally was that China and Brazil are actually banning or restricting more pesticides than the United States. Of all the pesticides used in US agriculture, 322 million pounds of these pesticides were already banned in the EU. 26 million were already banned in Brazil and China. These are third world countries, and they're already knowing how bad pesticides are for their people and for the environment. Now, what does that say about the United States, EPA, and the state of Maine if we are behind third world countries? We need to have a holistic look at what's happening and what's being applied in this state. As a person that came from a farming community, I grew up on a 160-acre ranch in Oklahoma. And we used pesticides. And you know what? Majority of my family has health histories. In fact, when my brother died last year, and he was 3 years older than me. So the data that is being used will be used to help teach, educate, and figure out how we reduce our dependence on pesticides that are harming biodiversity and this environment. And I will highly support the amended language from Representative Osher. As a person that works in data migrations and data analytics, data can be used as a good tool, as an educational tool. And the concern for, and then I've heard the concern of the farmers about proprietary and confidential. And there are language in this bill to respect that concerns. And I would hope that the agricultural community would understand that we cannot rely on the trust of individuals. We have to look at the entire scope of what is happening in our environment. What are we leaving for the future?
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
I will. Thank you. As you saw with the PFAS, we're leaving a future destiny of chemical obliteration. And I would hope this committee would support this amended language and respect the farmers and respect the proprietary and confidential information. But we need a holistic view of what is being applied in the state of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Cheryl, is that the last one?
That's the last one.
Okay. Then I will close the public hearing on LD 2021. And I will ask Karen. We want to do a little bit on the budget and finish that up tomorrow afternoon. What I'd like to do this afternoon, I believe that Representative Pluka had one or two things that he may have wanted to add, and Representative O'Neill may have had something. And Karen, you can bring us up to date if we're all set on everything else to this point. And then I think tomorrow, after we have our meeting, we'll finish up with the PFAS issue and putting that in the budget. So first, I'll go back to Karen. Karen, are we all set with everything to this point, or anything we need to do still on the budget other than any additions we'd like to do?
So on page 8, it's reference number 84 under the Bureau of Agriculture. And I don't know if this is one of the items that Representative Pluker, well, this is the, so yeah, this is the PFAS one. So right now there's 3 million in the governor's supplemental budget for this. So I don't know, I guess it sounds like we're going to continue to set this aside. So that it's that initiative on page 8, reference number 84, and then also language part P.
Yeah, I think the question is on that one, is that the best place to put the 100 million in the budget? And I think that is a discussion that we may want to have tomorrow after we've had the discussion on the bill, because I think the bill may actually add some language that we may want to put into it if we can also. But I thought that Representative Pluka may have something about a couple of positions that he may have been interested in, or a position. And I think Representative O'Neill had said something about, I don't know if it was the municipalities, Representative O'Neill, and if there was something there that you thought you'd wanted to at least talk about a little bit more. Or so those are the two things that I had kind of in my head. So
okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess before we move on, I know Representative Pluker talked about being a position, it sounds like, within the Bureau of Agriculture. So that would be in addition to what's presented in the budget. And he did provide me some language for the description or justification. The person would analyze solar development impacts on agricultural and natural resources, and then develop guidance materials to help municipalities considering renewable energy development, etc. Provide support and information to farmers so they understand issues and considerations relating to leasing land for renewable energy development. Support farmers who are losing access to leased farmland due to renewable energy development, and then support the design and establishment of the pilot project program, which was in 856, to study the feasibility of dual use projects. So it's my understanding that would be an amendment, and I could describe that in the memo to AFA.
does that cover what you were talking about, Representative Pluker?
It does. Yeah, that's the language that I shared with Karen. And I don't know if you wanted to screen share. I don't know if people want to see it more in writing, but she could screen share it there. Largely, it mirrors the solar position that we added that was requested within the supplemental, but it basically because we in that LD 856, or the report out of LD 856, we wanted a budget a solar position in ACF for doing that work. So this creates another route to hopefully get it funded. My personal feeling is that there are a lot of towns passing moratoriums on solar right now. There's a lot of farmers who are suffering because solar is expanding so quickly into agricultural lands. the department could definitely use the help in terms of responding to municipalities and farmers and how to guide that development so that it has as little impact on our farming community as possible, and also provides, instead of a patchwork of different municipalities going different directions with solar, it can kind of create some sort of cohesiveness to the input or the recommendations that's coming from DACF.
So this is adding a new position, Representative Pluker?
That's a similar position to the one we added with 856.
Okay. But what I'm getting at is, so you want to put that in the budget, so now there'll be 2 of them?
That's right.
Okay.
So I guess if a vote should be taken on this item so that I know, you know, what the committee vote is, and I can also relay that in the memo to AFA.
Yeah. So exactly, would you, I'm sorry to do this to you, Representative Pluker, but would you explain that again, just so that everybody's on the same page? Or
yeah, so, or let Representative McCray, there we go. Okay, so the basic idea was that solar development is happening at a rapid clip within the state. Their municipalities are having to put together solar ordinances, municipal ordinances themselves. A lot of them are passing moratoriums on it. And honestly, I both want to see solar development, particularly on contaminated lands, but also want to, there's a very real pinch happening for farmers who are losing access to hay fields and in some cases even blueberry fields. And so I want that work to be coordinated in some place within ACF so that there's a place for municipalities to reach out to, as well as a place for farmers to reach out to when they're weighing the decision of going with solar development or not going with solar development, or a place where they can say, hey, I just lost 20 acres of good hay ground to solar development and I have to reduce my herd as a result of the solar development. So somebody within DACF who can look at those issues and provide support for farmers and municipalities when it comes to solar development. And the idea for this came directly out of the report back from 856.
right, because 856 did add one, and this will add a second one.
That's right.
All right.
And yeah, so it really creates another avenue for getting this position funded in case that bill doesn't get picked up off of the table.
Okay. And what if it does? You think 2 positions are warranted?
I did ask pointed questions to the commissioner, and she gave broad answers. And so I do believe that there's definitely enough work to go around at this point. Yes. But I'm also doubtful that they're both get funded.
Right. Karen.
I just wanted to add, so the position in 856, just to give you general fund dollar amounts, was $103,622 beginning in fiscal year 23. And it's called a Public Service Coordinator 1 position within the Bureau of Agriculture.
And if you're ready, Senator Dill, I'm ready for a motion.
All right, go ahead.
I would move this position into the budget.
All right, you've moved the position in. Now we'll go to discussion. Representative O'Neill, did you have a question?
No, I was throwing a second out there.
Okay. I guess we haven't been seconding the moving them in, but that's fine. Representative Osher, question.
What would the dollar amount of this be?
The same as the previous one, which was 103,622.
So do we have 2 initiatives to vote on? We vote on the amount, but we also have to vote on the count. I know in a lot of places, when we added a position, there was a body count, if you would, that was added.
Yeah, that might be an Amy Carlton question, but I think just for the purposes of letting the Appropriations Committee know the committee would like to add this, it's one legislative count at that personal services amount from the general fund And it would be under the Bureau of Agriculture 0393 appropriation program. And then I can include the description as provided by Representative Pluker.
All right. So I will put the commissioner on the spot and ask her thoughts on this. I see Bill smiling over there.
I'm very happy to see that my camera is working. I've been working on that since this morning. Yes, so I would say that we certainly could use some support on this front. I appreciate Representative Pluker wanting to make sure that we have the support that we need and the capacity that we need, because we are hearing from municipalities and farmers and others. I don't know if you had a chance to look, but we did very last minute, send over our answers to the questions that you asked in the last session, and did provide some context, not only of the who is dealing with the questions in the Bureau of Agriculture right now, which is really just the director, Nancy McBrady. We also provided some context as to where questions are coming from and where we have a little bit of capacity in other bureaus, but there's nobody in the department as a whole that is dedicated to dealing with questions related to solar development.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Anybody opposed to this? Representative Underwood is opposed. Do you have that? Do we need to do a roll call when someone's opposed?
No, but
You
I
just get the count?
I just need to count. 1,
8 to 1.
Thank you, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then the other piece was on page 17. It's reference number 206. Again, I think it was Representative Pluker who kind of wanted to table this. This is provides funding to allow for the receipt of contributions from public and private sources in the fund to address food insecurity and provide nutrition incentives program as authorized by Public Law 21, Chapter 468. Right now, there's $50,000 of other special revenue funds. It sounded like it was somewhat of a placeholder amount. Let's see, Representative Pluker's hand is up.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually thought we weren't going to get this today, so I had arranged for a couple people from Maine Federations of Farmers Markets and Maine Farmland Trust to just speak to us 3 minutes about how this money is used and its impact in terms of helping farmers and helping people with food insecurity. So if it was
Tomorrow?
okay with move it tomorrow, that'd be great.
Yep. We'll do it. That'll be the last work session. Will be the budget. So, because we got to get it off our table tomorrow. Anything else on the budget today, Karen?
Not that I'm aware of. I look to the commissioner and maybe Amy to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Okay. And also Representative O'Neill, did you figure out anything that you were thinking about?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I wanted to invite the commissioner to, I had asked a question about the planning office and any additional capacity needs that might be helpful, especially in the context of talking about solar and rural communities and planning support and stuff like that. We had heard that the office had been gutted, so I just wanted to hear about what she had the chance to check in on. And the other thing was about parks.
Yep, and both of these, we've provided more information on both of these topics in the packet that we sent over, so you can dig into that after we finish today. But as far as the municipal planning goes, we did give you sort of a history of how positions were sort of eliminated over time. It started out, let's see, with a director, secretary, associate, 5 senior planners, and another planner 2 position, and that was between 2000 and 2002 when it was the land use team. By the time it came to DACF, It was down to, let me see if I can find this here really quickly. It had a director and 3 senior planners, and since then it has been whittled down to no director, which we have asked for in the supplemental budget, and 2 senior planners. And so our current supplemental request is for the permanent director and 1 limited period senior planner to start to build that capacity back, and 1 limited planner period planner 2. And there are 2 other position-wide positions that we're asking for BRILUP that is going to provide additional administrative support that we think is going to be helpful. So this will be a great improvement over where we are right now if we're successful with all of these positions in the supplemental budget. And I think what I can say is that, you know, we're seeing a lot of demand for help with comprehensive plans right now, but we're feeling like we've asked for the right number of folks to meet that demand at the moment. But if that demand continues to go up, we could foresee coming back in a future session and looking for more capacity. But right now, we think that this is going to get us a lot further than where we are right now.
Thank you very much for looking into that. So we did add a director in this budget to take care of that need.
Yes, yep, we did. And then on the parks piece, we have provided to you, I got some clarity, and I'm sorry I didn't think of this on my feet last time we were talking, but I was reminded by our Bureau Director, Andy Cutco, that we actually had rolled in our equipment needs into the request for the $50 million for ARPA, the ARPA funds for parks infrastructure. Some of that request was for equipment. And so we weren't forgetting about parks. We had just thought maybe we could look in another direction. There's still evaluation going on as to whether or not those are going to be eligible requests. And so in the interim, what we've provided you all with is a list of the highest priority parks equipment needs, and just so that you can see what they are, but they are in that request. We're just still working through the eligibility piece of it.
Thank you. So is that an email? Because I don't see
Yes, I think it would have come to you at just about maybe 2:30. It was not very long ago.
So I think what I'll say, Mr. Chair, is just so that Rep. Schofield has a chance to review, and then maybe we can take that item up tomorrow if there's anything that he wants to discuss on that.
Sure.
Thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
Anybody have anything else today for the budget? Karen, anything you have for us?
Yes.
But before you do that, we're done with the budget. So if the other folks want to leave here, the commissioner, etc.
So I do have the majority report and minority reports for LD 1998. I was going to wait for the reviser's version, but given what's going on at the State House, that might be a while. So I'm just going to do the version that I sent over to them. So first I'll screen share the majority report. So this is the an act to establish a disaster relief fund for potato farmers adversely affected by drought conditions. And it's essentially what the Maine Potato Board had presented as a suggested amendment. And so the new title is an act to establish a fund for farmers adversely affected by drought conditions. So it broadens the relief program, and then instead of tying it to, you know, agricultural yield survey conducted by USDA, the way a farmer would qualify or apply for a grant under the program is if the farmer needs to establish sources for irrigation water to alleviate the risk of crop losses due to drought. And it says the sources for irrigation water must be sustainable, environmentally sound, and affordable. So that is, and then there was also Representative Bernard's suggestion, and this is the section 2, where the Department of ACF is directed to work with DEP and Land Use Planning Commission and other appropriate agencies to examine the permitting process for farmers seeking to secure permits for new sources of water for irrigation, and to come up with some recommendations to streamline the permitting process. And they're directed to report back January of next year, and then it gives the committee authority to submit a bill. Are there any questions about the majority report? And then the minority report is very similar, except for the highlighted yellow. So under eligibility, and let me see, trying to find, it was Representative O'Neill's suggestion to make reference to enhanced soil health practices. There is a term of art in Title 12, Section 351, subsection 5. I think the intent is the same. It's adopt healthy soil best practices, and it's defined. I remember at the last work session, somebody had asked Representative O'Neill what that meant, and so I thought that would tighten up the language here, because it is defined in Title 12 of what healthy soil best practices are. And then also kind of clarifying, I guess, that drought refers to current or future threat of drought. So that's the only difference with the minority report. Everything else is the same. Are there any questions about that? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to tune in here in the parking lot. So the vote on that was, the last I knew was 10-2. Is it still at 10-2?
I thought it was.
What is the bill number?
1998. I don't think it was that. Oh, actually, yeah, there were two who voted in favor of the minority report, and then one member absent. So yes, you're correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And I'm still waiting for persons to get back to me on their approval of the jackets as well. Cannot report anything out without the approvals, and it's not just you.
So are there any questions on that? Does that look okay?
I'm not able to see it, but.
Oh, I didn't screen share, sorry. So the yellow is basically the only difference to the minority report.
That's right.
Okay, all set.
Thank you. Yes.
So that's all I have for today.
Okay. Cheryl, do you have anything?
Just keep your eyes out for approvals that I need.
Okay. So the big question is tomorrow. I do have a meeting from 8 to 9:30, so I can't stop before 9:30 tomorrow. So I think if everybody's okay with 9:30, I should be able to make it by 9:30. That would be my plan. So Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just, not that I'm pushing for this at all, but I'm just, we got some big conversations coming tomorrow with 2013 in particular.
Yep.
How important is it that tomorrow is our last day of committee?
Well, we just tried to get into next week on a bill that was actually in IF&W, which was President Jackson's bill, and they wouldn't let us put it over to next week.
Okay.
And it's his bill. So,
Okay.
So my guess is we got to get it done this week.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Cheryl.
Yeah, when you're looking for the Zoom link for tomorrow, it might say from IF&W. I'm not
Okay.
sure how they're going to set that up, because I'll be in SLG. So Linda LaCroix is going to be your clerk for IF.
Oh, okay. She's going to do it tomorrow.
Yes.
Yep. All right.
So, but everybody else should be looking for that Zoom.
Right. And then in the past, her emails to start the meeting was from IF and W. It wasn't from her. It actually said IF and W. So.
Okay. So, yeah. But if somebody sends me an email, I'll make sure they get that link too.
Sure. All right.
So we're definitely starting at 9:30 tomorrow morning, or would you prefer to do 10 to give you some wiggle room? Or
I would prefer the wiggle room, but my problem becomes, I think from us is, I think we're going to have a really full day. So, I mean, so.
So the email said 9, but now it's 9:30?
I didn't think a time went out. It said to be announced.
Okay,
Right.
At least on my schedule, it says to be announced.
okay.
So we hadn't picked the time yet. It says 9 a.m., but it says to be announced. So,
All right, so now it's 9:30?
yeah. And I'll be wiggling.
And now we're doing work sessions just on those 3 bills plus.
And
the
those,
budget.
those 3 bills and the budget.
Because I'll need to send out those notices.
Yep.
Is that okay with you, Karen? Okay.
Anything else? Motion.
Cheryl,
Yes.
I'm in Augusta right now. Is there anything that you want me to drop by and sign? I can do that.
Yes.
All right, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
If
See you
there's
tomorrow,
nothing
guys.
else. Yep, nothing else. Motion to adjourn. And moved by Representative O'Neill, seconded by Representative